Throw your cares away. Ready for another day. Didn't know you gay. Down a Fraggle Rock. Or sucking Fraggle Cock, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm listening to myself stream. This is sensational levels of professionalism here. I have struggled for the last 4 seconds to organise my lighting. Everything is falling apart. I had some nice lighting actually, but I've got nowhere to sit because I realised, having moved place, this is the first place I've been in with no fucking desk. So I am sat on a table with some side lighting shining off my balding head. I haven't showered. I've lounged around, playing with myself, gone out to get some beers. I'm sweating. I've just put the air on because I forgot about it. I'm not fresh. I am not fresh. If you would say to me, hey Carl, you feeling fresh? You feeling fresh, bro? I'd say, no. My balls are like soaked in this swamp. It's disgusting. I'm disgusting. But you know, I've only had, I don't know, 8 hours to sort myself out. And yeah, this is brought to you by Coca-Cola. I just went out and brought 6 beers though, innit? I got them in a nice little fridge here. Got some malts, 2 Brahmas, 2 Germans, and 2 something else, oranges. I think they might be Brazilian. So I will get onto it. I really wanted food. I fucked up the whole thing. I haven't eaten. I've got barbecue Pringles over there. And I've had about 4 of them, so that's literally all I've had. So I might die. I don't want to get too fucked up in the middle of the day, guys. That's what happened last Thursday. Let me see if Jamie replied. The news is, we're supposed to have a Dykes Mann today. Obviously, we didn't. Jamie can do it again. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. So we're doing it tomorrow at 6. Okay, yeah, listen, when I finish with the Dream Crushers, he'll see what time it is. Unbelievable. The family commitments this guy makes. And he doesn't do anything. He just gets nagged by her indoors. Opening beans for the kids. You know? How hard can it be? Sort yourself out. You had me on mute. It's probably good. I don't even know if this works. I didn't really test anything. Didn't test any sound. It's kind of been fucking around a little bit. Well, if anyone else joins us, we'll stick around for a little while. But yeah, I guess I'll get on to. I didn't do much research in terms of doing comedy in Brazil, but I did have a little think about it. Hey, I wonder if Doggy's around. I don't mind these solo ones, you know, but let me find out here. No, I'll just put the link in there. I'm just talking to myself. I'm doing admin here. Invite, copy to clipboard. Oh, my Brazilian friend Max is working on a song, an intro song for this. I'm on the wrong fucking Twitter account. Working on an intro song for this, so we can have a little intro for this as well. Eventually, I'll put together some video as well. I think I can probably get it done on a cloud environment, given this laptop is shite for that sort of thing. If anyone fancies it. So yeah, I thought I'd come and do this today. I was going to do yesterday, but I was getting confused as to when Brock was starting. All the time zones were fucking up in my head. And then, do you know what? I had to move. I moved places yesterday. Been at that last place for 2.5 weeks. But I've come into the centre of this area called Buzios. It's fucking beautiful. But it was just a 30-minute Uber every time I had to come out. So I thought I'd spend a little time bang in the middle of the centre. So that's what I'm doing. But I'm going to have to move places, I think, in a few days because I need a desk, baby. Oh, and I put my fucking space blanket up. Wait there. Unbelievable. Did you see me break TV? Ass crack. There we go. Perfect. I know you couldn't hear any of that. I just showed you my arse crack because I've got no. I spent years. First time I went to America, actually, around about that time, 2010, my ass was always out. I must have got this weird shape. So every pair of jeans I had, my ass crack was always hanging out. I've largely got over it, but these are cheap shorts that I brought at a comedy festival last year, or for a comedy festival in the last moment. And it's from a cheap store. I don't know if you have Primark in the US, but we certainly have it in the UK. It's where slaves make your clothes, and you buy them for like 10 quid. Sometimes less. But I needed it. It was an emergency summertime in Birmingham. On that note, Bushfest. That was Bushfest 2021. I will be at Bushfest 2022. Finally, I've got an evening slot, 10:30 on the Friday, which means I must be doing something okay on the 23rd of July. So that's my hard home date, right? But I can't really just go into it cold, so I'm going to have to come home before. I've got another gig early July in London. I can cancel that. I don't want to. So my hard return date will be somewhere between the 1st of July and the 23rd, unfortunately. But actually, if I go past the 21st, I overstay my 90 days and I'll have to extend and all that stuff. So I'll probably come back sometime early July, try and get some gigs, do Bushfest, then some more. And then, I don't know, within 2 weeks, I'm at Edinburgh as well with Jamie for one day and 2 other days without Jamie. And then I'm up there for a week as well, so I might have some other stuff on. And as we come into September, I'll probably be able to start talking about actual things that I've got going on in the background. So, in terms of festivals for the next season, which I guess applications will start in October, November. But yeah, should have something half-hour related, I would think, going into next year. I'm above this. I can't even be asked to show you. It's this weird little. I can just see corrugated roofs outside my window. It's a beautiful street, but you'd never believe it if I show you. It's just full of nice palm trees and shit. Does anyone know what Capavera is? Capavera. I will try and bring one up for you. Capavera. La 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 la. Let me have a look there. You've probably seen them in a zoo. Let me check there's no weird tabs open before I share my entire desktop. Do I have to do this on a single monitor? Unfortunately. Oh, no, I can do a tab. I didn't even know I could do that. Unbelievable. There we go. This is Capavera. It's an awesome little dude. Yeah, so I saw one just hanging out at the end of the street last week. I had a few beers and I can't remember. No, I hadn't. I was up here to get some keys cut. Just walk around the corner at night and he's just hanging out, just chilling. There's a couple of girls ahead that took a photo, but when I took the photo, I didn't want to put the flash on because every time I held the camera up, he sort of froze, like predator prey behavior. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?" So I didn't want to disturb too much. He was rooting around the bin bags looking for food. Cool little dude. I don't know if I can bring any pictures up on here. But yeah, it's nice. Just I've seen them at zoos, obviously, and shit. But it's nice just to walk around the corner and he's 4 feet away. But the pictures come out pretty dark. Like I said, I didn't want to. I'm not a complete monster. I didn't want to put the flash on. You're not going to be able to see this at all. I'm even zooming in the night picture onto a webcam. He is there. He looks like a shadow. Looks like cancer on a lung, and it was cuter than that. But I'll keep my eyes peeled. I assume he's coming out at night because it's in this street at night is a little quiet. The rest of them are busier because it's quite lively in the centre. Even it's very small and classy. It's not really like rowdy or anything. But this is the quietest street, and just outside the streets is just fucking. I won't say jungle because that's probably even racist, but vegetation and shit. So he probably lives in there and just came out for a bit of food, for a bit of McDonald's that people had dropped. I quite like having something up other than my face, but yeah, Chrissy loves them. Oh no, you don't count me as people. I'm not people. We'll see if anyone else pops in. I've invited Jamie and or the dog, but Jamie's got dream crusher duty and hadn't heard from the dog, so I did that last minute as well, so no warning. The dog's probably making old people die in the home, etc. Oh, space blanket, there we go. I did put it up on the fridge, on the TV. I remember breaking the TV on Minddog when I called in a few weeks ago. I walked into it on the wall and it just fucking bent it. I believe it's when I showed my arse on air as well. Disgusting. But I will reach for a beer in a second in that bar fridge. I am so fucking hungry. It's a bit difficult to order food. Like some restaurants won't take cash on delivery. I've had some problem with some cards online here. But I almost even walked into a McDonald's, but it's just a ball ache and I would have been late for this. So I've got Churrasco Pringles. Yeah, I don't know if it's those that you have in LA. I'm not sure. They like I said, I've only really seen them in zoos in the UK, but they're cool as shit. I wonder if they taste. They probably can you eat them, or are they protected? They're probably protected, aren't they? I think they might be protected. I don't think anyone eats them, apart from really poor people in Brazil, maybe. Of which there are a few, unfortunately. But yeah, I had not been eating as much proper food every day, so I'm going to try and change that a little bit. I had lunch yesterday, which kind of like they didn't put much effort into that. But when you taste even the cheap cut of steak in Brazil, it still tastes great. So I'm looking forward to getting on some more food. I'll probably be hanging out with more actual people soon as well. I've been more or less alone for a few weeks, but yeah, I know people in Brazil, so I hope I'm going to be getting invited to shit, and I'll be moving around a little bit randomly. But I'm going to stay up here for like 10 days or so. See what's shaking, or maybe people will come and visit me here, and it's good. It's a great. Yeah, I love the centre. It's cool. Relatively, stuff's quite expensive, but it's not that expensive if you're a foreigner, and also there's still, you've got a selection of things to buy, from McDonald's to local little places. Rice, beans, and meat is the sort of Brazilian traditional food. So arroz, feijão, carne, frango. Chicken's not considered meat here, and I find that weird. I don't know, but it's just chicken. There's meat in chicken. But I'm getting used to that. I love it. I'm just thinking and talking about food because I'm so hungry and I haven't eaten. And yes, Chrissy, to catch you up, also haven't showered. I'm fucking gross. I'm looking washed out with the side lighting. So if I switch it around, it looks better, but I need to be creative with the seating solutions in here. I am sat on a table. It does seem strong enough to hold my ample frame up as well. Talking of which, I wonder if I've lost weight out here. I think I might have, because I've done a shitload of walking and I went for a run the other day. But in general, I've been moving around quite a lot. And I assume that I'm burning way more calories in the heat, right? I walked 18 miles on Saturday. I don't think I even posted about that. It was a very stressful day. But I walked, some of it was on the beach. It was nice. I assume I burnt some calories. So we'll see. I'm not going to step on a scale in Brazil. Go fuck yourself. I'll do it when I get home. When I came out here a few years ago, because the last 3 or 4 years I've been a bit heavier than I want to be, but I lost 1 pound. But I was out here for 3 weeks and I ate shit every day and I drank every day a lot. And I just ate chips and fucking every single day. I've been slightly better this time and I'm out here for longer. So I think I'm confident of dropping. Let's go for 6 pounds. Let's go for 6 pounds. That's what my my hope is. My hope is for 20 pounds actually, but I think it'll probably be closer to 6. So yeah, hard. I've got a hard return period, I would say, then between the 25th of June and the 19th of July, something like that. I'll make my mind up soon. I've got to also buy a flight because I just didn't get on my return flight. I've got to pay for but I can only pay for one. I need to pay for one way, so that's good. It's probably cheaper for me to go from Sao Paulo. So I'm 3 hours north of Rio de Janeiro. I'm still in Rio de Janeiro state. 3 hours on the bus to because you also have to go back, and then it's that 8-hour epic where I saw the accident down to Sao Paulo. But it's just a day. It's actually quite comfortable, broken up and all that. And what I'll do when I eventually head back is spend some time in Rio City and then Sao Paulo City, and then I'll fly the fuck home. But I'm going to do a little bit of wriggling around while I'm up this way. It's a nice region in general. There's a nice beaches and very safe, very relaxed. It's, you know, a lot of places in Brazil you have to watch out a bit more, and you still do to an extent here, but it's super fucking chill. You know, for the most part, even the driving too. So I'm going to mute myself while I. Oh yeah, I took these down for this. I wish I could play some music, but I can't because my friend hasn't written it yet. I'm going to go quiet for 20 seconds. And that was my lunch. The Pringles are tiny. It's tiny. Tiny. When I eventually load this shit up, beaches and heels. Beaches and heels. Yeah, it's hard to tell. When I eventually got, I haven't put a lot of podcasts up on audio platforms, and I was actually getting some listens on there as well. So I need to be doing that. Yeah, I feel like I have. But it's always hard to tell with different angles and shit. And I've still, you know, the lower part of that is not. Every time I see myself in the mirror, I just say things like, "You disgusting fucking slug." Like, lose weight or kill yourself. It is weird. We're being fat and old. Except I'm Hollywood 21. Right. I will get onto that comedy thing in a bit. I think we've got a bit of time. Feel free to fuck off. I can just talk to myself. In fact, for many years, I had a little solo podcast, which has now been erased from the internet. But I did enjoy doing it. It's actually a shame because there are some episodes that I really liked. It was just audio, and I'd go on and just rant for 45 minutes. But, you know, I had no one at all really engaging with that. A couple of people. But other podcasts. So I had a podcast called Gentle Arrogance. It's fun. It's me and my buddy Sam, which we've barely spoken in a year because he's been busy. We met through his wife that died. I was friends with her. She had cancer at 25. Went into remission. She moved away, and that's where she met Sam. But then it came back, and it was terminal. She died at 30. But me and Sam become friends over the last couple of years of her life. And we started doing a podcast like 5 years ago. I think it's great. We did about 130 episodes. It was so tough to schedule. Worse than Jamie. It was like, oh, maybe. No. What? Can't. Sorry, something came up. But we still talk. We're thinking about doing just a movie podcast as well. But we're probably going to go on and do a couple of episodes. We'll do one Gentle Arrogance episode because we just disappeared. We had good banter. A lot of it was just mean. But we had he was the old Jamie basically. Jamie's replaced him in my life. But we'll probably, if I can time down or something, we'll come and do an episode or two of that. He's literally just fucking. How weird is that? Ray Liotta's dead. Breaking news. Sam, I'm on a podcast and I just mentioned you, and then you text me Ray Liotta's dead. Ray Liotta's dead. Breaking news, everyone. How fucking weird is that guy texts me? Let's do this. Let's just tweet that. Let me know if you can hear me. There we go. It happened when I tugged at my earphones. Can you still hear me though? That's the important thing. If you can't, I'll just rip these fucking things out and we'll go speaker to speaker. It's sort of like docking penises together, you know, one inside, one out. If you're uncircumcised, well, one can be circumcised. But we'll just go speaker to speaker, you know. That's what I think. I just tweeted Ray Liotta dead. I don't know. Huh? That is weird. Anyway, so Sam, we'll probably pop into this gentle arrogance thing. We had one where we invented a cult, like a sex cult, and we just made it up on the spot pretty much, and went through each factor. It was great. I had great fun on that podcast. It was a shame we could never schedule it. We'll come back and do one just to explain what happened and to say it's pretty much over. But we might even turn it into a quarterly thing and just every few months come on and do one. At some point, I'll get him on here, I think. And then we might, if we can do it, set up a movie podcast. But we'd have to pre-record shit tons of episodes because I just don't trust the scheduling. I don't trust him in his scheduling. So we'll probably just get them all in the can and then start throwing them out every 2 weeks or something. But that's for something maybe later in the year. So I'll have 3 podcasts then. And I've obviously got other ones that I've kind of put the brakes on. I don't know if we can start doing something decent. I think that Dykes Mann will probably upgrade first, and then this. I'm already having visions of studio space and doing pre-records and stuff with proper cameras to make them look good, so you can see my fucking bags under my eyes in HD. So I don't know. We'll do some different stuff when I get back. When I get back and find a home, which I don't want to do because I've got to then pay for the home. Because then when I want to travel, I've still got to pay for the fucking home. At the moment, I'm homeless. So I haven't got any bills. So all of my cash is just good. Well, I've got bills, but I haven't got to pay for fucking heating and all that shit right now, which is nice. But yeah, I'm currently selecting a city in my mind. And I would say within about 6 weeks of getting back, I'll get into a place. And the first thing I'm doing, I've already got a bed sorted out. I've already got a sofa sorted out. I need a TV, right? Apart from that, what I really need is a podcast space, a big fucking desk, some nice cameras, lights, nice microphones and all that shit, and a nice background. That's what I need. That is what I fucking need. Shall I open a beer? I'm going to open a beer. Give me 1 sec. Let's go. I'm probably just going to rip that fucking TV off the wall. And I don't know what the audio is like, so when I move away and shit, I'm going to go for a Patagonia Amber Lager. They should have called it Amber Alert, shouldn't they? And then just had a shadow of a kid, like an outline of a kid on there and a question mark. That's what I would have done. I've got a glass. I got a fucking glass. I can't. I'll pull my laptop off. Not like that. There we go. I'll see if I've got a glass after this one. Right now, I'll drink out of the goddamn motherfucking can. This is happening live. It's live. There's beer on the floor live. I just don't know anymore. I've got a towel. So I'm going to put my feet there, aren't I? Some point during this, I'm going to put my feet in this puddle of beer. It did spooge, and it's been still as well. It's a spooger. It must be a natural spooger. Maltas Caramello. So this is, Patagonia. So is that Argentina, isn't it? I should know. Gracias, Spanish. 4.7%. Can I translate the Spanish? Not really, just a combination of special malts with character. Just bullshit, basically. Beer bullshit. It's okay. It's all right. It's not the best. I need to be rating this on Untapped. I've got an app called Untapped where I rate beers, but where everybody can rate beers. I've not been putting these, the stuff I'm finding in Brazil on there. I couldn't find some nice IPAs and stuff. There is a slightly more upmarket thing next door, which I should have gone to really, but I don't know what they've got. So they might have some nice Pilsners and IPAs. So I might push the boat out for Dykes Mann tomorrow and just have some nice. As is everyone, on Hey Cat, by the way, I might have even said that. I've got dementia. I'm very much attracted to beer art. So if I see a nice can of beer, I'm fucking buying that bad boy. I'm buying it. What now he's worried about what I'm saying about him. This is Sam, by the way. An old podcast partner. Nothing other than we might do the odd GA and a movie podcast at some point, and that's it. And then you text. Oh well. Where's my fucking mind? Yeah, beer art. So my favourite ones are probably the Russian roulettes that I found in Porto Alegre here in the south. I can't find it up here. They were just three really nice little cans. I think most part IPAs. Let's have a look in the pictures that I sent to Maxiel for Cat, etc. Max, my friend from Porto Alegre, who I was with the first 4 days. I wish I'd stayed down there longer. He's writing some music for this podcast at some point. I don't know. Maybe I just showed them to him at some point. Yeah, Russian roulette or Russe roulette or something. They were fantastic art. I just love nice little characters, little scenes, especially if it's related to the kind of beer it is. Like you've got a boat on a fucking. See if you can hear this. Sorry, guys. That doesn't help you. I was listening to a message from Sam. Again, the old Jamie.
Yeah, we can do that. But I think the listeners need to know on the podcast that you're currently doing that you really are a cunt. So, it's hard.
Did you hear that? That was my old Jamie. And I shouldn't have played that live because we sometimes say things to each other which are quite frankly illegal. So I shouldn't have played that live. But yeah, he called me a cunt on air. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, Kat. But yeah, okay. So it's like seeing a hardy lady across the street, right? And then you're like, oh, nice. You're pulling in the brief scene statistics in parallel perception in your mind. You're getting tits, hair. It looks pretty good, right? And then you sort of squint across the street and it's 75 years old and it's just hanging on. Or it's got a nose like a bus. I'm not having a go. It could be a man as well, right? Either way, a manny. Trading standards stuff, right? Where something's advertised as something else to which it actually is. So yeah, it's a draw, the art. And then obviously I go, because I've got a fucking inherent problem in my bones, I go to the alcohol percentage, right? Because if it's 3, you can go back as hell. Unless you're going to the beach or something like that, right? I'll go down to a 3.8 at a push for some real good art. You want to? I mean, these are like 4.7. I've got a 5.2 in there. Not that particularly good art. They just want lager, I guess. Even though this is a lager, so I'm talking out of my fucking shitter. But it's a draw. So go to the alcohol percentage. You've got the art. You get the alcohol percentage. Okay, it's not 75. It's 39. Fine. And then I'll probably will notice whether or not it's an IPA or, unless it's in big letters, what kind of beer it is. It's a general assessment, but it's definitely a draw, and it'll draw me to that can though, obviously, which is the point. But or if I had one that all the other stats stacked up next to it, but that one was pretty shit looking, I would get the good looking one and then just go for that. So it does bias me a bit. Yeah, you're right, but I don't know. There's a certain type of art which I think doesn't often have shit beer. I can't even fucking describe it. I'm pretty good at spotting the good stuff, really, even without. Yeah, this is just a picture of the fucking some mountains in Patagonia and some hills. It's kind of right, not great. It's the kind of beer that it's a bit, yeah, can taste the sweetness in it, really. But it's the kind of beer where you have like anything else. You don't like the first one. I went out for pizza the other night round here, and we had these shoppies, cold beers, right? And it was pretty shit, the first one. We're thinking about changing, but they only had like Bud and Heineken. I was like, do you know what? Let's just stick with it, because the second one will probably be better than the first one. And by the time you're on the third one, you're starting to get a little buzz. And when you've had 8, who gives a shit? Drink it. Write it down. I said this should be called Amber Alert. I can't remember if you were here or not. But yeah, no, go and invent Amber Alert, right? And come on a podcast and do it. You're basically like a contract killer, or private contractor, as they call them. So you can just send in the troops to anywhere. So we'll get you on this podcast as well. But of course, with Dykes Mann, you've got an open door. But go and invent Amber Alert. Go and do that and come back in. And I promise you, I'm going to make all the cocktails that you've made when I get back. I could, if I can get a place at some point in Brazil where I've got a freezer and all that shit, I can probably find. It's difficult to find some stuff that are quite common, I guess, in the US, but there might be some sort of substitute for some of this stuff as well. But I think you obviously get limes and most fruits, and some fruits that I can't get in most places as well. Passion fruit is very big here. We can get that in the UK, but it's rarer. But they're fucking everywhere here. And there's some stuff that I can't even pronounce, or don't know exactly what they are. But every time I try something that I've no idea what it is, it's beautiful. So I'm sure if you had access to some of these ingredients, you would make something pretty good. But yes, Amber Alert must happen. Let's take a kid and have a drink. By take a kid, I mean take your inner child by consuming alcohol. That's what I mean. YouTube. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it might be quite good. I'm just rambling. What I don't like is that I'm gonna put the shittiest. This is the shittiest T-shirt I own. The shittiest T-shirt I own, and I put this on today because I'm such a swamp mess. Immediately after this whole shower, the problem is, right, it's 2:30, and things don't really kick off in centre until like 8. So I can't be pounding this booze. I only brought 6 of these little cans, but I've got to be careful, man. And I have other duties and other responsibilities, and I need to do admin on the shit. But I probably won't. I'll probably end up just getting drunk and then squirting away. It won't be as bad as last week. That was although I wasn't the one that had to be put to bed. I did rewatch it, and I did send him a video. I think YouTube will probably spam me if I try and play some of this here. I don't know. But yeah, I didn't have to be put to bed, and I think we all know who did. Oh God, we send each other some foul stuff. We send each other some foul stuff that I cannot show. Oh no, that's me giving him a tutorial, don't worry. Yeah, Jamie had to be put to bed, the fucking puss. Unbelievable. I'll tell you. We've all been there. But do you know why? Because I just drank beer, and I'm starting to swing towards that for those pods, even the longer ones. Because cocktails or hard liquor, I would just drink too much of it. And if we're going for 8 hours and trying to match Brock for drink, and I'm drinking half a glass of fucking Tito's, I'm going to cry. Right? But I think, yeah, I was drunk, but the end of that, I was all right. 6 hours, 47. I was doing okay. I was talking, communicating, all right. I know Jamie was done because he's banging in wine and beer and vodka in the same fucking mouthful. But we've all been there as well. But yeah, I think I'm going to just go for beers and just chill a bit more. And if you're doing a 7-hour podcast, I'm still going to be absolutely smashed. But talking of smashed, Brock last night, he was fucking, and it was quite a short one, but it was on red wine. So I think about 3 hours in, 3.5 hours, he started yelling and screaming, and it's woo, in his Brockian fucking man. Brock, it wasn't a great Brock impression, but he was doing all that stuff. It was quite funny. But I wish I'd started drinking sooner. I wasn't with him. I started drinking in the last sort of 10 minutes, 20 minutes of that stream. And then I was half listening to it and it just ended. I think I tweeted at Henry Phillips and Andrews to like go and have a listen, and then it ended. But he said his eyes were going cross today. So yeah, I've not seen Brock wine drunk before. Obviously in the YouTube videos, he's drinking the fancy AF wine. But yeah, I love it. I can tell when he's drunk as well. It's a smile. More I can tell when he's quiet. It's just like he's got this mischievous little smile. I was like, that's a drunk smile. And then quite often he's just DJing, an entire back catalogue of 70s disco and folk tunes. So that's the other indicator. But I love the Brock hang. This is going out on Twitch today, I think. I'm kind of chopping and changing where stuff's going. I do want to do a Twitch thing. Just on Twitch sometimes on I guess on this channel, but I don't know what to do, so I'm trying to think about it. I could write a joke, right, in the chat room. Might be fun, but I don't know, something different. But I do like those Twitch hangs. But it's a rabbit hole, isn't it? I literally only really watch Brock because it's a rabbit hole. You can just I'll just get sucked into watching some fucking idiot play a game for 4 hours. At the beginning of the pandemic, on Facebook videos, I was getting sucked into people playing simulators. So like Truck Simulator. And these games are so fucking good now. You are actually driving a truck through Belgium. It's like, oh, this trip's 7 hours. We're going to France. And you just watch this guy with he's got a steering wheel and a setup. And it's actually the graphics are pretty cool. You got all the navigation. It looks good. I'm loving it. There's also because Microsoft Simulator uses real weather, and if you want real air traffic, and the graphics are amazing, and it uses I think it might use Bing Maps, like the equivalent of Google Earth, so you can fly over your house and stuff. And the guy's on there with the captain's hat and the fucking and the joystick and all that shit. Phenomenal. I could see myself going down that rabbit hole, watching it, and getting myself a captain's hat. But I can't. I've got definitely a compulsive mind for things, and I will sit and watch it forever, or do it. But I'm learning better to not get involved. I used to play a game called Football Manager, Soccer Manager, and I would be having a shit and playing this and having press conferences. But I'm so psychotic. The game is so detailed, and you talk to individual players and manage contracts as well as all the tactics in the game, and trying to buy people and have relationships with the board of directors to try and get more money and all that stuff. But on top of that, I have some psychotic part of my mind that goes further. I'm going around these players' houses for cups of tea and planning strategy and meeting families and showing them around the state. This is all in here. This isn't even on a fucking game. This is while I'm playing it, or while I'm not playing it and walking around the house making coffee. I'm inventing this whole fucking world. And I'm going to admit something for the first time ever. For at least 7 years, when I've got nothing going on and I get off the bed or something, I'll say a phrase. And I think it's related to playing Football Manager or FIFA. But it's about me as a football manager being interviewed. And it's just like, it's all about the fear, it's all about controlling the fear. There's another phrase as well, but I'll say it even now to this day. That's how I must, when I fell and hit my head, I don't know, maybe I hit my head a few years ago and I just got stuck saying the same thing about a psychotic fantasy about an addictive game. So I do have to be careful. If you ever see me in a captain's hat, have a word. Just go, Carl, listen. I know you're not always on with it and everything. Sometimes you drink too much or air. But You're wearing a captain's hat. This is too much. You are not a pilot. You are a drunk who's failed at many things. Stop. Take the captain's hat off. Just take that off. You can sleep in a bin, but take the captain's hat off, please. But I want one. I kind of want a captain's hat. I mean, a pilot at the end of the day is they're a glorified taxi driver, right? That's it. I don't have any special esteem for them, but it's a captain's hat, isn't it? I'm the captain. Maybe I'll get a captain's hat for the background of the podcast eventually, instead of a space blanket that's draped over a fridge, over a TV and fridge. TV fridge combo. Gotta talk some shit. Now, if I ever make it to 62, do you think I'll just be like Minddog? You know, bitter, unhappy, hypocritical, if anything. You know, making hit pieces on people. You know, that kind. I think I will. I think I'll just end up in a fucking basement. I do filter myself. And I just did, because I'm a human being. And as I've been saying that, I've been wiping my feet in the spooge beer or beer spooge all over the floor. That's what I've been doing. Just, the back of my mind, there's some sort of nice cooling sensation on my feet. What is it? It's beer. It's beer spooge. Unbelievable. Sorry, I've been missing. Cat is making a little passion fruit cocktail. Can't do vocal fry. Awesome. That sounds good. I remember when I was first in Rio, I think in 2014, there was an offer. Vodka and stuff is cheap, right? You can buy a cheapish vodka for next to nothing. But I think it was something like equivalent of about $12-14. But if you brought it with a passion fruit, it was like $6 or something like that. It's like, oh, okay then, I'll buy more things for less. And we made cheap or vodka-based caipirinhas. Obviously, it's cachaça. But you can get them with vodka as well. But we just did that with passion fruits and got slammed. Caipirinha. I've only had 3 since I've been here. I do like it. They do make them fucking strong. I think it's not something I really want to drink alone. So when I start meeting people more in the next week, might have a couple of those, but they get you fucked up because obviously in the UK everything's done by measure when you go out, right? It's 25ml for a shot, 50ml for a double, and that's it. You can't have any more. I know in New York when I went there, again like 10-12 years ago. Now I didn't have a smartphone at the time. So my north and south got completely reversed, and I knew where this bar was. It was in a basement. It was like Fish and Kettle or some, I don't know, some shit like that, right? I remember asking for a double JD and Coke. Don't judge me. This was 12 years ago, right? I say what? It's double JD and Coke, please. And I was right, spot the foreigner because I said please. And he just poured this fucking half a pint glass of JD and then tops it up, put 2 straws in it, and they're like, there you go then. And out of sheer arrogance, I drank that and then had another one. But I did enjoy that bar. It's a little dive bar, I think. But yeah, for years I had my north, and when I remembered where this and an Italian restaurant that I loved were, it's like I think 6th Street and 7th, 6th and 7th. Are they avenues or streets? I don't fucking. They're avenues, right? Sorry, I know I'm such a fucking foreigner. I've not been there for years. 6th and 7th, right? It was on one of those. But I had when I got off at a certain subway station, I had my north and south mixed up, so I'll probably never find them again. Plus, they're probably almost certainly gone. They're almost certainly gone. But I do get nostalgic when I go back somewhere. I like to sort of find those old places, even if they're completely different to I'll remember or not as good. I just kept going back to the same Italian because I did not do the New York food experience properly. I fucked it right up. And I tried to go to a diner, ended up in probably the worst diner in New York. I don't know. you know, for a classic diet of it, it was awful. Oh my god, the food was shit, and I'd been drinking, and I wanted booze, and they didn't have booze, and I was very upset. I think I don't know, waffle or some shit. I don't know. But then obviously Man versus Food came on the air, and I started going, okay, I need to go to these places. And then more recently, I've started getting recommendations for sandwich shops and stuff. I can't remember any names right now. Like just, you know, not change, just off the beaten track places where you can get a meatball sub, which will almost certainly make me shit myself. Almost certainly. But I do want one. So yeah, fuck the whole New York food. And I want to do a pizza tour as well. Kat, there was a comic that Ari Shafir interviewed on Skeptic Tank years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, that also sidelined as a pizza tour guide. And they actually went round on the podcast and did the pizza tour. And this guy could pick up a slice and tell you what temperature it was cooked at, what type it was, and all that. Fascinating. That's what I want to do. I want to do a pizza tour when I come over and just walk 10 miles or whatever it is and just have, you know, a slice in different places, and you get shown all the little hidden places, and yeah, that appeals to me. Again, I'll have to pre-eat Imodium probably, but that does sound appealing to me. That just popped in there. What we've got sparkling as yeah, Brock. I watched some of it, but sometimes I'm doing something else on Brock's on and I'm listening, but I could hear the fucking craziness. And then I wasn't watching when he ended it. I had a different tab open. Oh, lost the cap to the Tito's bottle today. It's got to be somewhere. Have a look around. That was glorious. I really enjoyed that Tito's that I had, except I drank nearly the whole bottle and then cried. So maybe when we go and see Hack Oddity, I've asked Jamie to find some time to do it in July. If he doesn't, I'll go and see him on my own. So if he wants to get his dream crushed again by that horrible family of his, he can do that. But I might take something like a bottle of Tito's up there. We'll have to have a word. But yeah, it should be July. I think it might happen now. Hopefully mid-July. You might see some edited pictures online of me, Jamie, and Hack in various states of inebriation over a couple of days. So we'll see. I hope he doesn't sober up since then. Hey, Brock. Well, you're welcome on, my friend. If you want to pop on the stream, welcome on. I'm just chatting. I've only got a few beers here. This isn't going to be a wild one. I'm just chatting absolute shit. You found the cap. Yeah, it's got to be. It's always under the cabinet, right? Always under the cabinet. Yeah, we're just speaking of the devil. Phenomenal stream last night, Brocky Brock. I was just hearing lots of yeehaws and whoops and other things bursting out of the laptop. But it was fun. Great picture as well. Love it. Henry Phillips appreciated it today as well, I saw. So well done on another fantastic. I wish I had a talent. Do you know what I mean? I wish I could draw. Basically, that's what I mean. I wish I could draw. God damn it. I don't know. I've moved places. I haven't got a desk. I've got a lager called Amber Lager, and Kat's going to make a cocktail called Amber Alert. The sub slogan is "Take a kid and take a drink." It's that fancy AF wine, is what it is. Is what it is, sir. Yeah, phenomenal. You got to switch it up sometimes, though, right? You can't always be closing on the 17 light beers. You got to do this bad boy thing sometimes. Oh, I think we might have a doggy dog. We might have a Minddog joining us. Brock, if you want to jump on, man, you're more than welcome. I'll stick it in your DM, but you don't have to. It's just there if you want it. I'm just chilling. I'm just absolutely chilling in my washed out lighting. This episode was to talk about doing comedy in Brazil, and that'll take about 5 seconds of time. So I intended to take more actions in the preceding days, but I've been very busy fucking around, and I lost my keys to the Airbnb, so I had to come to the centre where I am now to go and get more car. And she wanted a specific key ring. Oh man, 2 attempts it took me, but that is when I saw the Capivara. Oh yeah, Brock. I saw a capybara live at the end of the street the other day at night. Again, if you don't know what a capybara is, oh no, hang on, will that come up? Yeah, there we go. That's a capybara. Beautiful little fucking weird pig hog dog things. Cute as fuck. But every time I try to take a picture, it just go, "What the fuck you doing, man? What the fuck you doing, man?" And it's god, fuck my neck up. It's from the car crash, guys. Don't laugh. But it's at night, and it's I didn't want to put a flash in its paw. I didn't put a flash up his ass. But next time, I'll do it. I'll do it. Fair play. What this means is he hasn't started drinking yet. Because if I have a couple of beers, he would have come on. No, we love you, Brockster. We absolutely love you. Don't be changing. I don't think any of us should change unless we really need to for our mental and physical health, like me just drinking beer for a while. Red wine fucks me up, bro. We talked about it last night. I used to like white, but the first time I drank red, really. I was living in Southampton, and this box of 12 reds got delivered to my door, and I just signed it Mickey Mouse, right? And the guy, he lived 2 floors below, never came to ask for it. Obviously, they knew my number. It was like my house, and I just owned it Mickey, but he never came to ask for it. So me and my ex would go over to Southampton Common, which is a huge piece of, grass of park, I guess, in the city, and have picnics and drink a couple of bottles of red and then go back with our faces covered in red wine. And sometimes we'd see him and just wave, go, hi. And apparently one night I just said I've just been out drinking some red wine all day. So I think he was probably just intimidated by this psycho. I was quite young at the time as well, that stole his wine. So yeah, it's one of those odd bin special offers or something. I took the whole lot. So over several weeks or months or whatever it was, I just started knocking those back. And yeah, over the last few years, red wine's where it's at. I just love, you don't have to, wine's so cheap now. You don't have to buy bullshitty expensive wine in British currency. Once you hit the £5 or £6 mark, they're pretty good. If you buy a £3.47 and it's not been reduced, it's probably going to be shitty. But £5, £6, £8, that's it. You can get a nice Merlot, a nice whatever. What's the other one I've been liking recently? Not like a Shiraz or a Merlot. There's another one that girls like. I've noticed. I can't fucking remember. It's gone blank, but I like a bottle of that, whatever it is, for about £7, and that's it. And I'll drink. If I drink a bottle of red wine and have about 4 beers, I am fucked up. I'm fucked up. Red wine alone, if you have a couple of bottles, you get deep in the murky waters. Exactly. We always enjoy Brock. Now we do have a dog-shaped being in the background. However, he looks like he's not sorted his lighting out, and it's always scary when I see him without lighting. So I'll give him a minute. However, as soon as he waves, I'll bring him on. Bring him on. He wants to bring up. He doesn't care about the lighting. He's saying, I can't hear this. I'm just interpreting sign language. So please, and this is my catchphrase, by the way. If anyone else uses it, sue them. Please open your ears, open your mind, and welcome Minddog TV.
Where'd you get that line? That's a great line. I want to use that.
Joe Rogan.
Oh, I hate him.
It was some bald guy anyway with the podcast with a brick wall behind him. I think it was Rogan.
Fucking bald. I hate bald. I hate Rogan. I hate baldness. I hate it all. I'm a very hateful man.
Yeah.
I thought this was at 2. I was kind of waiting for you to start at 2. I didn't know you were live.
It's 2 p.m. Brazil time, 1 p.m. I'm getting fucked up with these time zones. I'm getting real fucked up.
So what did I miss, though? The bottom line, do you have a gig in the land of...
Well, the subject of the podcast, you mean? Haven't even touched it. But,
okay. I didn't miss anything. Good.
No, so it's an idea that was, I think, on Coffee with the Dog, right? And then I got really into it, started looking around, and didn't... I started doing some research, because I'm in a little area where there's not going to be any of that, certainly not English comedy. But Rio City and Sao Paulo, I think, are my best shots, and I'm going to both again. I'll probably be going to Rio twice. They've got comedy clubs. There's a lot of comedy, but it's all in Portuguese, right? But they have a lot of foreigners. There's a famous German comic, which I might be able to get in contact with. But she does it in Portuguese. Now, what I'm thinking of is at the very least, there must be a lot of British and American expats in Rio and Sao Paulo, the massive cities. And I know for a fact there are English pubs in both of those places. So at the very least, the expats go to white people, basically. At the
Kind
very
of
least,
brownish white people. No,
yeah,
like my color white.
yeah. I guess at the very least, I should be able to find. There's a lot of immigrants in Brazil, right? They're Dutch, German. If I can find some English, American, Dutch, German comics
I
that live
bet
here, there
there are.
must be. There must be. I believe. And we'll just put on a show at an English pub. That's my plan. That's my dream. Or maybe I could do something in a club, but I'd have to get a contact for that because I don't know anyone. I'll have to email someone and go, "Hi, can I do something?" But it'll be English speaking, which is the trick. But there must be, because comedy here, I was speaking to someone, it's quite new. Stand up, as we understand it, it's quite new here. Their comedy is has been very slapsticky.
Wow.
So they're probably 100 years behind
Yeah.
most people. But there is and he was on Rogan a few years ago actually. But there's a Brazilian comic called Rafinha Bastos, I think.
It wouldn't surprise me that there's a lot of Germans there. I think there's movies about that.
The secret now.
Documentaries and
Yeah, well, that there was a SEAL guy that went down to I think Argentina and found quite a lot. The whole villages were the direct descendants of that lot, and they still have the SS memorabilia of their great grandparents, and they're proud. Because a lot of them came, and the big rumor was obviously Adolf himself might have come to Argentina, right? That was a huge rumor.
Yeah, I remember when I was a teenager, maybe a little older than a teenager. Martin Bormann was located. I think he was already he was almost dead by that time, but they caught him just before he died, just enough to call him a Nazi and yell at him before he died. Yeah. So those people, I've always questioned the Germans' sense of artistic. I know a lot of what they did was raid art, great art from Europe and stuff when they would do, but I never see that because it's just so. I don't see them as being artistic, musically, visually artistic, or comedically artistic. They don't just.
Well, I guess a lot of it just hasn't come international because we had this conversation. Just tweeting this. We had the conversation briefly before when I was down in Portsmouth, I think, when I went to Berlin, and I'm going to go back. It's going to be difficult this year. I've got to get all these ideas out of my mind next year, probably in the summer, because I went in winter. But East Berlin, in particular, is very artistic. The former Russian stronghold, I guess, is very. There's a lot of comedy. There's English-speaking comedy. There's music. There's a lot of club like dance shit, EDM in Germany. I think heavier rock bands as well, but I think a lot of them just don't come international, or I'm not aware of it anyway. But
I'm just a prejudiced bastard, I guess. But I just see the German language just feels so unartistic to me.
It's harsh,
like,
right?
It's
a harsh language. I get it. And I've got German roots, and I agree with you. Can't trust
me
Germans,
too.
man.
I'm a quarter German.
Yeah,
Zimmerman was my grandmother's.
Yeah, so I might have been a Zimmerman, right? So my name was cut in half just before the First World War. Not, I think, because of the war. I think it was before that. It was like 10 years before. It must have just been an immigration thing.
Right.
But let's just settle in. And actually, my great grandfather was in the British Army. He was a hairdresser in the army, right? And boxing champion. So he was a tough hairdresser.
Boxing champion doesn't surprise me, but in the army, isn't it like I'm not really hairdressing? It's like a barber. They're basically just cutting it off, giving you a crew cut. It's not like
maybe pre-World War they didn't have clippers. Maybe they had to pair of scissors and brill cream. I don't know what the deal was back then, but this would have been like 1907, 08. I think he came over, and he changed the name. And he was my granddad's dad. My granddad was born just after World War One, and then fought in World War Two. So both the Germans fought for Britain.
So we could be related. You're a Zimmerman and I'm a Zimmerman.
I could be a Klinsmann. Now my niece has done some research, I think, through DNA and stuff. So we might, because we lose the name on that side. The other name was Mauser, so it was a proper. My dad's grandmother was a Mauser. I only know a Mauser from Police Academy, the one who took over from Harris for one movie. Lieutenant Hauser or Captain Mauser or something. But then, or Moiser or something. I don't fucking know, some German thing. And then, but my dad, where they changed that name, they cannot trace his father back because we don't know what the name was. But that might have changed. I think there might be parts of the family that might have figured that out, but we don't all talk and all that kind of thing. So
interesting. I was just got off the phone with my brother and we were talking about family tree because trying to research for my cousin's daughter some of my Italian family roots, and those people are hidden in mystery. They don't want to be known about, or there's no records. It's just weird stuff. My father's side of the family is nothing. I Google it. I look for birth records, death records, nothing.
So if you got, well, the one option might be, I mean, you will be giving all your DNA to the FBI, but do a DNA thing because they are tracking a lot of people through that now. They're going, oh yeah, you're related to these fucking 100 people from the last couple of 100 years.
Oh,
but it's it's interesting. I think I might get one for my dad as a gift because he's really interested. If I get him a DNA thing.
What do they do? You got to send them a blood sample.
They probably do mouth swabs. I would think saliva swab, maybe some hair.
Oh yeah,
a couple of those.
Good luck with that from me.
Yeah, there's different companies, but well, you could get around that ass, snip a couple of that back.
Yeah,
great hairs down there.
Heritage.com was saying they send in the DNA. I was just like, how do I send my DNA? You want me? You want me to take a blood sample? I don't know how I do that.
Well,
I guess a cheek swab.
Yeah, cheek swab's probably the easiest thing. Yeah, I don't know. There's different companies. I'm sure they have different methods, but apparently they do pop up quite a bit in terms of tracing some family. I mean, I'm more interested in it as I get older. The history. I think it might be nice to get for my dad before he slips off the mortal coil.
Yeah,
a DNA test.
Well, it's good to have your dad still with you, even no matter what your relationship was like. I mean, mine's been dead for 45 years, I think, 40 years. Yeah, I would love to have him around to ask him some questions. Hey, you left out a lot of information. Me and my brother were just talking about this. Like, my kids and my brother's kids knew who their grandfather was and knew all about him, even though he was dead before they were born. My father never told us anything. Anything about somebody posted I tweeted the other day, when was the last time you hugged your dad on Twitter? And I thought, never.
Well, I'll tell you something as well. I was speaking to a Brazilian lady and we got onto the subject of mothers, right? And I was like, I just said I didn't really hug my family and stuff, and she said, what, you never hugged your mother? And I was like, maybe when I was like 3 or 4 years old, I don't know, but as a knowledgeable human. But our family's like that. We don't hug. I only knew that happened when I went to other people's houses.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I was, maybe 16, 17, I didn't know that happened. I started going to a friend's house and hugged his mum and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? What's going on? And then my ex-girlfriend's house, and they were hugging. And I know it's weird. We're the anomaly, though. We are, because I do notice that most people are more, but we've never discussed our feelings or anything. But we're always, my relationship with my parents is good. We're always there when we need to be, if there's a problem.
Yeah.
But we just don't express anything vocally or physically.
I saw a friend of mine open mouth kiss his mother.
Well,
freaked me out. Still sticks with me.
Hot, but yeah, that's there is some. There is some cultures where the dads and sons kiss on the lips, right?
Yeah, well, with my son, I hugged him and kissed him, but with my father, never. And my mom, the only time I remember her hugging me is once, very late in life, where she came to see me. I was playing at a nursing home, and she came over at the end of the show and hugged me and said she was proud of me. That's beautiful. That's the only time I ever remember any physical show of affection from my family at all. Then I'm
trying to sort out a bit about this because my family's got some weird stuff.
Mother huggers.
Is yeah, I was trying to be careful who's watching this in some place, but I think I'll be safe. My uncle, great guy, killed himself, right, a few years ago. And it was my mum's got quite a complicated family where people who I thought were full brothers and sisters weren't. They were like half this and half that. And they were the two full siblings, right? So he killed himself. So obviously she's devastated because it came out of the blue. And my brother went round there, my older brother, and she in a moment of rare, obvious weakness, my mother sort of leant on his shoulder. Oh, and my brother just went, get off. Like, even in that, it's weird. It's funny to me to think about. Like, even in the worst circumstances, we can't even fucking hug each other.
Yeah. Well, I guess times were different. I don't know. These people in the chat room seem to be hugging their family. Oh, Christina said she didn't hug her parents.
Yeah, I mean, I hug my friends now. You know, I'll give if I see after the pandemic, maybe, I don't know, or just there's a group of comics that I know in Bristol, like George Willoughby and stuff. I remember we hadn't seen each other for a long time for some reason. I remember we gave big hugs. I hug probably comedians more than anyone else. Give Jamie a little hug when I left in Wales. His little body that's strangely small, but he hides it under his clothes. You see his legs come out on that photo; they're like tin. Just when you live on vodka and cigarettes and pain pills, I guess that you don't have a lot of meat on your bones. But
wow, what's his backstory? What with the pain stuff? How did he get on the pain pills?
I know very little. Only what he said on here, and to me that he had a bike accident years ago, got on pills, and now likes pills. And he might be watching. So Jamie, I'm not. If you want to come on, please come on. But that's all I know.
Yeah, well, if he's listening, I'm going to say some bad shit about him. Let me think what I could say. I don't know. I'll think of something later. He definitely needs some insults from me and some abuse. He definitely.
I think after Christmas. Well, not after Christmas, but in about March, I think he had this period of low energy, which I think he's over, by the way. But he had this period where he could barely do an hour on a podcast, and he was sleepy and stuff. But I think that he's over that. But I think he's had a talking to, and he's got to do a lot more family stuff now, which is fair. But I think that's probably the dream crusher, man.
Family is important.
Yeah. But there's ways of balancing it. I'm not,
You don't want to end up like me, a grumpy old man. Well, and I was talking to my wife about this morning. We hardly. I mean, if we see each other for like 5 or 6 hours a week, that's a lot now. Yeah, I need a hug. I need a joint. Is what I need.
Do you know what? I'm gonna start getting into weed. I've been saying it. I think when I get back, I'm gonna start getting into it. I'm gonna get some edibles off my friend. I will not mention him for legal reasons, but he posted me down some homemade edibles, and they were great. So I'll start getting on edibles, and I'll start the odd joint. Well, I'm not really a big smoker fan, but if there's a joint going around and I'm fucked up after a gig and stuff, I'll smoke anything. If it's crack, it's going in there. But a few joints here and there. And when I come to the US, for sure, I'm gonna partake a little bit, just to work out where my limits are.
Yeah.
And have a nice time.
Yeah, somebody gave me some regular weed about a couple of weeks ago, and it opened my eyes to just how much I'm getting crap from dispensaries. The legal weed is just not real. it's okay, but it doesn't compare to the stuff that is cheaper and better on the I don't want to call it the black market now. Now it's legal. The illegal stuff, I guess, is black market, but it's definitely better. It's definitely better to go illegal.
I think here it's a mixed bag. Pun intended, probably. It's a mixed bag. It's you just getting it on the street, and I don't know what I'm fucking smoking. I don't know. And here as well, people smoke spliffs, right? So it's tobacco and weed. So they don't smoke pure weed essentially, which is the proper way of doing it. But I guess part of it is might be financial as well. It's like it just goes further.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could see myself being a bit more as I go into my next couple of decades, being a bit more of a weed head than a booze head, to be honest.
What's the I don't want to say political climate. It's not really, but I know Brazil is basically conservative, but I don't hear much about what goes on. I mean, are they strict about you know, that kind of stuff, or weed enforcement and all that kind of stuff? Or is there tough laws about that there and drug stuff? Or
Yeah, Kat, we'll sort something out. I'm going to try and do some stuff while I'm out there for sure, even if it's a fucking mic by a bin. It's strange because in some ways Brazil's a wild place, right? It's very liberal in some ways, but in other ways it is very conservative. And
yeah, I think the president is like a Trumper guy. He was.
He's there. I mean, everyone fucking hates this guy. He's a Bolsonaro, right? Everyone hates this guy, and he's probably gonna get booted out this year. But there's going to be some problems. But he's going up against the guy that just got out of prison. But it's wild. It's wild. They've had like 3 impeachments in a row. This one went last time I was out here. This other guy had to hand himself into the police. It's the president. But he's out and now running against, and he's very popular. This guy that's been in prison, he's very popular with the normal people, because he's. What you've got to accept here is that everyone's corrupt, right? Yeah. It's everywhere, but you've just got to have who's going to help us a bit more. It's the same. I think it's the same as probably America or the UK. It's just more overt here. It's more fucking obvious.
Yeah.
But I think he will probably win. But the climate, yeah, it's conservative, and weed is pretty illegal. I haven't places like where I am now. You probably walk past some people smoking it, and no one will really give a shit. The police might. In the cities too. I mean, I remember at my friends in Porto Alegre a few years ago. We went up onto the roof to smoke. But it's around. Everything's around. If you walk down Copacabana Beach, right, the famous beach in Rio, where I saw you, at night, you'll get guys from the favela. Cerveja, agua, beer, water, and then they'll say, I think, it's cocaine. I don't even know what the Brazilian is for weed. I should learn it. But they'll also, out of their little box, they've probably got coke and weed in there as well. So you can get it. But it is illegal here. And it is legally, it's pretty frowned. Not just because of Bolsonaro, but it hasn't got to the point anywhere near here where it's got near being legal or anything like that or accepted. But a lot of people still smoke it. There's still a market for it.
Huh. Yeah, and I think they actually grow coca leaves somewhere down there, But
probably. I know Peru for sure, Colombia obviously, but probably Brazil. I've not seen them. When I was in Peru, you can just buy them in a newsagent. But they're not. It's not. I've just picked a mosquito bite until it bled.
You sure it's not monkeypox?
The effect, chewing a coca leaf is just like a really, really, really strong caffeine. It's not. You're not, because cocaine's a process, right? It's cooked and fucking chopped and cut and baked. But the leaf itself, because I struggled with altitude in Peru, in Cusco, like 11,000 feet or something. But as soon as I got out of the cab, I thought I was having a heart attack.
Yeah, altitude fucks me up. Even in Denver, which is not a lot, it's 5,000 feet or something.
It's still pretty high. I mean, if you're used to sea level, which I pretty much am, or a few hundred feet, 2 of us out of the 5 of us or 6 of us had real bad effects, and one of us had to even fly back down to Lima to the coast early. But for me, it took 4 or 5 days, and on the second or third day, we started, because I took these pills, which are basically, I think, aspirin and something else. Aspirin probably to thin the blood, right? And maybe caffeine. Yeah, aspirin and caffeine makes sense. So we'd take them, and then we started on the coca leaves. You just chew them up, spit them out at the end. They helped for about 4 days, and then I started to acclimatize. I started to feel good.
Wow. So if you go back down to sea level now, you get like the opposite effect, like pressure. I'm feeling pressure.
Maybe, but I don't think I was in it long enough. I was up in the mountains for like 5 days in Peru. We went down to Machu Picchu, which is actually lower. It's like 8,000, so I felt fine there. And then back up, and then flew back down. So I literally just started to feel all right, and then we flew down. So maybe if you're up there for a long time, you for a few months or weeks, and then you come down, you'll notice it.
Wow.
Yeah,
I've only been in that kind of stuff not for long. Like when I go to Denver, but it's brutal. It's brutal for me. I don't deal with it well at all.
Yeah, it's strange, and there's no. Give me 1 second. I will try I'll try this one now, which is a Casaldis Pure Malt, and it's got like a black dude on the can. So yeah, there we go. So it's Brazilian, I think, and it is some percentage that I can't see, but hopefully a decent one. Yeah, it is strange. And there's no. It's not related to age. It's not related to fitness.
Yeah,
I'm sure they have an effect, but scientifically they can't tie it. So it's probably genetic. It's probably, certain bloodlines or whatnot never went high. I don't know, or just can't adapt to it, or they're less adaptable. Yeah,
I find that I'm basically a pussy when it comes to anything. Like if I get a cold, just a basic head cold, I react to it worse than most people would. Most people just blow it up. It's a cold. Me, I'm dying. I'm getting in bed, and I'm gonna be in bed until this thing is gone. So I could be all in your mind. Basically, if I feel like, my chest feels a little weird, the pressure here's got me a little, I'll work it up in my mind so that I'm gonna die.
I definitely suffered psychologically. So what happened was we flew up early in the morning, and we had been out partying the night before, and we shouldn't have been. And I'll say this: we were partaking in things that we shouldn't have been partaking in Peru, in Lima, in a club. Yeah, we all got fucked up, and the next morning, like 7:30, we had to fly up to the Andes, basically, and so that might have played into it as well. But I didn't even think about it. I just literally, we were taking the pills on the plane, but I wasn't thinking about altitude in any specific way. Got to the airport, got in a cab, drove 10 miles or whatnot. We get to this beautiful little town. I open the door and step out of the cab, and that's when it hit me. It hit me like a heat wave or anything else, or some wind. I just couldn't breathe.
Yeah,
I'm genuinely
talking to Andy's nephew right now.
Joe, it's his birthday today, right?
Yeah, just wishing him a happy birthday personally.
Oh, we've got a lady in the background, or someone who likes ladies.
Really? A lady?
Oh,
hello, fellas.
All right. And now the interrogation starts. Mob talk.
Brock's got to drink 12 beers before he starts interrogating you.
Well, Ray Liotta died today, so all secrets died with Ray Liotta.
And I forgot about that. So he's weirdly at the beginning of this, I was talking about the old Jamie, my old podcast partner, which we're going to do a couple of things together in the future. I was talking about him, and as I was talking about him, he texted me, and we don't text that much anymore, and said Ray Liotta's dead. So I found out on here in the last hour and 18 minutes. So yeah, obviously turned into a bit of a fucking weirdo in later years, had the plastic surgery and all the rest of it. But obviously Goodfellas is it's got to be in the top whatever movies of all time. I love it. Every time I watch it, I notice something new. I'm laughing at something else. Yeah.
Now I get to live the rest of my life like a schnook. What's with those glasses? You trying to look like me? Why don't you go shave your head? Come on back. When we'll see how much you can look like me.
It's the pinnacle I'm striving for.
I never saw you with glasses before. You actually do you have a vision problem, or you're just trying to look stylish?
Oh yeah, no, I've had glasses since the 6th grade. And,
but you do artwork without the glasses.
Yeah, I don't have any problem looking up close. It's just I have to have it when I'm driving. It sucks. I can't, and they keep getting worse. It's
I've had contacts for 14 years. The only reason I don't have glasses because I always used to lose them. I went through a period when I was at school. I got glasses, great, lost both sets, and then just never saw properly for I don't know, 13 years. And you just adapt, right? I can move around, I can do this shit. And one day, an ex forced me to go to the opticians. They put these lenses in, and they said, go and walk around and see how you feel in the street and come back. And I honestly, it was like a sitcom. I was just staring at trees and leaves. I was going, leaves look like that. I can see individual leaves, and then staring at whatever the stars, number plates. For 2 weeks straight, I was reading every fucking registration plate that we went past.
But Bigfoot was still blurry.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. But wild. But yeah, I think mine was degraded a little bit the last couple of years. So I probably should go and get an eye test. I just get one prescription every 10 years and then buy them online. I don't want to interact with an optician, trying to sell me shit.
Same here.
But
I got these. I think last September, and that was just like you said. That was the first time I've been to an eye doctor in 10, 15 years, probably.
Yeah, I've gone because I've had like an ulcer on my eyeball and that kind of thing. It's like, can you help with this?
I had one of those in 1992. It was from dirty contacts, and
yeah, probably the same. Probably I didn't wash my hands when I'm putting them in.
Yep.
I've had my finger up my arse all morning and then put a contact in. You know how it is.
Hold on a second. Let me get this dog in. I was going to jump.
I can have perfect vision when I squint. With the glasses off, I could see perfectly if I do this, but I can't do this all the time because I'll get a headache.
I know exactly what you mean. Let me get this dog in.
Do your thing. He's on that fancy as fuck wine. There's going to be problems later.
Do I
I
need to get wine?
I've got a little beer.
My head is peeling and it's itchy as hell.
Burned?
Well, I got a sunburn when I did the lacrosse games a couple of weeks ago, but I've been out in the sun a lot lately. And
you need a little hat. You need to get a little bucket hat.
Yeah,
you're working out in the sun. That looked pretty cool though on the proper camera setup. Was it one of the ones with a footrest? I don't know what they're even called.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I know a camera operator through UFO stuff. Actually, he does a lot of stuff for TV. I think he films a lot of stuff for games and gigs and stuff in Vegas.
Well, sports is it's a challenge to cover from a video perspective, but especially if you never saw the sport before. That was my first time being at a lacrosse game ever in my life, and I didn't know how fast it moved and how rough the game was and all that kind of stuff. So
are you controlling focus and stuff, or is that automated pretty much now?
No, it was all manual focus, and you got the controls on the handlebars, which the zoom, pan, and tilt, and all that kind of stuff. And then the other handlebar has the manual focus stuff. So you're constantly doing this kind of stuff, but following stuff that is going like 100 miles an hour, and the ball from the stands. And if you're looking in the monitor, it looks even smaller, but it looks like a golf ball from that far away.
I can't imagine, because that other guy, Joe, someone on Twitter, he does the ice hockey and stuff. I can't imagine live. I've seen ice hockey once live, and I can't see the fucking thing. I just hear when they're cheering and the points go up on the board.
Yeah, they need to have like a laser beam on it or something so you can see it where it's going.
So I'm interested in that a little bit. So I guess you get, because when you're watching sports, you get a remit. Like I'm on the wide shots, right? I just panning this way, and the director's going to cut to different stuff live.
Right.
So what were you doing?
We have one guy. Well, they definitely there's lots of different cameras, but in every area there's a guy who's doing tight shots and a guy who's doing wide shots, and you don't move from too wide. They tell you where your parameters are for how wide you're going to be. And I said, listen, I'm new to this game. I got to be the wide shot. But
all you've got to do then is this, right? You've just got to move left and right.
Pretty much, yeah, up and down and left and right. Yeah. What struck me was how friggin' rough that game is. Rugby is a rough game. I think lacrosse is rougher. I've never
really watched it. Maybe is it in the Olympics? Maybe I saw it in the Olympics or something. I don't know.
You're allowed to hit the other guy in the face with your stick. You got the stick and you can just beat him with it and use it as a weapon. And then I saw a guy get a penalty for unnecessary roughness. I was like, what constitutes unnecessary roughness in a sport like this? You got to hack his balls off with a rusty hacksaw and shove him down his throat? Well, that's a little unnecessary, folks. I mean, really, when anything goes, how could it be unnecessary roughness? You're hitting people in the face with a stick.
I had no idea. I assumed it is Mux Karma. I've got a picture up here. I think. Yeah, this picture's had a whack in the face.
Yeah.
From my grandmother. Yes. Well, I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. I thought it was quite, I thought it was just a nice little sport that you fling balls in nets around.
No, and that ball is hard as a rock, and if you get hit with it, oh my God, it's so painful. It's unbelievable.
Wow,
What?
there we go. I've learned something. So yeah, lacrosse. Yeah, I've seen a couple of injuries live. We used to play field hockey at school for a couple of years on grass, and that you can get the ball's fucking hard as fuck. First of all, every like teenager has got a wooden stick in their hands. Like my friend had his teeth pushed through his lip and stuff with the ball. A few of these things you can get injuries, and then hockey I never understand. Weirdly, Cardiff. UK have got a little ice hockey league, and I never really knew, but Cardiff were really good. And I went to watch. It's actually the one day where I started like getting an eye ulcer. Everything was hurting looking at the bright of the ice. But Cardiff versus Sheffield or something was this big grudge match, and I enjoyed it. It was something different. I went and got a slice of pizza. We took a raffle to throw these pucks in at halftime, and then you win a prize. But it's something different. But yeah, I know you can fight. You can allow. There's certain times or certain amounts of times that you can have a fight. I don't know what even it's called. I'm not naive about it, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Well, Brett, you were a hockey fan down there. You got a team in Nashville now, right? A hockey team.
We've got the Predators. It's huge. I mean, they're sold out all the time, especially if they get closer to the Stanley Cup. But I'm not a hockey fan. I don't know anything about it. But there's a lot of people really, really into it down here.
So surprising because I go back to the days of being an old man and all, when there were no Southern hockey team. Nothing south of Philadelphia had hockey. Now every place in the South has hockey. You just don't.
I thought it was just Canadian for a while.
No, the original league, the Rangers and the Flyers were part of the original league. But it was mostly Canadian. It was Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Edmonton. But a couple of U.S. teams. But yeah, never like L.A. and there's one in Florida and Nashville. Even Arizona, I think, has a hockey team now. I'm not even sure, but I don't follow it anymore.
At this point, it feels like that if I really took an interest in it and really got into it, it's almost like, being a fair weather fan or kind of, oh, look at this not real fan. Look at this fake fan,
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's just baseball, football, and motorcycle racing. That's about it.
Football, even that, Tennessee did before and they were the Houston Oilers that moved to Tennessee, right? And became the Tennessee Titans. So who were you a fan of before the Titans came to Tennessee?
It kind of went back and forth. Back in the 80s, Joe Montana. So I was always a 49ers fan. And at that point, the Packers always sucked. I mean, and Reggie White, he played here at the University of Tennessee. So I was always kind of a Packers fan. And but now I've kind of switched now. When Detroit several years ago lost every single game of their season, I became a Lions fan. And I'm always rooting for the underdog because it's easy to, but it's I go back and forth. There's certain when it comes to the National League in baseball, I only like the Cubs. When it comes to the American League, I only like 3 teams. And there's so many that, like football, I can give or take some, but some I really like and some I just absolutely hate.
Wow. I always been like underdogs too, but not to that extent where I would become a Lions fan.
You gotta want it.
Well, you might as well be a Jets fan. It's pretty close, but they, they don't suck that bad. They never lost every game in the season. The perfect season.
I hope to attend some US games, probably not in the next one, but when I start coming more often, I'm going to go and see a hockey game, go and see a football game. Baseball, I want to for the experience, but I know I'm going to be bored with the game. Maybe not. Maybe I'll get into it.
It's not. If you go to the baseball game, it's not like what you watch on television anymore. It's all between innings. They got all these kind of ridiculous things where they're shooting stuff up into the stands and
Shows and stuff, right?
yeah.
So you can just go and have some beers, eat some pies or whatever food
And
they've
people
got.
are goosing each other and doing all sorts of weird stuff, and it's all about ceremony and nonsense and rituals.
But I'd probably enjoy it just because it's different. Like I've only really seen football here, so I think it would be nice to go and see something just that's alien and just get drunk and watch some guys with steroids and big asses smack balls around the field. Why not?
Yeah,
we got a hockey or a soccer team here now, and I saw beers are $15 a piece.
Jesus,
like no thanks. Soccer's another game that I enjoy watching women's Olympic soccer for sure, but just not a soccer fan. Wasn't raised with it. Don't know anything about it. And but you mentioned going to a baseball game. I used to love going to ball games and just sitting out in the outfield, get drunk, eating just terrible food, nachos and peanuts, and I love it. Just getting sunburned and still love it. But now
the game to me is almost incidental, right? You're going to have fun watching it, but you're also going to enjoy the beer and the food and the hang and seeing just people watching around you. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
When I went to the Met game a couple of weeks ago, Mikey took me to a doubleheader Met game. All I was concerned with was the women. I was just looking around at different women saying, she's too young for him. She's too hot for him. All that kind of stuff. But that was my preoccupation. I didn't care about the game.
That's a huge reason. Well, one of the reasons why I became a Cubs fan, because when the Cubs started losing during a game, Arnie Harris, the producer, would instruct his cameramen to scan the stadium and look for really hot women. And they just hold the camera on them with some, hot blonde and this drinking beer. And then Harry Carey would just start commenting, like, I'm a Cubs fan.
Yeah. Hey.
Unbelievable. I almost forgot I was on air for a minute. So, yeah, Jamie's just missing in general. Looking down in the gutter here, my little gutter torch, you see that, did I wear a skirt when I played field hockey? Yeah. And you know what else? I played it for 1 year. And they made us at middle school play netball for 1 year too. And I didn't. This was back in the day when gym teachers could be paedophiles. So I forgot my kit, and they made me go out in some shoes that were left. My shoes. No shorts, just my underpants, and they were these tighty whiteys with red stripes. And I'm like 10 and fucking mortified and shy, and a shy kid. Yeah, it's gym teachers is a whole subject, but they're back in those days. So that's my memories of playing netball for a year, just being humiliated in front of girls that I liked.
Been there, done that. That's why I hated gym class.
I never had gym class because I always played, baseball or football. But I always hated like why do I have to shower after practice? I can go home and do that. Why do I have to be naked around all these kids in junior high? It just didn't make. It was like, not that it was borderline gay. It's like, why are you making us do this? I'm like, what?
It's fucking horrible. It's horrible. First of all, but especially the shy kids or something. It's like I was terrified as well, like getting in the shower. It's weird. I was like, why are we all hanging out? And then you can see who's got pubes and who hasn't. And you're fucking 12. It's like, I'm sorry, but it isn't grown yet.
In an old junior high, the shower room is almost always like the shower drain was always clogged, so you're ankle deep in staph and dingy, nasty,
and piss. Somebody's pissing on someone.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember a guy who used to grunt. He would be in the shower and he'd be washing himself and he'd make and it would fucking drive me insane. It's just like, I want to kill that fucking guy. It's bad enough I got to sit here and see you touching yourself all over. Don't be making those funny noises.
We had one guy. He was a big, strong guy and kind of a bully, looking back. But he would get under the shower head next to you and then turn around trying to talk to you and would piss on your leg, and
Oh yeah.
you know, you couldn't do anything about it. I mean, you know, the dude's already matured physically, so he was just too big and strong and fast. And there's no, I mean, you know, especially a junior high kid. I mean, there's no mercy, just kill you. And yeah, you learn real quick that if that dude's in the shower, just don't go in.
Yeah, we had a guy. I saw him on Instagram the other day, actually. But we actually met later in life and got on, went for beers and stuff. But he was a piece of shit. But he was shaving at 12, and I mean, like, had stubble at 12. And that motherfucker would, yeah, I'm sure some of those guys used to piss on people, piss up people's legs and all that stuff. It's just, please, or like piss on your clean clothes when you're still out in the gym or something. They come in and just piss all over your trousers and. Motherfuckers. Yeah, that just took me back for there. But yes, Kat, it did push me into guess comedy at some point.
I remember one time we had
I had the mustache at 12. I had this mustache at 12 years old.
I was like a baby's bum, a little baby's bum, except I made a mistake. I used to play with my dad's razor when I was like 11 or something. I would cover my entire face in shaving foam just for fun and then get his Bic, but I'd have it with a cover on and just shave everything just for fun. But I think a couple of times I must have accidentally left the cover off and I shaved. So now I get joiny up eyebrows I have to fucking pluck like a girl. Otherwise I look like a serial killer. And I had this little, we called a bum fluff mustache when I was like 13, 14. And I still to this day, if my kid have had that, you've got to take him aside. My dad didn't for a couple of years. So I used to get mocked for the bum fluff. It's like that, just fur, just here. And that was harsh too. So this always grows thicker, but it just grew from, I guess, 12, 13, and the rest of it I didn't shave for ages. So I was a bit slow. But I think my dad at one point said, "Why don't you go and shave that thing off?" But it took him 2 years. If you'd have told me at 14, I would have missed out on quite a bit of bullying.
Carl, you're talking about people pissing on your clothes, and like one time at summer camp, football summer camp, people would do stuff, to other kids, that kind of thing. And somehow I avoided it. But one pair of underwear I had from summer camp, some people, I don't know who did it, but they had kind of rubbed the front part of my underwear full of atomic bomb, which is like industrial strength, icy hot.
Right,
so
yeah.
I put on these clean underwear when I got home, and it's like, oh, man, my genitals are itchy. So I started scratching. And what I was doing was I was rubbing it in deeper. And next thing you know, my genitals are on fire. And I pulled them over. Yeah, it's just so weird what kids would do to other kids.
Yeah, we had our stuff was called deep heat, or I can't remember what the cold one was called, but deep heat normally that would get done there as well in the underwear. Motherfuckers, that's such a shit move, but probably hilarious if you're the one doing it.
Yeah, I'm lucky that I didn't put on that pair of underwear and then have to suit up and go out and scrimmage and practice in the middle of the day. I'd have been dying. So luckily it happened at home.
Yeah, but I did a couple of shitty things. There was a couple of things that I fucking regret that I did to people at school. I wasn't a bully. I got bullied a little, but then sometimes I'd stand up to it because I got beaten up at home by my brother. So when people would hit me at school, I'd be like, all right, that's fine. I'm getting hit by adults at home. But then sometimes I guess you get together with a group of friends and you'd be dicks to some poor little fucker. Yeah, I've got some memories,
Yep, I'm with you.
I feel a little bit bad.
Yeah, I'm living my whole life trying to, because I have nightmares about what a prick I was.
Yeah. I put someone in a cage, Matt. I can't get too many details, but I put someone in a cage that was a cage around an old heater, and we poked them with sticks, and their jacket melted to the fire. It was fucking rough. That point, it was such a shy little kid as well, and it had other bad optics, which I won't go into. Thinking about it, but it was just shitty. I kicked someone in the balls a couple of times, actually. I kicked someone in the balls once, right? He had to go to fucking hospital because it went up. One went up inside. And the school made me, I mean, now they wouldn't let this happen for safety, right? But the school made me go around his house and apologize to his mother or apologize to him on my own. They would go to his fucking house. And the mother answered the door. And I'm like, I think I took my friend who waited at the end of the drive. I felt so bad. She was crying. Like, my son, almost lost a testicle because you kicked him in the bottom. I'm sorry, it just got out of hand. Just, yeah. So, yeah, that's what the Cade thing and the ball thing I feel bad about.
I put a tweet out a while back because I was sitting around, during this past 2 years, you get plenty of time to think. And I just thought, what was the most vicious time for us kids? And for me, it was 6th grade. That was when you're just at your most Lord of the Flies-ish, just like you said. You'd be walking down the hall, and just here comes your buddy, and you just whack him in the nuts, and just crippling, and he's on his knees, he's crippled right there on the floor in front of everybody laughs. And then the flinch game. If you flinched, then they'd come up with a frog and just punch you in the arm, and you can just go home and your arms just be bruised every day. And of course, if you frog somebody and didn't wipe it off, then they get to hit you 5 times, and that, oh God.
Yeah, we hung. I was really good friends with this one kid. We played football together, and my dad and his dad worked together. Like, my dad was a builder, a general maintenance guy, and his dad was a carpenter, so they all knew each other. I was friends with this kid, but other people would pick on him, and I used to join in sometimes. He was short. One day we hung him from the back of his jumper from the hooks, and he couldn't get down. And that, shit like that. Like, come on, man. Although that is quite funny thinking about it. Hanging a short person from a coat hook is funny, objectively. In fact, fuck that guy.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, I had 2 older brothers, and the nearest one is 7 years older, and those motherfuckers used to kick, because they used to look after me. My parents would work, and they would babysit me, and I used to get the shit beaten out of me. I had the classic being pegged outside and covered in jam, waiting for bees to come and sting me, or wasps, or whatever the fuck.
Wow.
Those motherfuckers. And my brother fed me a snail sandwich once, snail and cheese.
I just got up before I was talking with my brother, my brother's 7 years older than me, and he was a bit of a bully. But he was saying that, and his bullying me definitely toughened me up for. So when I would fight kids my own age, there was no comparison. I've been busy fighting a brother who's 7 years older than me. So somebody my own age was not a problem.
I remember having that because I used to give in to this bullying, like let him think I was hurt. But one day I didn't. He was punching the shit out of me in front of all his girlfriends and stuff, and I just stood there and I was like, you know what, it hurts, but 1, I'm not going to show it, and 2, my brother hit me harder than that Saturday with 1 punch. So, and I was just like shrugged. And I was like, well, you can't do anything. And I think that was the turning point. I think he had a bit of respect for me after that one. But we met a few years later when we were 18, 19. We went out for beers and stuff. We're fine. It was just like I can put that stuff back to, like, I remember meeting someone in a nightclub as well and saying, you used to fucking bully me at school, and he shit himself. He was like, no man, no, we're so sorry because look at the size of you. I wouldn't. I was then bigger than him when we were 24. But at the time, he used to hit me with tennis rackets and all that fucking shit, motherfuckers. When I'm trying to look cool in front of the girls. Yeah, Kat, girls are way meaner. It's like boys will give each other a black eye, but girls will fucking destroy each other's hearts and emotions, right? For sure. I think that the great Louis bit, right, is that girls gone wild get their tits out, women gone wild drown their kids in the tub. So it just gets mean.
Yeah, well, that movie, and I never saw it, but the movie Mean Girls, I think is kind of a reality. I mean, there's a lot of that, especially in high school. Girls can be the meanest people who ever lived. I mean, little Hitlers.
You go out, I remember going out years back, uni and stuff, and you'd be friends with boys and girls who sat around at the table, and then like a hot girl walks in, and the guy is like, well, naturally like do this, and just watch the reactions of the girls that you're with. You're just friends. There's no threat here. They're not your girlfriend. And it's like, you get the face on, and then it's like, well, the bag's fake. It's not Gucci. They feel the need to throw a few attacks in there. I guess it's natural, but it's funny to watch.
Oh, remember when did you guys ever wear sweatpants to school, and then somebody'd come up and jerk them down in front of everybody?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wasn't that great?
I can't remember what it was called, but that was a thing. And even the shorts at football and stuff, that would have you'd be on the field and someone come behind you. Two of them will come up and get one leg each. And
You learn really quickly to always have pants and a belt.
Yeah, and to fucking watch your surroundings. Yeah, fun shit, but yeah, humiliating at the same time. And a lot of penises were shown around school.
Funny as long as it's not happening to you.
Is Jamie performing tonight?
No, I asked him, and he just said no. And I said, "Is it Dream Crusher related?" And he said, "Yes." So family stuff, I guess.
I saw that on Twitter, the Dream Crushers.
I was straight up tell him now. Fuck his family, man. Okay. But yeah, he'll be bound for Dykes Mann tomorrow. But we'll get into it with him a bit then, maybe. But yeah, he's gigging. To be fair to him, he's actually doing gigs now, because for 2 years, he was calling himself a comedian and wasn't really doing any gigs. And then he is doing it, but he's doing it very locally. But it is difficult for him. He lives in a arse end of nowhere. He doesn't drive. So he needs to sort that out. But yeah, he's going up to Edinburgh, and I think that'll be really good for him. I'll be there with him one day, and then hopefully he'll start in the next year. The daughter is getting a bit older; she can look after the other kid, and he'll get a bit more freedom. That's what I'm hoping. He needs to get out and around a little bit more.
That's cool.
Yeah. So he's at least he is doing stuff though. There's another local guy that's up there that does go all over the UK all the time. He's always on the road trying to build something, and Jamie's good friends with him, and he's getting him at least some local gigs at the moment. So it's nice. But yeah, I spend half my time fucking traveling for hours, and half the time I don't even talk about it, but I'm always doing something. When I'm in the UK, I'm always on the way to a gig or sorting them out or admin. Even out here, I'm doing admin for stuff when I get back. Yeah, you got to keep doing it. Unfortunately, it's fucking. You're not going to get competent or consistently good if you don't do it all the time.
Nope, You're absolutely right. You can't learn to fight in the gym. You can't.
And you've got to be uncomfortable. You've got to be tired and coming back at 1 a.m. having had a shit time. You got to have all that in different places. And he did do a real rough gig a few weeks ago, I think, where the audience just aren't interested at all. They're too drunk. They're not interested in comedy. They're just yelling shit. You've got to have those. And also meet other people is important, because when I went to a random gig in September and met a few people that now I do stuff with all the time, and probably will do it. One of them I'll probably do a festival thing with next year. You just meet random people that you get on with, get drunk together, make some ridiculous plans that you may or may not see through.
Yeah,
it's you got to stick with it for sure, because it's I took off a year and a half, 2 years or so, and I did a stand-up gig with Triple E several months back, and I was clearly rusty. I couldn't remember my character. Everything was just.
It's so different, because you can sit at home in the mirror if you want and practice if you like, and it can go. I've got the timing down. In reality, with the adrenaline in the room, the timings are completely different. You might be faster, you might be slower. You'll forget something.
Yep.
And then it's like fuck. Just try and chit. But yeah, it's horrible. But yeah, I wonder what. I've got a festival now next month, Bushfest. It's hilarious. Tiny little thing in the UK on the 23rd of July. So I've got a hard return. But I need to do a couple of gigs before that, at least 2 or 3, just to like, okay, get my legs back under me, test a couple of things out, and then I'll be confident up there, because at least at Edinburgh they're geared to watching comedy, whereas sometimes you can go and do a little room, and I'm sure Tripoli's audience was as well. They're ready for comedy, right? Whereas some places I gig in, they're not. Half the room is, half the room isn't. So sometimes you've got to balance that as well. But at least at Edinburgh, they go in there specifically to watch a comedy show. You would hope, unless it's a Chinese tourist that's just getting out of rain, which can happen. And they're like, "What? Why is this guy? Why is this guy talking about crisis actors and making fun?" I don't know. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I love it. And then, so Brock, yeah, my plan is that I guess the point of this episode that I haven't spent any time talking about, I'm going to try and do a gig in Brazil before I go back.
Well, I saw the title there. How's it going, man?
Yeah, well, I haven't done much, but I've spoken to someone. I can probably get in touch. A lot of people do comedy in Portuguese here. That's the problem. So I've got to find some English speakers. My feeling is in Rio City and Sao Paulo, there's got to be a shit ton of US, UK, Dutch, German, English speaking expats, and I'm hoping some of them do comedy. That's my feeling. And even if I can get 3 or 4 people, and we'll put on a random show in a pub, in an English pub, which they do have in the big cities, right? Not where I am now. That will probably be the most likely event. Getting into a club, maybe I can blag my way in, but then most of them just do Portuguese, so it's English comedy hasn't really spread here that much. But I'm convinced it is a challenge. And worst case, I'll rent a speaker and a microphone and find some people and we'll go down the fucking beach and harass people.
Find the town square.
Yeah, fuck it. And then but that's the challenge. So I'm going to get one. I have to write some stuff for here because most of them, you don't know what the audience is. Is their English good? You would hope so if it's an English pub.
Who's from out of town? What's up with this heat?
Yeah, so most of my stuff is quite specific. It's slang and all. It's different stuff from my life and stuff, and it might not translate to someone unless they've got really good English. I'm hoping, but I did do comedy in Berlin, and that was fine. So Germans will get it, the Dutch will get it. But it's just got to hope that there's not too many half English speakers in the room. You know, they can get.
Well, I'm on Craigslist in Sao Paulo, Brazil, right now, looking at events and local events and stuff like that. Doesn't look like it does anywhere else in the world. Like they got nothing going on. People don't use Craigslist down there, even though they have one.
Craigslist is on its way out in Germany. They're pretty internet.
Yeah, but generally you'll find out where like musicians or comedians are going, like open mic nights and stuff. You see that listed, but even in like the music section, it's totally empty. Here it would be completely full of amateurs saying where's the open mics.
Yeah, so I tried. If you do that in London, yeah, you'll find websites and stuff. But Facebook and Instagram are pretty good now. That's how I found. There is a guy that runs English nights, but he hasn't posted for like 22 weeks. It's one of those. So it might be one where I just DM the guy and say, "What's the deal, man? Do you know anyone? What's going on?" Even if I can do 10 minutes, that counts. And just be in a show and then just get, meet some random comedians from this way. That'll be fun. Yeah, I've been out here so long and I'm out here for probably close to another month at least. So
I don't think you're coming back.
Well, I have to. I've booked a festival and I don't want to come back. That's the thing. I want to extend to 6 months and then just keep going and try and live here. But I can't. I've got things to do. And if I want to do comedy, I'm going to have to go back to the UK. It's just tough. It'd be too tough here. In the future, it might be something that gets bigger, and I can sort of come back. But I love comedy in the UK though, so I have to come back. And I've got to get home and get some money together, and then come to the US as well. So I've got things to do. But there's 75% of my brain is saying just fucking stay, figure it out.
Dopamina comedy in Sao Paulo has English speaking. They have English-speaking comedy there.
There we go. Dopamina.
Dopamina.
Do you want to chuck a link in Twitter and I'll look later? That'll be good. Fantastic. There we go. Yeah, I did a bit of research. There's loads of clubs in Rio, but they're all Portuguese. But that might be run by this same guy. I can't remember his name. But I'm going to get over the weekend. I've got a bit of time, so I'll just send some messages, do some research, send a shitload of emails. I've got a clip, but I need to edit it a little bit because it isn't, there's a couple of bits where I'm a bit rusty. So I'll do some funky camera work for that little edit. Just that bit where I go, it will just go black and white and zoom in. You won't notice. No, I've had a clip that I've been meaning to cut down for a while. It's all right as well. So for the first time, most of my videos, I've just got tits. I'm too fat. I'm sweating. It's the first gig since the pandemic, and I'm like, nervous.
That's what I always love. But there's always somebody taking pictures like an open mic or a show, and
Yeah.
you look back at those pictures and just pitted out, just big
Oh my
sweat.
god, the pictures. And I look creepy in any kind of shadow. So there are a couple of gigs that I don't have good lighting, but they'll hire a photographer. And some people, they get great pictures. Me, I'm just this shadowy, creepy mess. Like, and I'm mid like, and jowls going. Yeah, it's not good. But yeah, we'll see what we get.
That's one thing I don't miss about comedy is that, 5 minutes. You're up next. You ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready to go. And then you have to go take a piss like 20 times prior to going on stage, and that just pre-stage anxiety. I don't miss that one bit.
Pissing and shitting for me, obviously. When I gave up bread, it was at a comedy night because I had underwear full of blood, and I went and I had to go and wipe my bloody arsehole like just before going on stage. I don't even know if I probably even said it. I was like, I just wiped my bloody up, and they go, it's a joke. Yeah, no, I've got blood in my arm. But that's the night I was like, fuck me, I'm going to try giving up bread and see if it affects. And it did. It affected it for the better. So
there was so many, even like at an open mic, I would get there, say an hour and a half, 2 hours prior, with the intent of, okay, I'm going to support the venue, so I'm going to order a cheeseburger, I'm going to get some beers, and I'm going to work on my set. And inevitably, another comic or a couple other comics would do the exact same thing. Next thing you know, you're just bullshitting and jaw jacking. You don't work on your set at all. You end up getting way buzzed prior to your set, and it's never as good as it could be, it seems like.
Yeah, when I started out, there was a night that I used to love. It was a great room, but they would have like a semi-pro night, and then the open mic was after. But you'd have to get there early to get in, and this fucker would charge. I mean, I wouldn't do this, but the fucker would charge comics like still have to pay $5 to get in, and then you're in this pub that isn't the cheapest, nice beers, and you've got a whole show to sit through. So I'm sitting there sipping a beer, and then getting nervous because I was really new, like my second gig, and then having a beer, having a drink. Oh, it's still time. Then there's a break. Then there's this. Then the open mic. I've been drinking for 3.5, 4 hours, and then I go up with my impressive material that I've never performed anywhere, and then it just comes out as racist, and then I'm swearing my words as well. I was like, all right, okay, and I've got it all recorded pretty much. It's hilarious.
It happens, especially like if you do an open mic somewhere at like 1 o'clock in the morning. You get up there thinking, oh, I'm going to do some edgy material now because I can get away with it. And just like you said, it comes out just.
I don't go cold sober, but I don't want to be drunk. I'm at the stage now where I don't want to go up drunk. Where there are still some comics I know that like to go up drunk, like the other half of the other podcast we did. But I have to get a balance, and I can have 2 or 3 beers and be chill and have a little buzz, and I'm ready. Sometimes it's a couple more because lineups get changed around and all that shit.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I try and have a couple, get the anxiety down a little bit, and then just go and be fine. But then there's a threshold, and it varies depending on many factors. And sometimes I'll listen back and go, "What? I'm slurring, man. I'm too loud. What are you doing with that mic?" I'm getting better. I'm getting better at doing that. But yeah, stone cold sober. That's been I don't know if I've ever done it. I've had like 1 beer and gone up. That's sober to me.
I don't know if I've ever. I'm always going to pregame a little bit prior to getting behind the mic. But yeah, I don't think I've ever went up stone sober.
It's actually frowned upon, right? Because there are a lot of comics, especially new ones. They're all drinking fucking bottles of water before they go up, and it's. There's less drinking with the newer comics, I think. So they judge. Then you get judged because you're having 1 beer or something, or 2 beers before a show, and it's like that. But we won't book him because he's a drunk. And they might have seen me 3 years ago hammered somewhere.
One thing that you can almost count on is those newer comics who are going up sober and don't drink. You can guarantee that it's going to suck. Their material is awful. It's like, oh god. This will put me
it's gonna suck, and also in about 3 years, half of them will be drunks. Be like fucking, they just.
But then there's
so depressed that I'm gonna have to drink through it.
Like with those younger kids, they would get off stage, and like come plop down next to me at the bar, and they look over at me and go, "Man, I killed it. I killed that set." I was
That's
like,
psychotic.
you didn't get one single laugh. What are you talking about? Like, your material sucked. I mean, what are you working on? Not funny.
Yeah, unbelievable. And Beth, you're right. Charging the performance is cheeky. And I would never. This guy was. There's a high council of this city, and it's called Bristol, and there's small city, and there's probably 30, 40 nights on, and it's oversaturated. There's a lot of new people, and some of these people that have done 3 gigs are doing 20 minutes and stuff and getting paid. It's wild behavior. Me and George will talk about this at some point. But yeah, charging performance is cheeky. I'm going to run a show again at some point when I get set up somewhere, and I will pay everyone. Even if the open micers give them a beer or something, right? That's payment. And I would rather not make any money at all, or even have to put my hand in my pocket a little bit just to make a better show. And if I'm running a night that I charge tickets for, I'm not. If there are local comics coming, I'm not going to make them pay. It's fucking wild. You know, if there's 5 or 6
Frank
comics
Gallo he pays everybody. He's one of the few people here in the tri-state area who, even if it's your first time in comedy and you're going to go to one of his shows, he's going to pay you. They're bringer shows, mostly, but it guarantees you pay. I don't know. It's got to be minimal.
Do you know what a drink ticket feels like to a new open mic? It feels like fucking heaven.
Yeah.
The first time I got 2 drink tickets, I was like, this is amazing. I'm getting something for like telling shit jokes. And I was new as well. And then getting a bucket split and you get like £6 because there's loads of comics. And it's like, there's something. It's all those little things count to a new comic if you can give them a couple of pints. When I ran my night where I met Jamie, I would drink for free all night. That was my deal. I just like more. But all the comics would get at least a couple of drinks free. And if it was a good night, they would get more.
I remember a host when I was starting out, he slipped me a $5 bill. And he goes, "Hey, man, good job. Keep showing up." And I was like, oh, this is badass. That was kind of the boost, I needed because, at $5 is nothing. I mean, you can't even get a mixed drink for that. But still, it was something. It was a very nice gesture. I appreciated it.
And when comedy is something that doesn't pay, and I think the model's a little bit. I know it's still the same in America, but I think there's more opportunity for paid shows early on in America. But here it's tough. It's fucking tough to start getting paid, and there are gatekeepers in cities, and they will try and cause you trouble. So the route is to run your own show, and that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to pay decent comics to come and do a show.
Such a weird model when coming from where I come from.
Music.
It's the idea that people are coming to your club to see these people. They're the reason customers are coming in and spending in your club, but you're not going to pay them anything.
Yeah, let me tell you, George Willoughby runs a great night in Bristol. It was a shitty pub. It's where we bonded in this darkness where you just playing the comedians. But now they get a good audience every week. It's a small room. They'll get 35, 40 people in there, but it's fantastic. They come every week. But yeah, that's bringing all of those people are buying 2, 5, 10 drinks, whatever, right? It's going to vary behind the bar. But those sort of nights, those bars should be paying whoever's putting on the show a good whack. And you look, like you said, Matt, music. A shit band can get a few hundred on a Thursday night, right? And even if they're shit, they're still going to get a few hundred.
Right.
You put it on a comedy show, it's a great night. It's something that's a little bit different anyway. It's always fun. And they're getting nothing.
It doesn't make it. And I think it's because it was established early on that comedians would do that. I think that's how. So why should I pay you if other people are going to come here and do it for free? Why should I pay you? I don't care. And are you somebody? Do I know? Do you have a name? Do you have, if not, you're just like the guy who's going to come and do it for free. So what difference does it make? I just what Governors is doing now, which I find really, it's encouraging, but also I know people are going to get ripped off in this. They have local comedy showcases at their room. They put 8 comics on in a night. They're selling tickets on their website, and there's a field where you say which comic you're going to see, so they get credit for it, and they get paid for a percentage of that ticket. the admission on it. That's a good thing, but a lot of people aren't going to remember to do that. They're not going to go through. They're not going to put their name in the box, and so I might bring 10 people, and only 2 of them bothered to put their name in the box. I'm only getting paid for 2 of them.
So I'm gonna do a proper night. I'm gonna get higher level, cause like we said about the onion with these many layers. I'm gonna get higher level semi-pros or a couple of pros every now and then, and I'll put my hand in my pocket and I'll just pay them. I'll just pay them the money for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever they're gonna do, and then sell tickets, and then try and make most of that back. And for the rest of the comics, yeah, I'd give them something. And if you get a couple of really good open micers on the bill as well, just give them drinks. Like 3 drinks. 3 drinks will make a night for someone that's been going for a year, you know?
Yeah. Even when I was an opening act for, when bands would pay us decently. So when we'd open for like a major national touring act or somebody who was well known, they provide. You still get provided the rider. You get food in your dressing room. You get probably anywhere between $500 and $1,000 for the band for the night. You still get treated well, even if you're a nobody on that level. So it's just weird.
By the way, after 5 or 6 years, if you start getting good MC spots, guess what you're getting paid? About 50.
Yeah,
getting about 50 to run a night, to fucking host it.
One thing
you can do like a bucket split as well and put a handout bucket. And these days, because less people have cash, you can get a little card thing, which I'll be doing as well. So you can just get a tip on the way out, just fucking tip the night, and just try and get it in that way. But it's so hard to get into the hundreds, 150, 200. But there's a movement to try and improve that, but it's tough because so many people are still willing to not get paid anything because the people are so desperate for spots, right? And there's so many new comics post-pandemic. It's fucking wild. There's a few of us that have been going a few years, and we see these. I haven't got anything against them, but there's a lot of new people, and they're kind of running before they're walking. But they are getting stuff though, so I don't know if they are getting stuff ahead of us, and it is. I shouldn't feel too bitter about it, but I think it will bite them in the ass in a couple of years because they're not going to be good enough, and they'll get a few club spots or something on a Friday night, and they're not going to be able to deal with someone standing up and going, "You're fucking shit." They won't.
Yeah, we got a bunch of the reverse of that. When I was young, and we had lots of friends who would come, we were getting paid big money, and we sucked. And there were established bands that would bring maybe 50, 75 people. They were getting a lot less than us because we were bringing 700, 800 people because we were young and had lots of friends. And drinking age was 18 in New York where I was living. And so, we packed a place and we'd get paid a lot more than bands that were a lot better. A lot of jealousy with that, but it is what it is. I mean, so I'm thinking now a lot of comics, younger comics who aren't really comedians. They haven't much experience, but they've been online and they have a social media following of 80,000 friends, wherever that is. And they're going to bring several hundred people to a comedy club, even though they suck. The owner's going to be tempted to want them back. Hey, come back next week, and this is what you get paid. So those people stopped getting paid. Meanwhile, guys like you who've been working at it and get nothing. It's fucked up. It's a mess.
One thing that always pissed me off more than anything, I can't get my time back. My time is very valuable. And so if I'm working on new stuff and I've got the opportunity to double or triple bang and just go out and hit some 2 or 3 open mics per night, I don't know what it is about comedy shows, but they love to start late, like they're cool. It's like the later you start, the more you bump me back from maximizing my stage time those nights to try out new stuff. And, plus I've got to drive all the way across town to get one. I've got to drive somewhere else to get some dive bar and, 15 minutes late. And then shit, that's all it takes. Next thing you know, you're 30 minutes late, then 45 minutes late. It's like, come on, man. You're not going to pay me. Give me stage time. I appreciate it. But if you're not going to pay me, be respectful of my time at least. I just got sick of it.
Dig it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be when I get back. I'll be making for sure. I mean, I've got a few years of planned that you never know some of it will go wrong. Other opportunities will come along, but I'll be doing. I think the only way to get around something like that is just to do your own thing and try and get out of the normal model and just do something a little bit different to what people are doing. And I think there are some good shows around. My friends run some really good shows, and yeah, Bristol is potential. There are some really good shows there as well. It's full of fucking wankers, but there are some real good comics there. There are some real good people there, and it's all my comedians shit talk chat where we eviscerate each other with illegal words. They're all from Bristol, so there are some good people there. Let's start. What brand are we starting, Kat? What's the brand? Go for it, Brett. No need to ask, my friend. Show your glass and go. The brand. Should we just call it the Amber Alert brand? Brett gets off camera at that to presumably shut the cupboard door so no one hears the screams. There we go. Fuck comedy. Let's start a brand. Why not? Amber Alert. I think. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I'm getting used to you with your non-lighting in now, Doggy. It's it used to freak me out because I just knew purple and red, for months, and then when I used to see you with none of that, it used to freak me out. But I'm getting used to it.
I'm not proud of this, but apparently I drank almost an entire box of box wine by myself last night.
Oh, how many? Is that like 4 bottles?
I'll be right back. Let's go look.
I knew it was something because after 4 hours, he was whooping and yoo-hoo, but loud, like earbud, painful yelling. So I knew he'd gone deep on the wine.
So it's 34 glasses.
Box of wine.
4 glasses per bottle, right? It's 4 good glasses.
It's 5 liters, and it is very, very light.
It's about 7 or 8 bottles of light wine. Okay, so Brett, that's still 3 good bottles, 3.5 good bottles. That's a lot of wine.
and I started prior to rolling tape, because it's like I was really hungover. I did a podcast at like 2 a.m, and it's like I got to stay ahead of this hangover. So I started sipping on. I didn't really want beer, but I thought, I'll have some wine. This would be nice. And what I love about it is the advertisement. It pairs well with summertime.
Everything goes well with summertime.
Are we going to a softball tournament?
In October they just switched that for wintertime. Right? They just switched the branding for wintertime. Great. Yeah. Drink this now as well.
Oh, that's their fancy Merlot for that, I'm sure.
Fancy AF wine. It's well, it's always difficult to get a balance, isn't it? Because I don't tend to pre-game much before podcasts now because I've started them drunk, and I think sometimes Jamie will come on 2 hours deep sometimes, and I start like 30 minutes before if I'm getting some food ready or something just to quell that anxiety. But Jamie will come on 2 or 3 hours deep sometimes as well, and that's why sometimes, and we've all done it. That's why sometimes he'll hit the wall a little bit earlier because he's been going harder. But yeah, as we said on the Dykes Mann with Andrist and Brock, Jamie had to be put to bed 6 hours in, 5 hours in actually, 5:40. We went another hour, and I've quickly scrubbed through. We were still talking fairly coherently after 6 hours and 47. We did okay.
Did Jamie have dinner during the podcast? I noticed this is kind of a habitual thing where like he eats on a lot of programs.
Well, what it used to be when we started the mad stuff in December, neither one of us would eat. We might eat or we might save it for the end, and then that famous first Brock episode where we go 9 hours and get our tits out. I wanted food for the last 3 hours. I was in pain. I was like, please let me eat. And then in the end, I figured out I could just eat pasta on the podcast. It's fine. Yeah. I can just do this. So I think there was a lack of food, which caused some problems. But also I think, as I said, I think there's been a talking to, and I think he's got to attend meal times most nights. So,
talking about, I've told everybody this. I don't know why you guys have me on. You know what's coming. We're just going to get drunk and overdo it. I don't know why you have me on.
But it's like I still had that anxiety the second time because the first one was so good and so long, and people loved it more than normal. The second time, I was anxious about even asking you, and now it's like now I feel comfortable. It's like, do you want to come on or not? Yes or no? No, yeah, 75% yes. But it always makes a difference. It always you from your stream, you fucking talk at the chat. You're good. You know, you talk a lot of good shit, and then yeah, we get a little bit too heavy on the back end of it in hour 6, hour 7. But last Thursday, I just drank beer. And it made a big difference to me. I was still fucked up at the end, but I could talk and manage things and work shit. Whereas if I'm trying to match people for drinks and I'm drinking 3/4 of a bottle of vodka as well, you know, we're going down there at hour 7.
Like before my streams, always like yesterday, had a huge lunch, and technically that would carry me out throughout the entire stream. And something about this wine just slipped up on it. It snuck up on me yesterday and nailed me. And it's the same way with you guys, because like my stream, people start talking about food and what they're going to eat tonight, and I'm stuck in front of the camera and in front of the seat, and my God, 2 hours of listening to what people are going to eat, you just want to start gnawing your arm off. Starving.
I'm just
everybody's cool in the chat. It's you're talking about somebody said, man, you address every question in the chat. I'm like, yeah, I try to, because I just try to let people talk. I'll come up with 3 or 4 talking points for each stream and kind of litter those throughout a 3 or 4 hour stream and just let people talk.
But it works, and it's turning into such a good hang, like in general. Like if I'm, because for me it comes on a bit earlier out here as well. If I'm ready to go out, like last night, I regret not drinking earlier because I had some beers around, but I didn't start drinking until the last part of that stream. If I'd have started at the beginning, I'm there with my levels raising at the same time, and I like that. Like the famous Friday the 13th a couple of weeks ago, I was fucked up. I was fucked up at the end of that stream, and then I went out. And I shouldn't have gone out. Basically, is the comment. But I had lots of beers, and it was good. Yeah, it's good because there's always some fun people in there. There's a little bit of drama sometimes as well from some of the others, and it's nice to see a bit of that.
When I first started, I thought, man, I kind of want to watch my mouth during these things in case a kid shows up and wants to learn about art or that kind of thing. And now it's like, no, I don't really want kids to show up. I want it to be like a bar hang. I want it to be like if we were all sitting next to each other, or just down shoulder to shoulder down a bar. That's what I want it to be like. Just everybody have fun, and for the most part, no politics. And there's some people that show up with probably some mental problems, maybe on the spectrum, and they tend to get a little mouthy sometimes. But for the most part, everybody's awesome. I love everybody in that chat. They're great.
Mark Norman, and what is that one up on the top right? That's not the Highwayman, is it? No.
So this is Highwayman from last night. Phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, and it was funny about that one. I was freehanding the lettering, and I thought, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad, old boy. You got that kind of freehand perspective going. And I looked at this morning like, those colors look like shit.
So
it was like a kid marking those in.
I think Brock did 4 Kinnisons. Was it 4 or 3?
4, and I've got 4 more. 4 more.
You got to do a Ray Liotta now, right?
I'll post. I've already done one.
You have done Ray?
Yeah, and there's one. It's way down. The Ray Liotta is way down there. Well, not way down there, but it's from him in Goodfellas.
But they're all good. I love the little silly ones you do as well. At the end, sometimes you just do like 3 or 4.
And those are fun. Those are channel redemption points that I do. I think it's like 5,000 points.
Okay.
I'll do a 5-minute comic book character. And I was on Twitch today, and I told old grumpy mama that I owe her a Betty Boop, because last night while sketching it out, that's when my eyes started crossing. I'm like, I've got to go to bed right now. We're getting off camera. This is over.
Yeah, so I couldn't hear. I had another tab open, was listening to you, and all of a sudden there was no. It didn't seem to do a wrap up. It just ended. I was like, oh, it's finished. Well, I just tweeted at Henry Phillips and Andrus to come on because I said he's 15 wines deep. Get involved. I didn't realize it was 34 wines.
There was a lot.
Then it ended. So it's I missed Hal, but yeah, eyes going crossed. It was fun.
Yeah.
It is a good hang, but it is yeah, there are some psychos in a lot of chats that are knocking around, but you know, as long as they're not killing anyone, it's fine.
Yeah,
It doesn't get too bad.
And it's been awesome. Like when people from Europe and it seemed like last night there was a huge contingent from the UK. It seems like, and everybody was older and talking about booze, and I thought, man, this is exactly what I want. This is great.
I didn't see you fell asleep.
I don't remember falling asleep.
Kat, come on, is that true?
I don't know. I'm going to call bullshit on that one, Kat.
She's going to come with the receipts. You know that. There'll be screenshots.
She's going to have to. I'm a professional drunk. I fall asleep.
I've been close to it a couple of times. I think on the birthday one, a couple of times. I was, you just sort of do this, and then you feel, oh, this is so comfortable. I could just do this now for 8 hours without snoring. But that worked out quite well because I just kept it. I kept it for the most part a secret for Jamie. Hack was supposed to come on, but he had to pull out because he was tired. It's understandable. He has to travel a lot. Yeah, Andrus was fun, and I had to tell him 15 minutes before because I changed the thumbnail at the last minute because I wanted to kind of advertise it, and he saw the thumbnail when he shared it. But yeah, no, it's real good fun, and much appreciated for anyone involved. And we went 6 hours 47, which is if you didn't hear that was a fart that I nearly shit my pants with, which was pretty good.
You guys are hardcore, man. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know because honestly, we were trained in the depths of the podathon.
I was thinking we're only 6 months away from having to do something again. Let's do something like that again.
Let's do some. I think yeah. Let's take like a Saturday.
I was thinking let's give Andy cancer back.
Let's do that when he gets cured. We'll have a celebration, right? We'll get him on, have a celebration. Then we'll slip some cancer into his coffee, right, at some festival, and then we'll have to do another podathon. Just keep the money train going. It's like going to war for oil money.
If that happens again, I'm going to post. I'm going to not be nice next time and start posting DMs I was getting. I haven't let this out, but this seems like an appropriate time. I was getting DMs from assholes. Like they're like, oh, do I have to go to YouTube or eBay and bid on this? Can't you just sell it to me outright? I'm like, oh, fuck that guy with cancer and trying to maximize some money to his medical bills. Fuck that dude. Like, yeah, let me just sell it to you, Chief.
Unbelievable.
And it wasn't just a handful; it was a lot. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, we did have some. We had some problems in the chat and stuff. One of them we know, but he's fine now, I think. But there was another one, just weird shit, posting weird, almost psychosis, like rhyming shit and filling up the whole chat.
That's got to be Zoop Skillet.
Well, yeah, I had to block him out of everything because he was on my nighttime show. My nighttime show is generally just a straight interview with the guest, and I don't generally bring in a lot of comments from the chat room. And he was going off with, the nonsense that he does. And I asked him to stop. And then he started abusing my guest. And I don't need that, man. That's childish shit. Go away. Wouldn't go away, so finally I just started blocking him on everything. Now I'm sure he's going to be bad-mouthing me all over.
I haven't seen it. I put him on a timeout on one of ours because he was getting ridiculous. But to be fair, I DM'd him during it and after, and he was like, okay, I get it. Like I said, just don't be putting that in the comments because it fucks our channel if you're putting weird shit in the channel or certain words and all that kind of stuff. He was all right, but I think, he sounds like he's got personal problems, and
totally.
I don't know, is it extra drinking? He's off the booze for a long time, and then does he fall off the wagon? I don't know. And then that's when the real weird chat comes on. But
he's lonely. He's very lonely.
Yeah, he's got a wife. I think she has. Well, I'm not going to. You know what? Yeah, I was going to say it's not my business.
School, but I didn't know that. But then I did because I think he did say. But then he's got a wife with some issues as well. So it's.
Yep.
I think
not my business.
We all got issues.
the behavior is still weird, and it's like, you know, I don't get it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't spend that long in chat rooms, you know, slinging that much shit. But yeah, hopefully he'll get his shit together. But for the most part, he's been better with me. So it was just a small period where he wasn't. I had to have a conversation with him. But yeah, but when it involved, like you said, because the actual Minddog show is more serious, right? You don't want some fucking weird rhyming.
Yeah, and I'm trying to interview a guy who's an author, a serious author, and all this guy saying, "Fuck this guy, he's a loser. I'm out of here." Like, come on, man. I don't need that.
Minddog, I don't know. I can't remember if I put it on Twitter or I can't remember if I reached out to you. I love that interview you did I guess a couple months ago about PTSD. I think you had a Vietnam vet on there.
I missed that one. I need to go and
Yeah, I've had quite a few of those guys on there, and I think the one you're talking about is the guy who was trying to get people into creative arts to kind of deal with their PTSD.
Yep, that's it.
That's a huge thing, and I bring that up every time I go to the VA to try to talk to guys. What are you doing? Because so many of them are dealing with those issues. Like, what are you doing? Are you writing? Are you playing music? Are you doing anything to kind of express yourself? And so many of them aren't. And only a handful of the VAs endorse that as a therapy for these guys. It's like, why? What could it hurt?
And the thing with PTSD is it's so insidious because in your head you don't know you have it. You think everybody else is crazy. Right. It's like, why are these people not understanding what I'm telling them? Kind of deal. It's not good.
One of my friends I used to work with works with the UK military now, and she I think she does PTSD stuff with everyone. So they're trying in the army here. They're trying to modernize it a bit and trying to go, you can actually talk about your feelings. It doesn't make you a pussy.
Yeah.
Come and like deal with it. But yeah, they are trying a lot more. But I'm sure a lot of people still don't.
Yeah.
They think other people are now going to question me because I'm having fucking nightmares.
And especially, in this country, you can't afford to have a reduction in pay. And I was an aircrew member, so I wasn't a soldier, I wasn't a Marine. But, in 2004, we went into Baghdad and got those people from the UN explosion. And, there's people in the back with arms blown off and legs blown off. And I was holding a guy's guts in. And there was a CCAT team there, just from the death throes. He had blood on my face from spitting up on me. But, they brought him back to life. And you just got to do your job, and you just got to keep pushing that shit down, and you see it all the time, and 2003, 2004, well, shit, till 2009, I couldn't hold a relationship. I was blowing just very short fuse, just blow up all the time. And just
there's a good book. There was a famous, like, back in the day, and it did have some controversy. The fake name was Andy McNabb, who's an SAS guy, right? And they did this big thing in the Gulf War where 8 of them fought. They basically killed 250 Iraqis and had to escape on foot because there was bad intelligence. So
Bravo 20.
The original book was Bravo 20, but lots of the patrol have come out and written books, right?
Yeah.
But that guy wrote another book years later, which is a real life called 7 Troop, and it was about a specific troop in the SAS, and it went through all of them, shit that they did, the friendships, but then how many of them killed themselves.
Yeah.
And this was in the 80s going into the 90s, and almost all of them just got back to the UK, and after a few years and maybe couldn't hold down marriages and all that stuff, and he then just got a gun from work because they could, and then just
one of my best friends, he's got, well, it's getting better now, but maybe he accidentally schwacked a kid. They were on a target, everything was clear, everything was go. And kid came out of nowhere and popped that kid. And now he's got to go home to his 2 kids and take them to soccer practice and deal with, and be a dad and be a husband. Marriage fell apart.
Well, I make stupid jokes about that stuff all the time, but I do know people that have had that stuff. But also in those campaigns, you also did have kids covered in explosives running at you as well. Right. So it's like sometimes you have
to. It goes all the way back to Vietnam. I mean, I think that's where that started. But I had a guy on like 5 or 6 weeks ago now who was a former Navy SEAL, but he's no longer like a warrior. But he was talking about drumming and dance and creative arts as a preemptive, preventative measure. In other words, before you go to war. And he said this comes from Native American culture and just the culture through the Americas in general. Is before Native Americans went to war, tribe versus tribe, they would put on war paint, they would dance, all that kind of stuff, drumming, all that kind of stuff was creative stuff to protect themselves and give themselves some kind of outlet for before they even get into war to prevent PTSD. And I think that's something the military doesn't pay enough attention to. It's like, how do we, because we prepare them to kill and get, all that kind of stuff, which is, I guess, important if you're training warriors, but you also need to kind of shield them against their mental stuff. And part of that, this guy's, at least his theory is, that it comes from Asia and like the samurai and all those people. They would do rituals before they go into war, creative rituals, drumming, dance, all that kind of stuff to prepare themselves mentally to kind of build up some defense against PTSD.
I can't remember if that was on or you talked about it, or I saw it somewhere else. But I remember hearing about that as well.
Yeah,
the creative shit. I think
you were in the chat room that night.
Yeah,
wasn't that a Native American ritual, like where lacrosse was founded? That they would get in like a huddle, and the women would go around and take switches to all their legs to really get them pissed off and get them pumping. And I can't remember. It seems like was part of the ritual before.
They fucked their brother in front of them. Go to war.
But yeah, it's as an aircrew member, sure, you're not a Marine, you're not a soldier. You get shot at every day because you're flying low and slow, but you can't go talk to somebody, because if they found out you went to a therapist, you're kicked off flying status immediately, and then that gets in your pocket. You get kicked off flying status, well, now you got less money coming in, so you just go out with your aircrew buddies and you just drink, and you're just buddies, and that's it. You definitely can't let that out. Therapy is not an option if you're in that career field.
It's kind of wild, right?
Yeah. All right, I'm going to let you guys hang out together, get drunk, and do whatever you do. And I know you're going to do whatever you do. What's that?
It's my talk.
I didn't
my
do it. It was the other guy. I have to go do some work. Somebody's bothering me. I got to do some.
Go do some work, Minddog. Make sure you have a good day. You got a gig tonight? Tomorrow?
Not tonight. Tomorrow. I got all this weekend. I got 4 this weekend if the weather holds up. But
and then Kiara's birthday on Sunday, right? Is it birthday or something?
Yeah, Memorial Day is Monday. So
Memorial Day. There we go.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday gigs. Monday gigs are generally, it is what it is. It's supposed to be a solemn day for remembering those who have died in service of America. What it is
day off work and drinking, right?
Let's just get drunk as fuck, have a barbecue and all that stuff, and nobody even we'll say the Star Spangled Banner, sing the Star Spangled Banner or something stupid like that. Watch jets fly over, and then let's just get drunk and fornicate.
That's what it's for. That's what all holidays are for.
I'm not sure that's the way to honor the dead who served in the war. But
they don't know.
I know, but
let's just get drunk.
It just feels like, you lost touch with.
Listen, just before you go, like family funerals for me, they're always horrible, obviously, but there's always an element of, first of all, I see family I don't ever speak to, and it's nice, and then we all get drunk.
Yeah,
it's like we just have a party now. We're just drinking, and then it's just at least there's some fun out of it, right? Somewhere, but I don't know.
Yeah,
but you're right.
Yep. Weird. All right. I'll see you guys on the internet. Interwebs. See you later.
See you in a bit. Take care.
Get out of here. How do I get out of here?
I almost cut him off there. Yeah, Brock, only it was middle of the day for me, so I thought, I'm not sure if I'll drink. And then I thought, you know what, I'm going to go and buy a few beers. I just bought 6 cans, 2 of each of these things. This is from Munich.
Oh, I saw you. I saw the tweet.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just on beer 3. So yeah, I haven't got enough to go a million hours, but yeah. So you're back on the wine to get ahead of the hangover you were trying to get ahead of.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I'm fine. There's no hangover. It's fine. It's because I crashed so early last night, my sleep is out of whack because I was wide awake at 1:30 this morning, and so I went through Twitter multiple times, till my phone died basically, and then I fell back asleep at 5:30 this morning after tossing and tumbling, and then I felt like shit, but what are you gonna do? Life's all that choice.
What are you gonna do? Fuck it. Yeah, I had 3 beers that I moved places with. I had 1 with your stream, necked another 2, 1 out. Had I think 5 beers out, 5 cold, just shops. So they're not even a full beer, but they're cold, they're nice, and I felt pretty buzzed. But I managed to go to the market and buy grape Fanta and fucking shit for today, sober stuff. And today will be one of those days. I've gone pretty slow, but I think at some point I'll head out and get into some mischief, but not too much, hopefully. There's music everywhere here. There's music in almost every bar. As soon as you get to 7 p.m., the music comes out, acoustic, rock, all kinds of shit, traditional stuff. So I'll probably end up slumped in a bar, downing 100 beers while they're all looking at me going, why are you drinking this much? Because it's cheap.
What else is there to do in paradise?
Exactly. I do. I have chill nights and all the rest of it. A nice walk around by the sea. But yeah, I've moved into the center now, and I think paradise means let's have some beer. Let's see what's going on. Let's maybe have a mojito at the end of the night.
It's hot and humid. It's not like you're going to drink milk.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, yes, it is. This is a little bit different because it juts out into the ocean a little bit, so we get kind of cloud and rain as well. But yeah, hot and humid. It's a different kind of heat. So even if it's 75, 24, 25 Celsius, it's a different kind of heat. It's hotter than it would be in a lot of places. It just feels like it's on you more.
Yeah.
But then it gets dark real quick, and it gets dark 5:30, 6 p.m. And it just almost like this. It's beautiful if you can see the sunset, but if you're not paying attention 30 minutes, I'll look out the window and that'll be nighttime in an hour.
I probably told you I've never been to the coast of Brazil. I was in Manaus.
That's right. It's Amazon, right?
Amazon.
Yeah.
Hot and humid as shit and wet. And when we got there, they told us, they go, if you're on a path, do not leave that path. If you get off that path, there's a good chance something's going to get your ass.
Get lost or bitten by something, or have eggs laid in your face, right?
Yeah.
Well, I often had a dream of going to that Amazon, but I think the dream's gone. I think I'm just too fucking old. Because I know, first of all, in a general area, I get bitten to shit by mosquitoes. If I go into the jungle, I'm getting eggs laid in my fucking eyeball by some rare caterpillar that's never been discovered.
They even told us, they go, if you go near the Amazon, make sure you're walking directly towards a boat. Do not be fucking around that river, just unaware. Don't mess with us. I'm going to get you and buoy you in. Just go straight to a boat and straight off the boat. Do not be messing around. And then you see that crazy Russian or Ukrainian or whatever who swam the Amazon.
Fuck that. No, I mean, it's got to be full of all kinds of... by the way, I'm going to have a sit-down pee on air, because fuck it.
Then I'm going to fill up then if you're going to piss.
All right, I'll keep this. I'll keep this adult. Oh, not adult. Right, the shorts are coming down, guys. This is what it feels like to sleep with me. The shorts are coming down. I'm sweating. Sit down pee, right? I'll mute when I need to mute. In fact, no, I'll just angle stuff there. There we go. Perfect. Wi-Fi still works in the bathroom. That's handy. That's handy. I've needed to pee for like an hour, so I think the best way to do it is to do it on air. What's going on in the chat? Bunch of seamen walking around all the time. That's Brett, actually. forget he's in here as well. Yeah, absolutely. It's still going, Brett. But you see how I can make it look like nothing. It's a sit down pee. I've angled it right. There's no noise.
I am sick and tired of dudes who try to frown upon other men who sit to pee. It's like
I've done it for years.
Do you enjoy cleaning up piss, sir? Do you enjoy that? Because when we're shooting it straight down and all this piss water is flying over. I mean, you're going to have to. There's going to be piss on the floor. If you think I'm going to stand there at 2 a.m. taking that 10-minute old man piss, no, I am sitting down with the lights off and let it flow.
Yes, I just sat down because also I never knew when I was going to shit or fart, right? So I just did that. I can have a wipe as well. But more recently, that part of my brain has got back involved. Is like I'm not being human. I need to stand up and lean. But my other problem is I didn't need to wipe. I just checked. My other problem is I've got something weird with my pipes, right? So when I pee, and I used to do this when we'd leave the pub and piss up a wall outside. I've got two streams pretty much. There's something in there that's making so it comes out like this instead of one. So if I pee at a certain angle, it can. Sorry,
I'm guessing you just had an orgasm.
Maybe I'm just permanently coming.
Because it's
regular. There's something in there. There's like a flap or something.
Oh, you gotta get rid of that.
Yeah,
if the ladies after we bust a big nut, it's like Elmer's super glue is clogged up in your pee hole, and you've got to sit down after sex because there's no telling where it's going to go on the walls. It could go anywhere. It's like holding your thumb over a garden hose nozzle everywhere.
Yeah, but
you got to blow it out.
But if I stand up and pee, sometimes it's okay, but then sometimes it is going left and right. Both my feet are at risk, and the floor. Exactly. For the most part, I'll have a little sit down, especially if I'm on a podcast, because I definitely will piss all over myself.
If a man thumps his chest about how he stands to piss, well, that man, he's got piss on his shins, on his shoes, on the top of his feet.
He's
he doesn't wash his hands after he takes a shit either. So, no, ladies, this is a public service announcement. Take note.
Yeah, but I guess I got my anal problems to thank for that because for years I was just like, what if I just need to wipe back there? And if I'm standing up, I can't do that.
And like I had 2 polynoidal duct vasectomies. If you don't know what that is, I'm pretty hairy. So that's when a hair is growing out naturally and then it inverts and grows back into your butt.
Yeah.
So that has to be gone in, carved out, drained, stitched back up, and it's in your ass region. So you can't do any lifting. You can't do any activity at all. You're sitting on an inner tube. And so after 2 of those things, you really take that area, it's sacred to keep it clean and, sanitary. You got to keep it dry because, swamp ass is real, especially in the Southeast.
I'm more aware of my asshole than I ever have been in my entire life. Mainly because I clean this fucking thing. You could eat your dinner off it if you wanted. I don't recommend it, but you could. It would probably still taste of shit, but you could eat your dinner off it. I'm just aware, and even in the shower now, I get that shower head behind there. If it's a removable one, I've got the bidets here. I love cleaning that thing out, and when I finally get a place, I need some kind of bidet. I need it. The Brett Erickson recommendation will be implemented in full. Even one that you clip onto the bowl. I just need something. But I love it. And the ball wash, as I said last week, is perfect.
Anytime we talk about assholes, I always think of that South Park TSA. Bend over, I'm going to have to look in your asshole. I get it every time.
Phenomenal. I've really got to catch up on some South Park. I've missed so many years. I've seen bits and pieces, but I need to go back and do 10 seasons. I think I've just missed. I don't know why. It's just fallen out of my mind, but I love it. The things that I've caught are brilliant. Always consistent writing, consistent brilliance. yeah, so Kat's made a passion fruit motherfucker sour.
And she says it sucks. And it's hard. Look, whenever I see pictures of what Kat has made, it's hard to believe that anything she makes sucks because it all looks yummy.
Just what she has in the cupboard, right, and how it's stored. It's like this beautiful booze and the limes and the right kind of shit to deal with the limes. I've just got nothing, and I squeeze shit with my hands, ice, and that's on a fancy night.
Yeah, and you know she'll complain that her counter is so sticky from making all those drinks. To me, it's like, oh, that's where work is being accomplished. That's where creativity is happening.
Yeah, and she's going to become a TikTok cocktail star. TikTok tales with Kat.
And I'm so glad she's not on video, so she can't really talk back to us. She absolutely needs to have some sort of video. And that needs to be a weekly, if not tri-weekly thing.
Yeah, she can come on one of these and try something out, and then edit stuff down and go and make it again and make it look cool. And I think so. It'll be phenomenal.
Yeah, she did a phenomenal job on your podcast. She was fantastic.
Amazing. And not only 2 great cocktails, I think it was just 2, but amazing.
And that was her first time, and she did great. It's only going to get better after that. She's already right on screen. Her camera was already, her lighting was perfect. Everything was good. It was so good.
When I scrubbed through, she came on at because I wanted her to come on when Andrews was on, but then I scrubbed through and she was on for 5 hours or something. It's supposed to be on for 15. I said 15 minutes, but regular we can say 15, 20 minutes, and then if you want to stay, you stay. Who gives a fuck? Let's drink these drinks you've been making. And I can't wait till I'm back. Probably I will wait till I'm back, but I'm going to start making them as well. And hopefully when I get together with Jamie, we'll make one that night. We'll get one of the recipes and make it on air and have it. And we'll be drinking those bad boys as well. It just seems like a fun thing to do. Oh, this one has beer in, not that one. I'm doing the thing on the window still where I've got a selection of drinks, including a Coke. Unfortunately, I had a Coke.
It's like a first year college dorm student.
That's why I look like, and I'm middle aged. Just lining my beers up on the window. So anyone looking into this, they're going. That guy
plays guitar.
Yeah, they're going. That guy's going to be trouble when he goes out tonight, and they may not be wrong.
Look how cool I am.
I haven't even showered today. I woke up early, too early, and then I just went back to sleep twice of weird dreams, and then I just bumbled down to get these, and that's all I've done. Haven't even had a shower. So after this, I'm ordering a delivery.
Pish posh.
Yeah, well, I feel I should. I get a little sweaty, I feel I should when I'm in Brazil, and I feel like a human being when I step out of a shower. I'm still surprised every day. If I've got a hangover and I'll sit in it for 7 hours and feel like shit, on hour 8 I'll have a shower and think, why didn't I do that when I did that this morning? I feel good. Still surprised.
How's the toilet paper situation? Is it 2-ply, 3-ply, or super thin where your finger goes through it?
It varies.
It's so humid. It seems like you got to double or triple layer it so your finger doesn't go.
Luckily, most places have good air inside, so it's cold in here. Actually, I'm cold. It's pretty good. Some of it's thin. This stuff here is not so good. I've had a couple of lumps of shit on this finger specifically, but it's great when that happens. I'll tell you what happened to me. I went down the beach where I was staying, and it's not a great beach, but I thought it's a little thing. I'll just jump in the sea, right? But when I got there, it was kind of silty. It wasn't good to get in. But on the way, my bum hole started itching. I'm like, oh no, there's nowhere to go. There's not even any bars down this place. So I thought I need to itch, but if I itch, I don't want to get my finger. But I just itched anyway. Itched around, and then thought, oh no, it does feel a bit wet. And then I looked at my hand, and I shit on my hand in the street. I'm just admitting this. I'd shit on my hand in the street that came through my board shorts. And I was like, fuck. I wiped it on the grass, got to the beach, and thought, I'm going to have to get in the sea now to clean myself. But then when I got to the ocean, it wasn't a swim. Most beaches around here are beautiful, but this was like silty and full of stones. It was like, it's not going to, it's like grit. but I did have to hop down in there and try and clean myself, and that's how disgusting I am. And those shorts are still in this bag over here, waiting to be cleaned.
What?
Yeah.
To clean them? Why don't you just throw them away?
I should throw them away.
Well, fuck yeah.
I didn't think about it.
What?
So I took them.
I blew diarrhea in my underwear a few weeks ago, and I was so lucky they were new because the elastic around my thighs were very tight.
Nice.
Had they been old, tidy, like old whitey underwear,
Leakage.
there would have been diarrhea in my shoes.
Yeah.
And so, no, they immediately went to the trash.
I took them both into the shower and poured powder on them, and I scooted them around, and I kind of cleaned them by hand. I know I'm disgusting. And then so they're not actually in there covered in shit, but yeah, I should probably throw them away.
What are you living in? You're not in the Depression era. You don't have to wash your own aluminum foil. Come on.
Right. Well, I've got at the last place, I've had washing machines and all that stuff. Sure, but it was just two things. I couldn't just put two things in there, so I just did a bit of this. But this bag will be washed tomorrow. I will find a lavanderia, and I'll go clean my clothes. I know it's disgusting, and now I've said it in public. That's what I did.
I mean, shit in your pants is funny. Farts are funny, but I'm not going to keep them around.
Yeah, you're right. Now I thought about it and said it in public. You're right.
Yeah,
I can't argue with you. Is this what Kat's saying? To?
of course. Speaking of frothy passion.
A little scat fetish. Well, it might develop, you know. It might develop. No, if a girl shit on me in bed, I'd kill her. I'm just putting that. Fuck YouTube. Honestly, if you start shitting on me and thinking that's fun, I'm not John McAfee.
Carl, I don't know. She may be a keeper. You know, if
well,
she's willing to do that. I mean,
what if everything else is perfect? Like amazing food. She's like an Italian chef or whatever, right? Mexican, amazing food, great in bed, nice, pleasant, perfect, right? Great to look at, perfect. But she likes shitting on your chest every Friday. Is that the fair trade-off?
Like, clearly, I wouldn't be excited about Friday shit night. But
you would have had the nice food that she made.
Well, so Friday night probably needs to be a vegetarian diet. Like you don't want to eat a big steak or something like that or barbecue ribs and then get that kind of shit on your chest. But if she's into that, she's probably ride or die. She'll probably stab somebody for you. That chick's down for a lot of stuff.
Listen, I'm opening it out there. If you're into scat and you're hot and you can cook and you're nice and you're not crazy, get involved. I'm on board. Brett has convinced me. You may shit upon me.
Like, if she wants to shit on your chest, I think the big question is, who does the cleanup?
That's true. I mean, I would like to think her, but I haven't. The things that I've left on other humans, I've not always. I don't say I've not that often been the cleaner. You know, fine. I'll get some tissue.
Of course. Like, you go get a warm towel, and you don't rub it in. You dab it. You pull it away. Yep.
And Brett, listen to me. I'll even go turn the shower on for you. You know, the shower's running. Yeah. Get in there, pig.
Yeah. You know, if some lady suddenly has an accident because it's that time of the month, go ahead, put her in the shower. Let her, and while she's in the shower, pull those sheets, get rid of those sheets, put new sheets down, make up the bed. It never happened. Yeah. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about, babe. I don't know what you're talking about.
You once dated a guy that begged to shit on his chest, Chrissy. The big question is, did ya? Did ya? I didn't know what to say. We just say, how do you like it, runny or crunchy? Showers are the solution, and they are the final solution, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter if it's shit to shower or period blood. It doesn't matter. Get in that shower.
Close it down.
While you're showering, I will take care of everything. It's like it never happened.
Yeah, I've not changed sheets. I've like dabbed the pile of whatever it is, and then sat on the dry side and come back.
We just
No,
flip the
you
mattress over so
Nah,
the
you
wet
try-
spot on the bottom.
try and soak it up with something else that's hanging around. Stick a towel on there for an hour, and then I'll
Are you
clean it.
in college or at your mom's house? What are you doing?
I'm lining up beers at the window. Any questions that?
Uh-oh. He's going to start playing an acoustic guitar. I gave my rose a cherry. It's coming out soon.
Got to look talented for the college girls. Yeah, man. But yeah, fucking. I haven't actually. No, I did have red wine the other week during the day, but I only had a couple. And then actually, I think the night I got fucked up, I finished it off. That's what fucked me up. I had like a third of a bottle of red, and then I smashed a load of beer. And I think the mix got to me. And I think when I went out here, I had beers and a mojito at the end of the night. Yeah, I was fucking ruined.
What's a guy to do?
Yeah, it's fun though, isn't it? Drinking. I often think to myself, should I just go teetotal forever? Because it would improve many aspects of my life, but I think I'd lose so much.
When people go, I don't want to know when I'm going to die. I'm like, bullshit. I want to know the exact date and time because I want to figure out like liver versus asteroid or liver versus mass shooting.
It's true.
I don't want to waste any time.
If you know the asteroid of a mass shooting's coming in a year, you can up the booze, right? You can do a bit more leaving Las Vegas.
If they go, hey man, you're going to die 3 weeks from now at a school shooting while you're grocery shopping for milk. Great, I'm going to be fucked up for those 3 weeks.
We're going to start on 34 wines a night.
Yeah.
That's where we're starting.
Why not? Because this past 2 years, I mean, I've always been a heavy drinker, but this past 2 years has proven that my liver and probably everybody's liver is absolutely the all-star in this entire thing, man.
Fantastic. Yeah. For me, no, there's a mosquito came past. Me too. Yeah. I've gone through phases. I got big into craft beer early on. I was ordering shit online and getting deliveries, and it got too expensive though. But I was shitting myself. But I went deep into that. Then I went through a health phase, but it didn't last very long. And then when comedy came back, I just started enjoying bars again. And then and then podcasting, I guess, went up as well from December. And for me, that was like, right, let's just drink. Let's just drink.
Yeah. And I don't really see any reason to stop because it's not like things are getting better.
Well, I often think about I do think about my health, right? And I think about, I've been trying to lose this part of the gut for a while. And I think if I did knock the booze on the head for 6 months, I'd probably be able to get rid of most of it. But booze just feels so nice. So nice. So every part of the buzz.
Who are you holding on for?
I don't know. I don't know, honestly. It doesn't matter, does it? What does it matter?
It's just me. It's not like I'm a non-contributor. It's not like I'm not going to save your life as a cardiac, doctor or a brain surgeon. I'm not going to the moon. I'm not, it's like just some dude.
I love drinking. I love it. I love the little buzzes like this that I'm getting now. It's going to go up. I kind of like being fucked up, but not so much when I'm out and the memory's going. That's when I want to get a handle on that.
I love being fucked up, and I love being around fucked up people as long as they're not violent. As long as everybody is having fun and had a great time and everybody's joking and, ass grabbing, that's great. I love it. But, when you get around a violent asshole that wants to fight at a bar, fuck that.
Yeah, and I've been around obviously bar fights and stuff that people I've been drinking with have been fighting. It's like, fucking hell, man. Can we just have 11 beers and a curry and go home? And that's what it should be, and then carry on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like when I was a kid, this long-haired dude came into an arcade. And when I say I was a kid, I was about 10. And he had his hair in a ponytail, and this redneck came in with his buck knife, grabbed that ponytail, sliced it off, and instinctively the dude reached back to grab, and I mean he grabbed a fistful of that buck knife and just slit his fist all the way, his hand all the way to the bone. There was blood everywhere. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, what are you doing? What? Why? What's the point of that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've done silly shit when I've been drunk. I have, especially when I was young, I used to go a little bit crazy sometimes. Not fighting, but just a bit stupid. I've got a few scars on my hands from various things. When I was at 18, punched a fucking glass box in a memorial garden because of a girl, and I've got this big smiley face scar here. Punched another window and did my wrist. I think there's still glass in it from 2004. Got a screwdriver went in my hand, but that was me. We were playing cards. We were playing a card game. I don't remember what it was, but you had a punishment. So if you didn't win the hand, you got wrapped on the knuckles with the deck. And it was one of those ones where I lost and I was getting wrapped, and my hand was just fucking swelling up. And for some reason, the landlord had left a screwdriver on the table with a cork on the end. So I jokingly picked it up like I was going to stab my friend, just a joke. And I couldn't get the cork off, and it came off, and then the screwdriver went through my hand. I remember just holding it up, and it's dangling out of my hand. I'm like, oh, that's put a dampener on the evening. Didn't hurt.
Wait a minute. The physics of that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know, because I know I was trying to pull the cork off. I remember that, but I don't know how then I stabbed it back
Screwdriver
on.
should be coming away from you. At the worst is you hit your buddy with the hilt of it.
I would imagine we were drinking all afternoon, and I just was uncoordinated. So I probably pulled it off, and then for some reason dropped the cork and did that. I mean, that must have been what happened. I still have the little crisscross, and it was just hanging. Didn't feel a thing, by the way. Took it into the bathroom and tried to take it out, and that's when the pain started. I was like, fuck. But I still have that nice little scar there. That's from, I was 18 when that happened. Got some good ones, but it's just all bullshit, stupid stuff, especially punching a window in over a girl. What are you doing?
Well, I mean, maybe you were just passionate.
I'm a passionate man. Passionate, scarred man. Yeah.
We can do.
I knew a guy, though, that would get bad. He was cool, but then after a few beers, he would start to sulk, and his bottom lip would go, and then he'd spend the night like this, in the corner, just not talking to anyone. Go away! Oh, fuck up! Like, damn, dude, what's up?
It's
he used to self harm though as well. It was over the same girl, that bitch. But he was fucking but he would burn himself. This was back in the days when you had a cigarette lighter in the car, and he would fucking come back and there's 10 cigarette lighter circles on his arm. One night I wasn't there, again over the same girl, that bitch, because my other friend had put his arm around her.
Who's this lady? She sounds interesting.
I actually liked her, but she used to jump on me all the time, and I was a bit shy, so I'd push her up. I wish I had done now. She's cool. But anyway, this other friend one night had put his arm around her in the car, and he was very obsessive over her because he loved her. And she would string him on. She would let him buy her stuff.
It sounds like a lot of people loved her.
Yeah, she was cool. But he brought a jewel, but she would let him buy a necklace and stuff, and then nothing ever happened. Like, yeah, buy, sure, if you want to spend your money on me, I'm not going to give you anything. But one night, one of my other friends put his arm around her in the back of a cab, and this Dan guy, this was speeding along, just opened the door and just went out of the door. And apparently what happened, my other friend slammed on the brakes, reversed back up, got out and said, if you're not fucking dead from this, I'm going to fucking kill you for doing that. Like, what have you done? But he had to go to hospital, and he took all the skin off his legs. He was just scarred up over this woman that had never even hugged him.
Again, I think this woman is probably spectacular.
She was cool. I mean, and I think looking back, the ex that I was with for 9 years kind of looked a bit like her, and I think that might have been why I got together with her. Looking back, fuck. Yeah. But he did get obsessed over her, but that was over her, I think. I don't know what it was. My hand scar. God damn it. Damn.
I think we know what it was.
Hormones.
I think we got it.
It was ladies. Oh man, yeah. It's what I don't know. Did you ever get like that even when you were young? Did you ever get stupid, like not violent, but do silly shit?
Dude, when I was a kid, like I mean, so let's separate the sex and the enthusiasm. Oh my God, yeah. Like when I fell in love with some lady, I mean, I fell hard, especially if she gave me any attention. And yeah, you just become an absolute psychopath. You just like you want just I haven't seen her for 5 minutes, so clearly she's fucking somebody right now. And yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
I was when I was younger, I was jealous as well. Now I think about it, I can't believe how fucking stupid I was. I'd cause so many fights over stupid, jealousy over nothing. First
Yeah,
of all, but now at my age, Brett, if even it was jealousy over something, I'm like, I don't really give a fuck, man.
dude.
Just don't embarrass me. I'm gonna sit here and have a beer. Just
Like like I was debating whether or not to put forward to even come on your podcast right now. Just going, no, it seems like work. I think I'm going to put forth any effort to emotional shit. No, not at my age. I don't give a fuck.
yeah,
Kidding me? No.
it's gone for me. It's just got. I have no interest, and I've also had conversations with girls and stuff that do get like that even now, and it's like, what are you? I can't even be around this energy. I used to be a bit like this, but now I can't even have any of it around at all.
Yeah. Like
So,
I've always said that getting married is a young person's game. There's going to be a point it's like it's not even an option. I don't even scoff at that. No, why would I? No, you don't do that shit. But
I could do it, but it's gonna have to be someone really fucking cool, like really fucking cool. And that other than that, nah.
I mean, I've been in some great relationships before.
Yeah.
I've been in a ton of shitty ones too, and shit happens, man. But no, I absolutely, just like Kat said, I remember the obsession, just absolute testosterone fueled, crazy 19-year-old dumb behavior. I remember it. Yeah. It's just like, why,
Yeah, well, it is that. It is testosterone, and then it's genetics, and then behavior. Because I definitely, my household was rather testosterone driven. I would say, my family, my dad's side, they were men, Brett. They were men. I'm more of a pussy. I'm more of a woman than that. But
I agree with that, Kat. Like, I love long-term relationships. I love it. There's nothing like you get to that like 3-4 month period where you're just walking around the house naked and you're just having sex all the time and everything's great and just doing. And it's not about, I don't know, maybe it is about comfort, but I do like long-term. I like long-term relationships. They're good.
yeah, me too. It's like, yeah, I would prefer now. I would, prefer just to have that, and I would get married for them almost if they, you know what I mean? If it's so important to them or the family or some religious shit, okay, all right, but I don't have any desire to have the ceremony and the
No, and if they had to get married, if it was for religious purposes, then I think, well, if it's not going to stop. If we're doing this for religion, well, then there's going to be something else for religion, and then there's something else.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't get it.
Yeah, I would definitely gauge it. I would probably do it for someone I really liked if their family really wanted them to, but it would be under, that it wouldn't be a big fucking thing for me. I wouldn't, probably my family wouldn't even be there. I'd just go and have a thing with their family. But yeah, we'll see. But we'll see what I end up with, or maybe I'll just turn gay, which is a fine.
I tell you what, if I was a gay guy,
Bro,
I would own it. No, not it wouldn't be for the sex for sure, because I still don't think I'd ever be
Hang, right?
But for the snarkiness, talking shit behind somebody's back as a gay man would be wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, all that work to get. I think some comics of this. All the work to get gay marriage. Why? Why would you put all that effort in? Imagine gay divorces. If half of men and women get a divorce, imagine bitchy gay divorces. That's what you're in for. And just stay out of it.
Just the drama alone. My gay friends are awesome. I love hanging out with them because I don't have to say shit. I don't ever have to talk, and just let them run with it. And they will talk shit about every single person that they've ever met in their life. And it's fantastic. You can just sit there and sip free wine and just listen to them go. I love it.
Yeah, I agree. And Cat, that's a great idea. Get married on your deathbed so your significant other can have money without taxes.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Yeah. Well, actually,
depending on the state.
My uncle, when he did commit suicide, they owned houses and stuff together with my aunt. That took her a year to get that fucking money because it wasn't. I don't know. He probably had a will, but shit wasn't squared, and it took her a year going to fucking court and all that admin, as well as your husband killing himself to get your hands on the money that's yours anyway. Yeah, fuck all that. Get it done. Get the money.
I mean, deathbed. I mean, you've got to have an attorney right there to do, a general power of attorney to turn over that. So yeah.
If we're lucky enough to have a deathbed,
shit, I love it.
If we're lucky enough to have a deathbed and I haven't been shot in the back of the head in Sao Paulo after a comedy gig, after I insult the president or something, and then I'm twitching. It's like, get a lawyer. Wild. At some point, I got
to pee, and I'm going to get a refresh. That's cool. Can you handle it on your own, Carl?
I'll do my very best to handle it on my own. I'll even
talk. Throw a chat out there. Throw a blanket like ladies in the chat.
Hey, ladies in the chat, ever had your box munched by a lady?
Oh, I'm definitely. I'm going to take my time now. I'll be back.
By a lady sandwich. That's there we go. I did, Cat. That's all I've got. You had your box munched, bro. Ha ha ha! Not yet. Cat leaves the gates open. Kelly's a straight up no. Chris is being coy. I don't know. I'd say Chrissy at 15 at school. That was my one question to the women. Have you been a dyke? Unbelievable. Let's see if we can see outside. So I'm by these corrugated roofs, but believe me, the sky is nice, but the camera isn't picking it up. There's some nice vegetation there. And I'm sure I'll post some more pictures of around town tonight. Nope, there we go. What a bunch of homophobes. Unbelievable. Exactly, Kat. You've got a few frozen cocktails stored up. You meet watching a comedy show, and you invite her back for a fluffy minge or whatever, a runny cunt, whatever kind of cocktail you're making this week. And things get out of hand. Steve's filming it, of course. And you never know, especially in New York City. City of dreams. That's why Alicia Keys stopped wearing makeup. Too many group Bukake shots, I believe. That's what I'd say. That was a good chat, everyone, wasn't it? I did okay. And how nice it is that Doug and Brock both jumped in to help me out. So the chat, I'll try and think of a better question for next time I get left alone.
What? I can hear you.
What? Nobody had their boxes munched by ladies.
Let's just go ahead and bring. Speaking of boxes, let's just go ahead.
Whoa! This is the box Brett's been munching for the past 3 days.
But no, just yesterday. Two days.
You know what I'm going to do one night? Next time we do a podcast, I'm going to get a box of fucking wine. Let's do a wine night. I love it.
As long as it's cheap wine. Don't bring that fancy shit out.
I ain't no fancy pants.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact,
I'll get the one above whatever's in the gutter. I won't get the gutter wine. I'll get the one above it. Just whatever's not the lowest price.
So let's just take a look and see the damage done.
Oh, that's a bladder. That's what your actual bladder looks like as well.
I mean, that's
blooded and plastic.
I mean, almost all that was gone from yesterday alone.
All right, that's good.
It's going to be gone. It's going to be gone tonight.
Oh yeah. You got to see that through. Only a man that sits down to pee wouldn't finish that tonight. Come on.
Oh, a man that stands to piss would pussy out on this. He would look at this and go, "Oh my God, that's not the blood of my enemies.
Yeah,
that's something that terrifies me."
Only gays drink wine. That's what he would say.
Something like that. All right, let me put it back in the refrigerator because it's chillable red.
Get in there. I'm annoyed that I only brought 6 beers, so I'm on my 3rd beer in 3 hours, and I've only got 3 left. And they will undoubtedly. The only way this podcast could continue would me to run to the market and let Brett take over again. But I don't know. You might not want to stick around. But it's a nice way to spend an afternoon. I didn't see anything. I didn't go to a beach today. I was saying, Brett, I've had 3 beers in 3 hours. I've only got 3 left. That's annoying to me. It's starting to nag in even though it's plenty, it's starting to nag in my brain. You've only got 3 beers left.
Dude, and the worst thing is like, I'm not going to drink that many beers. And then I'll knock out like 9 beers. And that's not good enough for me. And now I'm at that cusp. It's like, oh shit, I've got to go get more beers because I want more. And so now I've got, stay off the main roads, take the back roads, just go to the yes, you'll have to pay more at the convenience store, but just a convenience store 3 miles away, go to that one. And so now you really got to think about, well, I failed to plan ahead. Now I've got to drive drunk.
Yep. My first night in Brazil, me and my friend, he cooked a beautiful barbecue. I don't know if I posted the things to Twitter, but I will. Beautiful home in his apartment, beautiful churrasco, and we had that. And then we put the world to rights. I hadn't seen him for 3 years. We drank. And he's not a real big drinker. He'll have a couple of beers. We got fucked up. And then he drove me home. He's like, at 2 a.m., he's like, you need to go back to your hotel. I'm like, yeah. And he goes, I'll drive. And I was like, nah. But it was a half-hearted no. And I was like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, man. Yeah, I'll drive. And he's got kids and shit. It's like fucking mad.
Wait a minute. Kat's trying to peel off, and she asked a question. I've never had my dick sucked, Kat, by a man. I've been propositioned by it before. Sorry,
I didn't see the question. No, yeah, someone tried quite persistently. Yeah. It was actually a friend that was closeted, but we all knew. And this was, not that, well, a few years ago, but even then it was still, way more, people were open, but there was a big scene. I would walk through bushes behind the pubs and find just 2 people sucking each other off, and then they'd jump out and run off. Like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
When I was in college, I worked at a bar. I was a bartender there, and we get more into that later because it goes deep into some kind of local gang stuff, or gangster stuff. And one of the regulars, he showed up. He stayed around too long, and while I was closing everything down, cleaning up, he goes, "Hey man, you want to go for a ride, smoke a joint, drink some beers?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, man!" I closed down at 2 a.m. I'm not going to bed before 5 o'clock anyway. Fuck yeah, let's go smoke a joint and drink some beers. And so he takes me out to this overlook in his car, and he looks over me and goes, So let's see that dick.
Let's see that dick.
Like, fuck are you talking about? He goes, I love sucking a dick.
Oh
Like,
my god.
well, dude, I appreciate you being a regular and you've always tipped well, but this is where we part ways. I got shit to do, so I'd appreciate if you crank up the car and take me back. So,
Well, I've never told this story on air, but this closeted guy, right? I posted a picture. It's a beautiful old like Tudor pub online before, but he's in this pub. He used to manage it, and we stayed over one night and we slept in his room upstairs. Like, a bunch of us, so me and a friend, we crashed. We'd have lock-ins at this place. We were too fucked up. We're like, right, crash here, fine. And this closeted friend, I'd wake up on the floor with this guy's arms around me at like 1 a.m. And I'm like, no, but I'm too fucked up to go home. I'm like, no, my other friend's passed out here. I'm somewhere else. Wake up, arms around me. I'm like, dude, no, thank you. But he was fucked up as well. This guy, I don't know. I guess he had an undying love for me, but secretly. But yeah, this happened 6 or 7 times. And I remember the next day walking back home with my friend. I couldn't tell him. And we brought these sandwiches for breakfast. One was like tuna. And I don't know why I got a tuna sandwich, but biting into it is like just made me think of dirty cock. And I was like, ugh. And then I came clean. I was like, yeah, he tried to gate me. He tried to gate me.
you know, and I'm not trying to be a simp here, but when something like that happens to you a couple times, or, and this is not I'm not gay bashing.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. And I'm happy for the guy. He's out in the open now, by the way. It's all good.
But it does give me a lot of empathy for the ladies. You know,
Oh yeah.
because this has happened to me just a handful of times, and it happens to them a handful of times every day.
Now every year I get more and more sympathy. Right, I went out. Now this is I went out for someone I barely knew's birthday, and she was ginger, and she goes, I want a ginger party. Everyone's got to be ginger. So I went out in a gingerbread man spandex outfit, tight, right, in a nightclub.
You show up and it's like, Jesus, somebody turned down
like,
the light.
everything was just tight as fuck. Right, it was like, but I was in a bit.
We can still see.
I wasn't fat then though, so it is a little bit better, but it's all right. But I got fucking groped so much that night, so much by groups of fucking like 40-year-olds, on antidepressants and stuff. Their hands right up there, everything got grabbed the entire night, and it's like, yeah. And thinking back at that, it's like, yeah, I'm shit. Sorry, guys. There was a girl that went out in a special dress that recorded fingerprints almost. It was like, or it made them show up after. It had a material that if you got touched, it would leave a handprint, right, under UV or something. She went out to a club, just a regular girl. And it was covered. When they put it in the light, it was arse, hips, like here, everywhere, like the whole thing. She goes, yeah, it was like 40 guys just walking through a nightclub, But I think that's being curbed a lot more now. There are efforts here. The security are way more on it. Because it wasn't that long ago, it was perfectly normal to see if you're a girl walking through a bar. Yeah, when a guy brushes past you to get past, he's putting, hands on the hips and move past and all that stuff. It's just wild. Yeah, I'd fucking hate it. I was so self-conscious. Because you think it would be cool, right? Even if they were hot, right? You think it would be cool? Not really. I don't really want hands up my admittedly spandexed ass when I'm just trying to get a beer queuing at the bar. Like, get off, you psycho.
It's really weird. Like, I've got I've not got gay friends, but I've got 2 really close gay friends. And, I knew them back when they identified as straight, cisgendered, whatever. And they were nervous. I'd go with them to gay clubs and hang out with them. And then they'd see some fella and be too scared to go up and talk to him. Like, that dude? Hell, I'll go talk to him. I'll invite him over to shoot some pool. And, they'd be like, oh, no, don't you know who he is? He's, like, that's just some dude. Special.
Yeah. Yeah. And another thing we'd do back in the day, we had this big social where I worked. We would go out at 5 p.m. and get in at 5 a.m. on a fucking Wednesday. But we would go pubs, food, pubs, club. And then after the club, when that show shut at 2, guess what's open? The motherfucking gay club.
Same in Nashville. Same in Nashville.
We even talked before. The gay club was open until 5 a.m. on a fucking Wednesday.
On here, it's open to 4. Yeah.
Yeah. So we would be right in there. Cheap drinks. Sometimes the security would not let you in, but for the most part, they were pretty much like, "Are you going to be a problem in here?" But it's like, "No, dude, let's just go." We'd be in doing terrible shots and all that stuff. But yeah, there were occasions in that place where I was made to feel a little bit uncomfortable, playing pool or in the toilet or on the dance floor. I'd get up and throw some shapes, and you'd have this big fucking dude like come up to you like Blue Oyster style. Like, you'd have to be like, not.
And
not
when
entirely,
I first started hanging out at gay clubs, not hanging out, but going to my gay friends, that's what I expected. I expected the Blue Oyster Club from Police Academy. Oh, Jesus, I'm not getting out of here. But, and nowadays, if you're doing 2 or 3 open mics and, a bar shuts down at 2 a.m., same deal. The only bars that's open are gay bars in Nashville. And so you just go hang out with gay bars and go hang out with gay folks. And shit, next thing you know, you start inviting them out to your comedy gigs and just have a good time. I've never been in a fight at a gay bar. But honky tonks, I've never been in a fight at a black club. Or I had a gun pulled on me or a knife pulled on me or anything. But that's always happened at white honky tonks.
This is me and Brett in Nashville.
Oh, dude. It's too hot to hug up on each other, so we're just going to have to do like pinky. We're going to have to do pinky hands.
Oh, man. Yeah, but I actually almost did get into a fight in the gay club, but it wasn't. So I guess you now know about him, like Jimmy Savile, the TV presenter. The British guy who was diddling everything.
It was all over Twitter, yeah.
The Halloween after all that came out, I dressed up, and he died. I dressed up as a zombie Jimmy Savile and went out. And my bit was like, I've come back from the dead to get back at my accusers. I just went out at Halloween. It's stupid. But anyway, we went out all night. But when we got into the gay club, it was gay people that started, but some people got really fucking offended about it, and they were starting violence towards me, and I, being in a gay club, was protected by 2 women, and that two female friends, and that will always stay with me. I'm not ashamed to admit it. They threatened the dude. Am I right? Phenomenal. I'll try and find some pictures of that because it was one of my favorite. I used to do adult Halloween. I don't really do it anymore, but there were 2 or 3 years there where we did it. And we went pretty hard on the booze, and made effort on the costumes. I think me and Jamie are going to do it for a podcast this year.
I'll never understand the pedophile thing. I'll never understand it.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, actually wanting.
People think I'm like cruel. Like, I'm disgusted by kids. I don't want to be around kids. They just look like walking disease factories. They don't wash their hands after, they blow their damn nose in their hand, wipe it all snotty. Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, why would you? Yeah, this Airbnb they had a 4-year-old kid, and he's been sick for 2 weeks. His nose was running. He'd come and sit next to me, and he'd be like, yeah. And I'd be feeling sick for 2 days. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Do you want to see me dressed as Jimmy Savile with one of the girls that protected me?
Oh, nice.
Pretty good, right? She was hot Belgian girl there. Who's she? That's not a hot girl.
Nice.
But yeah, I was really impressed with this, and it had the chain, the hair. I think I made a good effort. And then
You did well.
Yeah, a few people got offended. It was
I've got to be honest. I can't even tell it's you.
There we go.
You did well.
A cab driver got offended on the way home. He was like, I won't do the Asian accent, but he was Asian. He was like, why are you dressing like this guy? He said, I've got kids at home. And I just said, I'm not trying to fuck your kids.
Wait, so when you say Asian,
oh, I mean Central Asian, not like
because Asia is a big place, and there's so many.
What I noticed that a lot of when the US often say Asian, they mean Thailand, China, all that whole area, right?
Japanese, Chinese. Look at these.
Yeah, historically we've meant like
Southwest Asians, Middle Easterns,
this sort of area, right? So
I mean, shit, say it because Asia's huge. So when someone says Asian, it's like okay, but
I almost did the voice.
Press somebody that says Asian.
I almost did the cab driver voice, but I didn't. So it's like,
I've got friends at home.
I know I've got kids at home, but yeah, I said I'm not trying to fuck your kids, man. Just take me home. Dressed as Jimmy at 3 a.m. after drinking for 100 hours. And to be fair, he did take me home. So
yeah, why are you dressed like that? Why are you driving a cab?
Oh, I'm dressed like I'm dressed up as a paedophile at Halloween because I wanna fuck your kids. So
I'm straight up just trying to sneak around.
Yeah, fun times we'll have. What can I say?
By that rationale, had I dressed up like Michael Myers, I'd be around to kill people.
Do you remember when they banned clowns? Was it in the US? They stopped people dressing up as clowns a few years ago because too many people. It was around about the time the It movie came out, I think, and too many people were jumping out of bushes dressed as clowns, and it was freaking people out. I don't know if it's in a particular city or state, but I'm sure somewhere in the US said no, there's no clown dressing up as Halloween.
And I mean, I don't know about that. It's amazing to me that they didn't get shot in this country.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it probably wasn't in Texas. It was probably in fucking Pennsylvania, or I don't know, somewhere.
And so, why did you say instinctively, knee jerk, say Pennsylvania?
I didn't. It was just something that I don't know a lot about. So when I said it, I was like, I don't know anything about it.
the Klan and racist and heavily armed are people with all over Western PA.
Well, I didn't know that. So I
said, all over. It's one of my bits that I threw out a while back. It's the Southeast and this accent. Oh, you got that Confederate accent. Go fuck yourself. You don't even know a shit about accents.
What state should have I just said that's free? I mean, you could say Oregon has guns, though, right?
Dude, have you read Oregon's Constitution?
No. Should I? Is it like guns? The
state of Oregon pretty much put it straight in there. If you were of non-white descent, you had 6 weeks to get the fuck out or be subjected to lashings. And it went exponentially. It's people think that Oregon is some liberal haven. Yeah,
it's only because Portland kind of is now. It's nothing to do with the history or the state in general, right?
Now they're keeping it weird. That's a distraction from how it was founded.
And by the way, I remember even when they made it weird during the riots and stuff, when they made up that what they call them autonomous zones or something. They were we're going to police ourselves, and it was just people with assault rifles shooting kids.
Cat, no, you don't have a New York accent, Cat.
No, not as I would consider it. When I went to New York, actually, I didn't hear a New York accent for most of my time until I got, I think, in a couple of bars. But for the most part, I noticed the younger generations didn't really have it. And then
you've got like when someone from the Midwest becomes a news anchor, it's hard to tell where you're from. Now, that being said, we're all drunk, so we didn't ask you to pronounce the Bowery.
AC's getting a little cold. It's that bad boy off. I can tell some regional accents in the US, but it is difficult because you're going to have so many that blend in the middle there. So where the fuck did the vocal fry accent start? I guess it's like girls that grew up in the valley originally, right? But then they invented.
Yes, in California.
I guess it was like inspired by Kardashian shit as well. But they realized there was a study, and it is a completely false. It's invented and copied. It's not. It's like what fucking. Just a retarded girl said something once, and someone listened, and then repeated it, and then it just.
I went to the drive-through, and I got a large order of fries.
But then you've got to go up at the end of the sentence, like you're like you're asking a question. It's like,
what about the inflection? Yeah. So today I went for a drive. Are you asking me or telling me? What's wrong with you?
Odd stuff. I don't think it really made it to the UK, but we've got that kind. Go for it. We've got that kind of personality in the UK. They get a wine, get a sweet wine.
Who's wine? What wine? What the hell did I
Breathe, Carl. Yeah, Doggy Dog's got one of those up talk. That's it, Cat. You're right, Kelly. Doggy Dog's got a little bit of the Italian, American, just a touch, right? Marv got a bit, then he's a bit nasal as well. But then he sounds like the penguin from the original Batman.
Speaking of this, Carl, there was a lady in my chat last night. I guess her husband was I guess he was an expert, like a linguistic expert. He didn't speak multiple languages or anything, but his gig, whether he was a historian or whatever, he was about the history of accents throughout the world kind of deal.
Interesting.
And this was before I got shit-faced, and I really wanted to talk to her and get him in the chat because I had so many questions. Like if he honestly was a historian and knew about, accents around the world, that to me is interesting as shit about history. And of course, I'm not going to isolate anybody in the chat, but I definitely I hope they come back for sure.
Craig motherfucking Johnson.
Hey, Craig, how's it going, sir?
Going out for a drive by the fires.
Craig, are you being safe? How's any smoke? What's the fire situation, sir?
But you two get thick with the accents reference and I get lost. Welsh is a weird one. I'm fascinated. Well, I'm fascinated by language. That's another reason why by the way, on this trip, I've learned more Portuguese than I have in years. And I'm getting better speaking to Uber drivers and that shit. But I love languages. I like thinking about how they develop. It's like fucking all these people just talking differently, man. It's weird. It's just it's like what's going and then accents in a country. What makes Alabama not New York or LA or Chicago?
Go. There's a YouTube channel out there. I can't remember what the title is. This lady does it's a minute and a half long, and she breaks down the accents of the states in the Southeast and where they came from and where we came from, and why do people in Louisiana talk a little bit faster? Why does it sound a little bit more like New York sometimes? And we have so many here that she didn't have time to break down all of them. Like mine, I'm from the Plateau region. So in the Plateau region you're going east from Middle Tennessee and right where it becomes Middle Tennessee to East Tennessee. That's where and Billy Wayne Davis. We're from the same area. He's from the bordering county to the east of me. And so we kind of have that same accent. If I talk to somebody from Nashville, born and raised in Nashville, I know exactly where they're from. If I talk to somebody from Memphis or West Tennessee, I know exactly where they're from. Same way with East Tennessee. Kentucky's different. North Alabama is different from Southern Alabama. Same way with Georgia. You get in the middle of Atlanta, and then you kind of sort of lose the accent unless you're around politicians. But yeah, it's just you just kind of know where somebody's from.
Well, thinking about it, it's like accents are weirder than language, right? Because you can understand that how language can develop because you're in a different country. You're in a different fucking country, man. Like, it's just
Hey,
separate.
Craig, I'll lift my pinky, Craig.
Maybe even separated by water or whatnot. You see like completely different Pakistani to fucking Mexican, right? But accents, you're speaking the same language, the same words. For the most part, you'll have different regional stuff, and it can just cross a couple of hours, drive a couple of hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, and it's completely like in the UK because it's so small. I can drive London to Birmingham
And
2-3
Craig,
hours.
yes, Billy Wayne's from Crossville. I'm from Sparta. I'll lift my skirt up and show you my slip. Yep, I'm from Sparta. Played them in football, baseball, etc. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Carl.
No, it's fine. Accent to the States refer back to England. So you're saying different settlers from different parts of the UK, and then that kind of became its own thing.
So specifically, my accent, from everything I've read, comes over from the Scotch Irish, because it's the Appalachian accent, and this accent here is the last holdouts, because basically when they came over, they basically walked the Appalachian Trail. They'd land in Virginia, walk the Appalachian Trail on the eastern side of the Appalachians, get to Springer Mountain, Georgia, go, well, this all sucks. And then they go up the western side of it, and they went into Ohio, then Kentucky, then my folks went to the plateau of Tennessee, and that's it. And the accent never left.
Wow. It's fucking wild. It's wild. Yeah, we've got some.
Obviously, it adjusted. Clearly, it adjusted. But then you get the hillbillies, and the hillbilly was basically if you defended black people, you were a kind of a southern redneck that took up with black people, and you defended black people. So hillbilly is used as a derogatory term, but from my understanding, hillbilly was something to be proud of, and redneck is also a derogatory term. But when the coal miners and the workers turned against the owners and the managers, they'd wear red scarves around their neck so they wouldn't kill each other in the smoke. And once they got in there, the fighting started.
I was so naive. I assumed it had something to do with having burned necks from the sun, and I didn't know rednecks and hillbillies were different. I was like, "Fuck!" Can you just hear them tossed around these phrases, right? These fucking rednecks drinking their booze and seeing UFOs or whatever, or the hillbillies more. But yeah, that's interesting. I need to learn about more fucking history, man.
And again, like, that's just what I understand it to be. I'm sure there's 1,000 different areas it comes from, but that's just the way I understand it. Rednecks comes from a coal mining uprising, and the workers were sick and tired of working long hours for little wage, and they wore those red kerchiefs around their necks and just went to work on their enslavers, basically. And hillbillies were just white people that defended black folks.
So I wonder if the derogatory use of hillbilly and redneck, maybe it came from the corporations, right? The man, because at the time they kind of fuck with the man, right? So maybe they start putting that shit out. These are pieces of shit, fuck these, they're stupid, whatever. And then down the years, it just becomes the joke of the stupid hillbilly.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, but you still hear, somebody hears my accent, and I have to really go above and beyond.
You got to put on a pair of glasses.
Yeah, I got to put on a pair of glasses. I've really got to hit them
with wine.
Like, this guy's read one book or two, so I've got to go above and beyond.
That's fucking the movies did that, man. The movies did it because that's all I saw of that accent was the movie. Maybe you'd hear a country singer every now and then, but the movies did it. It's like it was normally some fucking guy in dungarees. Well,
that's not a knife. This is a knife. It's like that's how I think all Australians are.
Crocodile Dundee, yeah, exactly. They're all wrestling crocodiles. And Yeah, no, I am now. I've got Pringles, I've got Coke, I've got 4 beers.
Cat said the same thing. He's going to whip that
Understand.
acoustic guitar in a minute. I gave my wife a cherry.
Yeah, it's wild, but it's because I didn't think about this when I moved. I didn't check what it had in the room, and there's no desk, so I'm sat on a table. Laptop's on another table on a bag, and I'm just by the windowsill for some light, which is now gone.
And we've sat here and watched it. Like it was
Yeah.
in daylight. We've gone for 3 hours and 45 minutes, and we watched the light out there, and now it's gone down.
It is just 10 to 6, 5:50 p.m. The sunset has gone. The hot girls have
Craig, 100%, Craig. And as a single only child, my manipulative skills, 100%. Yes.
It's true. Actually.
I always want people to think I'm dumb because they never see me coming. And yep, that's something that's instilled from a young age, and I've used it. Yep, I want it's something deep in there. Yes, I'm manipulative. I watch people's emotions to see how. Yes, I'm opening up. I'm letting you know a little bit about me. I'm not a super nice, pure guy, but yes, 100%, Craig.
Yeah, it's good to be seen as dumb sometimes, right?
Yeah,
and people just talk around you. They just talk. They go, "This fucking dummy." He's not gonna.
And really, all you got to do is just let people talk. As an only child, if you allow people to talk, they'll give you all the information you need. You know, on them. And I was trying to stop short of saying take that information and use it against them, but yeah.
So Brett's got Minddog being in the mob.
Child, it's a defense mechanism, especially if, I was always a young kid. They put me in kindergarten when I just turned 5. I was always the youngest kid. I was underdeveloped. I was always the smallest, almost always. And yeah, you had to use every single tool you had in the toolbox to survive and get by, man. So yeah,
cheers to you.
Cheers to you.
Yeah, it's a good strategy. Yeah. Well, I've known you're a manipulative piece of shit for a while, bro, but I like it. I fucking love it, man. I can see when me and Jamie are a little bit too drunk and you just throw a couple of questions out there, we're like, and then we get in trouble with Minddog. So sorry, dude. Favorite TikTok of Southern accent? Yeah, it's just like it is a stereotype from movies. That's all it is. Movies and TV. People are fucking people, man. For a long time, around the George Bush era, George W, I fucking did not like Americans in general, and I'd meet Americans and then question them like, "What's your deal, dude?" And then I'd be a piece of shit. But obviously, being in the real world after that as an adult, I used to work with a lot of people from all over the states. I was like, "Fucking most people."
Well, I also blame the Redneck Comedy Tour, like Jeff Foxworthy and those guys made it acceptable to be a dumbass. Like they just made it acceptable to go, fuck yeah, I love NASCAR and I love fucking being a racist and whatever. I mean, it gave a mouthpiece to those people, and it's like, what are you doing, man? Like, you don't have to live like this at all. In most of our states, it's like, come on, we're not generating any revenue. We're taking more than we're putting in. Come on. Like Tennessee, I'll tell you this, we're number 1 in medical bankruptcies in the country. We're number 3 in rural hospital closures in the country.
Wild times. Yeah, Kat. I was on the other side of it, so people would do the same. And yeah, I didn't encounter Americans in my life. I lived in a small town, didn't really have the internet really, and I would be a dick as well, right? But then I met people. You fucking, do you know what I mean? I used to work with Americans from everywhere: LA, New York, Pittsburgh, New Mexico. And then you actually go, okay, most people are fucking cool. So you get some people who've never left their town that might be a bit weird, or the state or whatnot.
In 1998, I was in Amsterdam, and I was at a bar with some locals, and the Clinton scandal, getting a blowjob, happened, and these locals were laughing at me, like, what I do? I didn't do shit. They're
And
like,
also, what are we really mocking? The guy got his dick sucked at work. You know?
the people in Amsterdam was like, we got live sex shows here. You think we care about your pious country and some president getting his dick sucked? And then to avoid that scandal, he sends missiles and planes into Iraq over the no-fly zone. And it's like, I can't defend anything. I can just nod my head and go, I know, man. I know. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
You pull out a saxophone, start humming.
I pull out an acoustic guitar and play a tune.
Yeah, Craig. For me, I love accents in general, anyway. But yeah, a southern accent for me on an appropriate female is perfect. I'll take it.
And of course, there's a difference between Cajun and Creole. Know that.
I only knew a little bit about that from Treme. The slightly underperforming follow up to The Wire. Down in the Treme. But yeah, it was good. I learned a little bit about New Orleans.
Which,
and then,
I mean, I love New Orleans, but there's no way in hell I'd live in a town where I had to walk uphill to get to the river.
Yeah, that's a great point. Hills in general can go fuck themselves. I lived in Cardiff was a flat city, Amsterdam was a flat city. I've lived in hilly places. Bristol's a hilly place. Here it's pretty flat unless you're in. When I was in Sao Paulo, my second hotel, I had to walk up a hill like fucking that to get back there in the sweating, minging heat. No, I don't want that in my life. Thank you. It's just chill.
But in general, I love people of Louisiana, and well, here's another story. If you want to hear one, tell me to shut up, cut me off. But not long after Katrina hit, again, C-130 Loadmaster, we go down there, and the folks from the New Orleans, Louisiana Air National Guard, or Army National Guard at this point, they were spinning their troops up. They were getting ready to deploy to the Middle East. So we were shuttled. They were using us and our planes to shuttle them from Volk Field, which is up in Wisconsin, to and from just outside of New Orleans. So we do a couple shuttles a day, and we were bringing those. They went up to Volk Field to train, and so we're bringing them back to hang out with their families prior to deploying and going to the Middle East. And on our days off, me and an old guy, he was at this point he would have been about 57, 58. He was really close to retiring. Prior Marine Vietnam era vet, tough guy, and I drove down there and met him, and on our days off we just hung out together because we didn't know anybody really, and we drive around all the 9th and 5th wards and all that stuff, and so we got back in the office one day after seeing all this, and of course they had not fixed up, they hadn't even chopped down their trees. And it's been, 2 years or so since Katrina. And one guy in the office, he goes, well, we were just saying, we drove around all these wards and y'all haven't really cleaned up anything. And the dude goes, well, down here in Louisiana and New Orleans, we're very laid back kind of people. And this old crusty Vietnam Marine Corps vet goes, mm-hmm. Laid back and lazy look a lot alike. And of course, I cried when he said that. But I was like, hey, come on, man. At least there's a tree that's down. It's been in your front yard for 2 years. Cut it up, have a bonfire, invite people over, have a crab boil. Come on, do something.
Get into it. Sugar Callows, don't buy a house below sea level. Yeah, New Orleans, bitch. Don't wear a short skirt when you go out around Ward. Yeah, that Treme show was about post Katrina. I think it was the 5 years post Katrina, and you follow like The Wire. It'd follow restaurant owners and musicians and stuff, but it never quite. It was almost looked like it was going to be a good show, and then kind of like, yeah, good parts. Yeah, I kind of liked it, and I learned a lot about the the Creole stuff. I think one of the characters was a Creole dude. And it was about all the shit that happened, like FEMA not helping, and people were left with dilapidated buildings, and then putting their lives back together and stuff. But yeah, Kelly, Brett with glasses throwing the knowledge. Exactly, it's school day. Every day's a school day. You ain't no dumb hillbilly.
I mean, the reason I open my mouth, I hope people have a Google search open to call me on my bullshit. Because if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. There's not much of an ego.
The only person who Googles around here is Johnson. Johnson Googles. The rest of Cat drinks, right? Kelly drinks. Whoever else watching just drink. Craig Googles. I'll have a little Google as well. But it's I love it. I love it all. Down in the tram, me and my baby. Love. Great intro. Poor show. Anyway, there we go. Yeah.
Sense.
Wild time. So, yeah, I need to get back to Germany. I know that comes out of left field. I think it's not going to be till next summer, though, because I've got all these big ideas and they all cost money and time. In Germany, I think I want to go in the summer because I went in the bleak winter before and it wasn't great. Just an experience being cold and rained on, you know.
Carl, I think you're on the right track, man, because I've always thought of going to El Salvador because my money would last so much longer there. I'd have to hire guards, to make sure I didn't get killed in the middle of the night at my home. But Central South America, I
came to Brazil the first time in 2014 with friends and visited friends and all that stuff. But I immediately something clicked. I was like, I fucking love it. I've only been to Peru and I want to go to Mexico, but both places actually, I immediately was like, there's a lot of weird shit and a lot of wild stuff, but I like a lot about the lifestyle that's not that we've lost. I think there's a lot more community, a lot more good shit, and I like the fact that it's warmer because you're kind of more chill. You're not rushing around like fucking. I need to get here, there. I'm wandering around in my flip flops. I might.
There's a YouTube guy. His name is Rick Martinez, who I watch on YouTube. He's a chef. He's from Texas, and he's almost got me just convinced that it's time to move to Mazatlan in Mexico. Just looking at the people, looking at the food, looking at the views. So when you mentioned Mexico, I immediately thought of Mazatlan. And shit.
Yeah, I walked into Mexico from just down from Bisbee. Actually, I went to Nappo, I think, and over the border. But it's a tiny little town. Nothing was open, not even the pharmacy. I spent 5 minutes in Mexico. But I do want to go back. I want to experience Mexico City just for the fucking zaniness of it. I want to eat street tacos. I know it's fucking obvious, but I just want to go and find taco vendors and just see them every day for 10 days, And obviously the historical places. But yeah, I don't know a lot of other places in Mexico. I knew some Mexicans, but I've got a girl from Tijuana that said she would show me around. She, not just in Tijuana, is going to kill me. She's been in, done a PhD, I think, in Cardiff, but she's from there. But she goes, yeah, come over and we'll show you around sometimes. Mexico is big on my list.
If you could go to Tijuana with a local,
yeah,
do it, because that's the only opportunity you'll ever have.
Yeah, because I'm not going to go wandering my fucking white ass around there on my own.
Because I'll walk into Tijuana, probably going to a donkey show. That probably going to get mugged, get fucked up, you know. But a local from Tijuana, that's a fucking awesome experience because, you know, as a younger fella, you know, we had the boys' towns. If you're in the Air Force, you were always going to Texas for some kind of tech school. And the boys' towns were always right there on the border. And you may don't know what Boys Town is. Boys Town is where Americans, Texan American boys, would go across the border, and there's whorehouses and bars.
Ladies.
Yeah, a bunch of ladies, and you stroll over there. It's right across the border, and you zip over, zip back. At that point, you didn't need a passport. But you know, if you're white, they knew exactly where you were going and what you were going to be doing. So, and you know, now you got to be careful with the cartels, and they need a passport and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Bobby Lee tells a lot of stories about Tijuana. The LA comics used to go down to Tijuana on the like every Friday, pretty much. Just go down there and just go to fucking some weird whorehouse, nearly get killed, get a disease. Just have a nice time when you're a 22-year-old struggling comic.
Yeah. And again, like beers were 50 cents.
Yeah.
You just get there early, get fucked up, and
get a $10 hooker.
Yeah. It's exactly what you're doing. There's no other reason. It's not like there's any kind of art or culture in a boys' town.
Exactly. Living but my dream's going to end soon, Kat, I think. You ever get to Juarez with Las Cruces? No, I knew one guy that he moved to Las Cruces, and I don't even know how you fucking say it, but I knew him when he was at Arizona State, and he came to work in the UK for a while, and I knew him then. He was straight edge when he came. I turned him into a drunk and sent him home. And then I think he became straight edge again. We don't talk so much anymore, but I never met him out there, actually. Met him in the UK.
Craig Anderson and I went through Las Cruces. We spent the night there and didn't really get to see the town much, but I would love to go back to Las Cruces and hike those mountains that are right there. I thought it was great. And the green chili pepper cheeseburgers were fantastic. But god damn, we went there in late May, early June. It was like
too hot.
Yeah, it's like it just sizzles your face off.
Yeah, I was in Arizona in October, and that fucked me up. So I was like,
really?
Well,
because
it never hit. Well,
you were at Bisbee, is that right?
So I went to Tucson. So I went to LA, 35 degrees, which is, I don't know, 80 something maybe. Then I went to Tucson, same temperature. Tried to hike up by the fucking Sonoran cactus or whatever. Fucked me up after 20 minutes. I was like, headache. Let's get back in the aircon in the car. And then I went to Bisbee as well. But I don't really remember much about the temperature in Bisbee. I think it was cooler. Probably it's high, right?
Bisbee, I did not know this. When first time I drove to Bisbee, I've said this a couple times, probably on my stream. It's like, why is my Jeep struggling? Because it's such a slow, gradual hill.
Yeah, but I never knew. Even when I went there,
Bisbee is 300 feet higher than Denver, Colorado.
Wow. So I never knew until Minddog or someone told me recently, or maybe Andres, someone said, yeah, Bisbee's got elevation. And yeah, I drove from Tucson 2 hours, and it just felt like I was on a freeway. It felt like it was down, Brett. I swear, we went into a freeway, went through the tunnel, the Bisbee tunnel, and then it just felt like you go into this valley down into the town, and you go up the other side and stuff. But yeah, it felt like it was flat or down. I didn't even think that you're probably gradually just going up from Tucson, right?
Yeah, because the whole time I was like, this is a big highway. It's a nicely paved highway. Why am I in third gear in my Jeep trying to climb this fucking hill? None of this makes sense.
I wasn't driving, so I was in the passenger seat. I didn't even fucking think. I was listening to the podcast on the radio, whatever it was, and enjoying the drive, pulling in for gas and seeing a real cowboy with a hat and an open carry revolver.
I remember you saying that.
Woo! I was like, that's a cowboy.
Oh, Cat. See you later.
See you, Cat. Thanks.
Get a refill, Cat.
Go get it. Thanks for stopping by, Cat. Cocktails. Oregon Mountains. Yeah, I had no fucking idea. I didn't even know at the time. Because then it seems flat from Tucson, right? And then you walk over a flat border to Mexico. We've gone down into the valley of Bisbee Town where Canopy takes a lot of his pictures, right? And then up the other side, I knew it was going back up to like South Bisbee where Stanhope is, and then out flat to NACO. It felt like it was just in a valley. I guess it is, but you've gone up. Yeah, wild times. I only found that out, I guess, about in the last month. I can't remember who told me.
You know, my only black eye against Bisbee is it's not an open container town. Of all the towns out there,
Oh, really?
you should be able to walk around with open beer, because I was walking around OB and started just walking, well beyond where I should have been. I was like, fuck, it's hot, man. Sweat my ass off. I'm going to go into this Conoco station and get a beer or tall boy or something, refresh myself.
I didn't think about it.
And I go to the counter and I go, hey, is this can I walk around with open beer? And she was like, no. I was like, even if it's in a brown paper bag? No. Like,
so weird.
What?
People go to Bisbee to be gay and take drugs and fucking get wild.
You go to Bisbee, it's like that's the reason you go to Alaska. It's never to be found again. And you can't walk around with a beer. And so I called Dave Rader and they're like, hey, Dave, I'm at this, here's where I am. Can you come pick me up? And I was like, what the fuck? I bought a beer and I can't walk around. I can't even sit outside in the shade and drink this beer. And he goes, oh no, I'll be right there. It's like, okay. So
perfect. Come and rescue. Yeah, I didn't even try actually, because I was only there a couple of days. We stayed, I said before, in this old weird place, but we would walk down the hill into town, old town, I guess. And I just literally ate food at the table, drank in the Grand. I think that's the only place. Maybe I went into another bar, I can't remember. Couple of places, but I just had a couple of whiskeys, couple of beers. Didn't have the time to go to fully explore it, and I never even thought about going in somewhere and getting a beer, so I never experienced it. But
if you ever find yourself down there again, I stayed at the Bisbee Touring Company. It's very pro gay. If you're there like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's like $25 a night. Okay. And they allowed me and all 3 dogs to be there. It was fantastic. Bed, everything was completely clean. Everything was great. And I just didn't need anything. It was just because I was never in there. The dogs and I were always out and about. But the Bisbee Touring Company is fantastic. They do, like on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they do gouge you. Like it's going to be $100, $120 a night or so. But
just go mid. It's still there. So this is where I stayed. It's called the Schoolhouse Inn. And my goodness, Brett, when I look back, I swear these people were probably pedophile. But they lived in a school, man. It was an old school, and they turned it into a bed and breakfast. And I have to say, they treated you like you were at school. This is the place.
I know exactly where that is.
I'm sure it's down from the tunnel down the hill, and because when I used to walk into town, you go down a hill past some houses and shit. It's on the right as you come in.
Exactly where it is.
But kind of cool in a way, but at the same time, yeah, our bedroom was a geography classroom or something with a fucking blackboard and toys in it. It was weird. And then when you went down for breakfast, the owners were fucking super strict. They were like, breakfast is at 9, it finishes at 10, and we're getting at 10:01 and want eggs, and they would just look at you over the glasses like breakfast at 10, but they would serve you but grudgingly. They like slop it on your plate, and it's like something's going on here. It's like the Wicker Man.
The Bisbee touring company was fantastic because I could take the dogs out for a walk, and we walked every single staircase in Bisbee, Arizona that there is, and
Wow.
we would do that 3 times a day. And the dogs are worn out, and then we'd go over to Matt Becker's place at Chuckleheads, the comedy club. He allowed my dogs to come in, and we'd go in there, get in the shade, air conditioning, cool off. I'd have beers. He'd provide the dogs with water, and we'd drop $50 hanging out in there. For me,
Sounds
it's
perfect. Yeah, absolutely perfect. To come up with those staircases and stuff. I did actually. I was speaking with him the other day, and I was like, maybe at some point. It's one of those things where probably the next time I come out, it sounds like I'm kind of full with plans. But the second trip, sometime next year, it might be somewhere I could go again. I still have my friend in Arizona, but they've moved up to Phoenix now. It's even more north. Now they've got new kids and all that stuff. So
that's Phoenix is way north from Bisbee. People need to understand that it's not next door.
Yeah, because Tucson is 2.5 hours. Isn't Phoenix another 3-4 hours north of Tucson? Right? Yeah,
it's a long way.
Yeah, but I loved. I know I've said it a million times, but Tucson for me, this is 6 years ago, and I had the best Mexican food I've ever eaten.
Dude, I love Tucson. I love it, and I fell in love with Tucson early in the morning when it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. I was standing on the flight line, whether I just got pre-flighted the plane or getting ready to crank engines.
That's right, because when we took up, I noticed there's a massive Air Force.
Well, there's Davis Monthan, but there's also the Boneyard.
I think when I took off from the airport, I think I remember seeing a base nearby because I saw a lot of shit. Yeah.
Yep, it's Davis Monthan is a big C-130 base, but standing on that flight line, again, freezing your balls off, and watching, because that time the sun's just coming up, so it's just hitting the tips of the mountain tops. Right. And then it just slowly, in all those oranges and reds and yellows, I'm like, this place is fucking awesome.
I don't think I saw sunrise, but I remember.
I love Tucson, and just like you said, the food is amazing.
Phenomenal food, and I didn't see too much of the city. I went out for Taco Tuesday, but my friend who lived there took me out dollar tacos or whatever it was. Went to the cinema. I stayed in a little casita in some near the college football stadium. We went downtown. Great bars as well. Bars. Yeah.
Phoenix is way too hot for me because I've spent a lot of time there as well. But that southwest area is like, I don't mind being poor and destitute, but if I can have some good food and good beer and be surrounded by all those colors, and like you wake up early in the morning and you're surrounded by painting, and you go to, in the evenings, another sunset, and it's a painting. Hell yeah. It's awesome to me.
Yeah, I think it's the saguaro cactus, right? Saguaro. There we go. I'm such a fucking foreign bastard.
I know. Oh, look at me being all douchey.
Driving around those hills and then trying to hike and then just standing next to these fucking things. They're massive fucking bastards. And then the fruit that's on the floor that the hyenas have eaten.
Yeah.
It's just a different world to me. And I didn't get on with the heat. It was a very dry heat. But I'd like to go back. Maybe, because I've been to Brazil several times. It's not as dry here, but I think I'd cope with it a little bit better next time. And I just fucking love, the food. It's chill. It's a fairly chill place for the US, I think. Easy to drive around. Fairly. I wasn't in it in rush hour, but it's easy to just get around. It's fairly simple. I remember going to a beautiful bar.
A buddy of mine is moving to Taos, New Mexico, looking at Craig's post. And he's got an earth ship. He's built his earth ship out there. He's been working on it for a while. And he's almost got me talked into going out there. Almost.
I'll be visiting at some point. Craig's got to send me. I think is it green chili you're sending to Minddog's when I go to New York? Because I want to try. I want to, of course, New Mexico should have the best Mexican as well, right? But for me, just to have, we get okay Mexican food here, but just to try be cooked by Mexicans was the difference, by actual Mexicans. Whether or not they're being whipped out the back, I don't know. I don't want to know.
See, and that's a problem I have. Nashville has phenomenal food. We have everybody that come, it's Mexicans, everybody from Central and South America. You want Honduran food? We got it. You want Somalian food? We got it. You want real Mexican? We got everything here. The food, it's tough to leave because we have it. And where I live, it's in a 10-mile radius of my house. I got everything. As far as food goes, tough. It's
food for me can sell a country. I could put up with a lot of other shit if the food is phenomenal. That holds a high point for me. Food like Brazil, I can get anything. I'm eating shit. I'm eating Pringles, right? But sorry, the noises. But when I do get some food, the snacks, a fucking empanada or a pastel or a fucking this thing called coxinha, which is like a chicken in a battered thing with cheese around it. It's phenomenal, especially if you've had a few beers. The barbecue. So yeah, the food is a big selling point for me for Brazil. But yeah, and Mexican food, I'll do anything for you for Mexican food. There's something about good Mexican food and a beer, a good beer with a fucking lime, or even a margarita. I'll push about and be fancy and have a margarita with some salt around the rim.
And let's be honest. As long as you have a good view, does the beer really have to be that good?
No.
Yeah. You're on the beach drinking El Presidentes in Puerto Rico. It's like it's the beer. You're looking at this great view.
The beer can be fine anyway. I went to a pizzeria by a main fucking avenue the other day. Past me, having beeping. And I was like, fine. The beer was shit. And I was like, okay, let's swap. They only had Bud or something else. So no, let's stick with it because I think the second will be better. And when we've had 8, who gives a fuck? I'm in Brazil. I'm eating nice pizza. We're chilling, knocking the beers back. It takes by the 8th one, I want 10 more.
No, and it's kind of like my Twitch stream. I have no agenda. I don't care if anybody subscribes. I'm going to do it anyway just for the hangout. I just want to hang out with people. And it's the same way going to a different country and drinking beer and just hanging out on a patio.
That's view. Real life. That's real life to me, right? That's how stuff gets good and is good because you're not overthinking what's happening.
Yeah.
When you start overthinking it, when you start thinking about what you look like sat at that bar, how cool you look, that's the fucking problem. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Let your belly hang out, drink a beer, chill, and that's the atmosphere. And on the Twitch stream, don't give a fuck. Make it good. It's good anyway, and people will come because it's a good hang.
And the person sitting next to you at that bar may be the most interesting person you've ever spoken to in your life. And fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. There's no agenda in life anymore. It's
I miss it so much, Brett. Going into a pub before fucking everyone had a smartphone in their pocket. God, I am. That was the most beautiful thing in the world. I made friends. Got ladies, but it's just that you sit at the bar, chat shit to the bar staff, drink, right? And then people come in, you get talking after an hour. Yeah, it's just fun. It's human life. Now people go in pubs and they're this. If they're on their own, they're in their phone. I end up on Twitter as well in a fucking bar because
I do the same thing. If I'm by myself, I am scrolling the shit out of Twitter on a bar. So Carl, I've always said this. I've never been alone, but I've always been by myself. If that makes sense.
It does, and I spend it's back to the Munich. I spend a lot. I have spent a lot of time alone most of the pandemic, and sometimes a little bit too much. But when I get the right amount, which is about 75 to 80% of my time, I'm happy. And then you make, I don't know, I can still connect to whatever's around me.
So prior to the pandemic, like I would go to a bar and just and just sit there on Twitter. But what I enjoyed was, again, I wasn't alone, but I didn't want to sit at home by myself. And so now I've got this bar talk in my head, and I could listen to bar conversations while scrolling Twitter, and I was happy as a clam. Happy as a clam.
Last night and maybe tonight, I can sit in a bar. There's a band on or a guy with an acoustic guitar singing in Portuguese. I don't know the fucking words. I'm into that. I'm people watching, and I'm online. I'm fucking using it as a little home base. But I'm still soaking up whatever's there. If I get into a conversation, I'll try and have a conversation with someone. Yeah, it's all good to me. I've always been very good at drinking alone. Actually, very good.
Same.
And there are people that, in fact, almost everyone I know think it's fucking weird. I'm like, yeah, it probably is. But you know what? I've had some of the craziest, best nights by going out alone and just bumping into someone. Or
I've had people ask me that exact same question. But those exact same people always want to come hang out with me in the garage as the sun's setting. Like, hey man, drink. You mind if we come over and bring a 12-pack? Hang out. Like, okay. You told me that you're worried about me sitting here drinking alone by myself watching, streaming services. And now you want to hang out in the garage with me and watch the traffic go by and the sunset? What's your deal? Sounds like you are the lonely person.
They need someone around, right? Yeah, I get it. I've got friends who would never go out for food alone or see a movie. Guess there's nothing I love more. If I go and see a movie, if I'm alone, good.
100.
No one's fucking talking to me. If I like the movie and they don't, I don't want them giving me shit.
Yep.
I don't want to ruin it for them. I'm eating my food. I'll sit in the corner. I went to see a music movie documentary last year. You know what I did? I took fucking 8 beers into that cinema and I sat in the corner and I got drunk out of my fucking mind. I had to go for a couple of peas and I had a great time. Nostalgia. I got drunk. It's great. And then afterwards, I haven't got to go, did you like it? No, it wasn't that good. It kind of, if I really like it and someone's down on it in that moment, it kind of brings it down a bit for me. I'm like, no, I want to enjoy that movie. And yeah, I'm the weird guy sitting in the fucking corner on my own. But guess what? You actually look around, there's 5 or 6 of us. There's 5 or 6 weirdos in there.
And I'm still going to process it on the way home. And I've done that before with like dates and that kind of thing. It's like, now they're talking shit about it while I'm driving. And it's like, hey man, don't suck me into your level of shittiness. It's like, I didn't like that movie. Maybe because you're dumb.
I was probably going through life changes, but I found I love The Dark Knight, obviously, but Dark Knight Rises has got its flaws, but coming home from it, I'd already seen it once. I want to see it again with the ex. And it was something about it was very profound. I don't know what it was. I was probably going through a breakdown. And I was trying to explain that in the car, and she wasn't having any of it. Like, the voice was stupid. There wasn't. I was like, yeah, but come on.
I've had one great conversation with a date post movie, and that was Fight Club. This chick, she and I went to watch it, and as we were leaving, she was like, "Oh my god!" and she was breaking it down the same way I did, and it was way prior to all this incels, school shooting, all that bullshit kind of deal. And she nailed it on the head and was way more eloquent than I was. Put it all together. And
perfect. That's what you need.
I was just trying to keep up with her. She was great.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Sometimes I've been but it's been rare when I've been out on a date or something and we've seen a movie and we've both fucking loved it and had a great time after. It's been pretty rare, I have to say. Sometimes, no, I went to see Watchmen with my large large amount of time. We got drunk. We took in Archers and lemonade. I don't know if you know what Archers is. It's a peach snaps, right? She drank it, but we just took loads of those in and got hammered and watched Watchmen, and it was beautiful. And we both came out with exactly the same feelings about it. So it is good. It can be good to share a film, but for the most part, I've had, even if I go with really good friends, there's some. I went to see one of the newer Star Wars, right? And yeah, they're not great, but I was kind of trying to get my head around some of it, and they're just laughing during the movie. They're laughing and going, "What the fuck is this shit?" And I'm like, just let it be a little bit. Let me watch it. I hope there's a mass shooter walking in here for people like you. You know?
What? I missed that. What?
I say it sometimes about my friends. I'll be like, I wish there was a gunman that walked in here right now, and I'd be in the fucking floor, and you can take it for just disturbing me.
The only thing I don't like about mass shooters is like I could potentially do something. I could potentially jump that dude. That's what I like about the asteroid. My asteroid fantasy is like I can't do anything about that. I'm just gonna get a case of beer, sit on top of my roof, and just watch it happen.
Just watch the pretty lights on the way. It'll probably look beautiful when it's coming down.
It would be amazing. Like, especially if you're on mushrooms.
Oh, yeah, mushrooms is the way, right? Just watching the colors and the fire come through the atmosphere.
Maybe have some Miles Davis on. It'd be great. Oh.
Good music, a great buzz that's just good enough that you're going to kind of remember it until the end as it's coming down.
It's like, well, I'm going to accept this because you're not running away from it like all the starving, screaming dolts are. The dullards are running from it.
It's got to be like the most beautiful thing that's ever happened. It's like, this is fucking nature, like dealing with something. It's just happening. It's beautiful. Look at the colors, man. Let's get on mushrooms is perfect. A few beers to get a buzz. And as the people start screaming and the sea levels of fucking whatever's happening for craziness, then you start doing shots or whatever. Then you start trying to get fucked up as it's coming.
And how arrogant are we as human beings to believe that we have any sort of legacy on a planet? I'll never understand that.
One of the most profound things, which is weird, it was the end of the fucking Men in Black movie, right? Where you zoom out of the universe and it's a marble on a cat's fucking collar. It's like, it might be. There are things like subatomic things that probably live around protons and shit. The whole universe might be a bit of cum that's fell out of your mother's cum, and it's just grown some bacteria in it.
I've said this I think I said this in my stream before, but why do we sure, I get it. Everybody's, it's clearly you need to recycle harder and we need to stop doing fossil fuels, that kind of shit. Global warming, blah, blah, blah. But nobody points out magnetic north. Magnetic north keeps shifting. It's somewhere over Finland now. The Iditarod, it's too hot to run in Anchorage. So they've had to move it up way north to Fairbanks because it's actually cold enough up there to run, and there's enough snow up there to run. And physicists are telling us that the moon is pulling away. Well, that affects our tides. So tides are going to get either bigger.
Isn't the Earth wobbling at a different speed or something?
And other physicists keep saying that every year we get several centimeters closer to this. The way our orbit is, it's not just a perfect circle. It's a elongated thing. We get closer to the sun, and we're just warming up.
And by the way, the whole fucking deal is heading towards the black hole eventually. So it's like we're all being sucked down the fucking drain.
And the entire time, nobody is saying that. Isn't it fucking amazing that all these rocks, this molten rock, just compacted and found the orbit that could sustain human life? Here we are.
Or any life. All of it.
I mean, I'm sure there's life out there somewhere, but not human life. But this is currently the only orbit. This is the only game in town, and we just think that, well, clearly we deserve this. We're entitled to this. It's like, no, we're all going into the sun.
Yeah, none of us are getting out this alive. That's why I get when I went camping in the south. When I looked at that fucking stars, I probably have once or twice, but I've never seen that I can remember that many stars. First of all, you could see way more. I was in the countryside. I'm in a different hemisphere anyway, but it was just like the amount in between what you think is there, you could see just way more, and I just couldn't stop looking at it. I was like, "Fuck."
There's some places here where you get away from, light. When you get away from the cities and you get way out in the country, and you look up there and just go, you feel like Luke Skywalker, man. It's like, yeah, there's so much out there, and it's like, how small. I'm nothing.
Someone else has got to make cheeseburgers, right? There's got to be cheeseburgers somewhere else. Like, and all that, like,
has to be
fucking wild, man. And he's honestly, hey, which one's this?
That's Dempsey. Oh, hey, Dempsey boy.
Happy boy.
Oh, Jack Dempsey.
But yeah, it just makes me, I've always been turning more into more of a bit of a hippie that way. That I like looking at the stars, at the sea, and just thinking about mortality and life in the universe. That's why I spend a lot of my time. And then, mushrooms for me, it's been a while now, but I think it's coming. It has to be a new evening of just mushrooms. And everywhere I go, I like to do it. I'd love to do mushrooms in the desert in the US somewhere. I know Joshua trees are cliche, but there's got to be somewhere else, or even there. Who cares?
I would love to do it. I would love to do psychedelic drugs in the desert.
Campfire, good group of people, some mushrooms, chill out. Look at the stars. Think about everything. It's beautiful. Yeah, the last time I did mushrooms properly was a few years ago now, but it in Amsterdam. I guess the truffles. But yeah, it was just thoughts. It was one of the most beautiful things I'd experienced. Just thinking, just obviously feeling connected to everything and everyone, but then just thinking and then asking the mushrooms questions and getting answers. I was like, wow, this is cool.
And if you've got any kind of trauma or anything, if you just shut up and take the ride, the mushrooms will take you to different levels, and then they will allow you to go, okay, keep that. That's a good memory. Keep that on that shelf. Put that bad memory here. Now we got to go up. Take that really bad memory, put it over here. Good memory. Keep that good. We got to go up. And
yeah, it's like a defragmenter, right? On the old Windows laptops, like defragging. It's like just sorting shit, making you prioritize other stuff.
Like, if I do a fistful of mushrooms once a month, I'm a better person. And I know Christians say that all the time. Bullshit. And of course, the rhetoric is, well, you got to go to church to be a better person. You're an awful person. But mushrooms give you that deeper meaning that it's not it just kills that ego. It's not about you at all.
It. And
you're so insignificant. And
when my friend asked me, how did you feel? I said I felt connected to everything, but even I knew that sounded like a cliche, and he laughed. He's like, that's just what fucking everybody says. They're like, well, maybe because you do. And like, you genuinely, I just literally felt everyone around me in Amsterdam was connected. And then blades of grass. And I was like, I'm just fucking, this is just, we're all alive. This is nice. And then I was asking questions like, should I do comedy? And I was like, yes.
Because of mushrooms, I stay on paved paths now. It's like, because of mushrooms, if I step on grass, I know I'm killing something.
at the same time, that I get that, but at the same time, pave paths are a product of like modern society. We're supposed to walk on fields and shit and eat bugs and whatever else.
Yep.
So I get, but I don't kill spiders or even fucking moths. I even saved a moth in that pool in Tucson. I remember it's in the pool, and you get it out, you let the water drain off, and put it on the side, let it bake, and then it flaps off. But then I used to think, what if that moth's a paedophile? What if he's fucking kid moths? And I.
What if that moth crawls up somebody's dick hole?
What if he's a real bad moth?
I mean, how are you going to get all that moth dust out of it?
And the moth police put him in the pool because he keeps fucking moth kids.
It's a deep moth conspiracy.
Save moth. That'll do. I'm making note about that.
What's up? Nobody's chatted in a while. Anybody in the chat?
Spider Craig is out there. Oh, hang on. Maybe I missed a few. We don't have Mexican food. We have new Mexican food.
I'm going to pee. I'll be back.
Go pee. I'll try and roll some of the troops. What if that moth? Okay, I've had that before. It's right now. What if... Sorry, I've gone quiet. I'm just writing the phrase "moth kid fucking moth" down because I think that might be interesting to do at some point. Yeah. Okay, we've got a couple of people in the thing now. Cat to peel off. A couple of others have peeled off. Let's. We have been going a while, but let's. Let me retweet something here. I'm liking my own tweet, which is weird. Don't do that. It's like high-fiving yourself in public. Still going. Weird. Brett Brock. I'm really not. It's really annoying me. I'm running out of beer. There we go. I'm sure we'll get weird, everyone. I didn't talk for that entire time. That's odd, isn't it? When people are listening to this. But I've got to sort. I haven't uploaded any audio to anything. Not that any of you guys listen to it, but some people do for weeks, for maybe like 6 weeks. I'll get on it when I get some time. Kelly's still here. Awesome. God damn it, I haven't eaten food all day. God damn it. That's why I'm burping. I've got responsibilities on. I'm just going to get drunk now, aren't I? I've got one more beer to open after this, but I've been going like 1 hour pretty much. Sipping. And you know what? I'm getting a little buzz. So that's, let me get rid of this banner. Yeah, it's been a nice episode. I literally thought I'd come on and chat some shit. Kind of gave a 2-minute thing about the comedy in Brazil. That'll do. Dougie and Brock have obviously come on. No sign of Jamie, obviously, with his family. If his family die in a fire, you know, I don't want it to happen, but I'd say, hey, James, at least we can podcast together in peace, you know. That'd be good. But this is also my fault for not booking guests, so I'm going to get on that this weekend as well. I'll get Willoughby on, I think. Greg Winfield and George Willoughby are a good trio. I haven't done that since September. Yeah, I'll get back on this month. In June, I'll get more guests on here, and we'll do the same for Odam as well. Andrus will hopefully come on here at some point. So yeah, we'll sort that. I'll give him a break. Obviously, he gave us a couple of hours last week, so we'll give him another month, and I'll bother him about that. That was fun. I really need to pee as well. I might have to. Do I leave Brock alone when he comes back? Yeah, I won't go to toilet pee again. Down in the train, me and my baby. What's the best Mexican food, everyone? What's your favourite? That's what I was going to say, because I don't know what that is. I like carnitas. Would you rather have infinite tacos or infinite burritos? I don't know. I think tacos, because you've got more variety and they're easy to eat. Burritos a meal in itself, right? Haven't had too many quesadillas. But I did go through a phase of making enchiladas at home and then adding extra jalapenos and cheese. and then eating a tray of enchiladas this big that's for a family of 4 to myself, and then my stomach being impacted by rocks for the next day. I need to pee. I think most of the real people left because this dragged on and it was a bit of a surprise. But I'm happy to crack on and drink a bit more. I got 1 and a bit beers left. I could go and get more, but to be fair, I'm Brocky. So I think we'll go for a little while.
Hey, you man.
Hey, dog. Down in the tram, hey, just me and my baby.
My bladder's almost empty with this wine, this Beano.
Such a good effort. Such a good effort. Yeah, we know you're a G, Kelly. We know you're still hanging around. Well done. Minddog had some work to do. I don't know what the work is, but you know, he's a busy man. He's got many lives, many careers, and he used to autopsy babies, which is feti. Is a collective noun for fetuses, feti, like Lexus, Lexi.
Holy shit! I've got one more. Well, this one and one more glass of wine. That's it.
Oh my
Yesterday,
god! Yesterday,
kicked that bladder's at. Do you need to go piss? Go piss.
Is that all right?
Go.
I've got 1 beer and then 1 beer as well. It's disgusting, dude.
Kelly just got your delivery. Of course you're real. We all know you're real. What was your delivery? Dry cleaning or like Amazon Prime, something like that? What's up? Early bird specials. Get to. Everybody, this is part of the Last Rites podcast. Carl Mann, Jamie Dykes can't make it today. Jamie Dykes from the Shire. So we're guessing that the internet is Scotia. Of course, he's got 2 kids and a wife. And they are also known as Dream Crushers. Well, the Dream Crushers have gotten in the way of Jamie Dykes today. I'm sure he has a lot of steam to blow off. Dry cleaning, all right. We all think that Kelly works for probably a money laundering service, with a very small service in Kansas City. So probably ran by a gangster. Snuck in the back door while I cook. Cat is back. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. While I was taking a piss, I started tearing up a little bit thinking about Kenobi. He probably not going to be with me much longer. Not in great health. So now Carl's back. All right.
Man. Woo. Oh,
We held
back
it together. We absolutely held it together. I don't know how. I looked for advertisements for anything on that windowsill, but they're not paying me a dime, so I'm not going to speak their name. No, do not give them free advertisement. They do not.
Let's turn them around. Let's turn them back round. Wow, times. My God, that piss was so beautiful, and it was a sit-down pee, but it was just one of those like long sighs, like.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like it like when it's one of those long pisses where your kidneys are like, thank you.
And in some ways, you think maybe it'd be good if humans didn't need a piss, but then you would never feel that relief. If you don't have, the agony of a full bladder, you'd never feel the relief. I think it's good.
It's like when you're having sex and you bust a nut too fast. It's like, that immediate shame hits in. But when you're peeing like that, there's no shame. It's just a great feeling. If only busting a nut could feel like that without the shame.
Well, there's always the shame and guilt with that. Even if you're not Catholic, there's always a bit like, oh, that was too fast, or oh, that came out a bit splodgy, or
I'm sorry. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be ready again.
I didn't mean for it to go. I didn't.
You just
I
feel too
didn't. I didn't mean to do it all over that when you did. It's like, oh, sorry. One of the first things I say now is sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't do that.
I should get back into it and just not like sorry.
Don't need
Sorry,
to say
dude.
sorry.
Ah,
Thanks, baby. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do to you.
you animal. Yeah, it's tough one, isn't it? Because it's when you think about it, it's so silly. There's just stuff that's just coming out of you onto someone else, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's well, no, I feel it's. I keep saying that. It's just like, what was the point in this again? I know it felt good for a bit. I'm kind of into it, but now now it's getting cold. I know it's getting cold on you.
Well, it makes you feel like a human being. You know.
Exactly. And I think I am. Yeah, it's good. Things are good.
Yeah.
I do feel human. But yeah, it's good. It is. I've just decided sex is good for people.
You're not walking around like a tensed up animal.
Right. Because even if you're getting that poison out yourself, it's not the same. There's just something that you need, like, to de-animalize.
And like, I don't care if you like it, if it's a one night stand, you had a connection for just a little while. Like, sure, I love long-term relationships, but you had a connection for a little bit with somebody.
I feel better, and it does sound a bit bent, but I do feel better, is even if it is short or whatever, that there is you liked being around each other for, the night or whatever, before or after.
And who cares if she used you? Who cares?
Yeah, good. High five.
Great. Good for her. She used you for a little bit. Great. She felt like she needed a touch as well. Good. So, yeah, I don't know why that. You remember as kids where it's like, oh, she puts out. Oh, she's loose. Awesome. I want to go back to those days and hang out with that chick.
Yeah, but it stems from, like, men forever were fucking around, and then if a woman even looked at another guy, she's a whore. It's like, but luckily, most people, it's changed, I think, now, and it's good. Go and get yours, man. High five.
Yeah.
I like calling women dude and men as well. Not that I'm having sex with men. It's like, dude, bro, go get some.
It's always amazing to me. Anytime a lady lets me do that stuff, I'm always amazed. It's like,
oh yeah,
you trusted me enough, first of all, like, not to be a psychopath.
Yeah.
Trusted me enough to be naked. Trusted me enough not to get you pregnant.
You met me at a bar. You came back.
It's amazing to me. I mean, I understand it's animalistic and it's tribal and it's all that. I get it, but there's so much trust that happens with the woman, and it's amazing. Like, why would you treat a woman like shit? Why would you be an asshole to a lady that let you do that? Why?
Yeah, because, like, you want original Louis, but I remember he did this whole chunk on, like, women are basically these beautiful things, and men are disgusting and fat, and we're dangerous, and we'll kill you, and like, you let us just hang our guts on you and fucking wriggle about while you look great.
Yeah, it's
fucking wild.
And I was trying to boil it down, like, it came up in a chat a while back. I've been thinking about it. Like, if you're a dude and you want to get laid, shut the fuck up. If it's your first date, open the car door for her, open the door of the restaurant, pay the tab,
Buy the food.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Don't
Listen.
say shit. Now, if she comes off the top rope because she didn't like you, she wants to split the tab Dutch. She didn't like you open the door for her. Okay. Go ahead and throw out your view on abortion because it's not going to work out anyway. Just go ahead and get it over with. But if you want to get laid on the first date, you don't really have to do anything. Open doors, be nice, pay the tab, and shut the fuck up. That's it. Because, especially at my age, a lot of women are coming out of horrific, not horrific, but terrible relationships or divorces. The man didn't let them talk. Maybe they were abused, I don't know, physically or emotionally, verbally, whatever. Just be nice.
Yeah.
A lot of times they haven't been treated nice in a while. So
isn't that the magical secret? Because it's like, it is literally, be nice.
and
Just be nice. Be cool. Be nice. Don't be weird.
you don't have to have an agenda. But again, shut the fuck up. That's the big.
Because if they make up their mind.
If there's any dudes out there listening, and you're going out on a date with a lady, shut the fuck up. Don't say shit.
If it's a second or third, they've already decided. By the way, you can only talk yourself out of it, right?
Yes, you're going to piss her off if you open your mouth. Shut the fuck up. Just nod. Yeah.
And the mystique around a hot girl, right? Because hot girls, you think about this, they're getting stared at all day. They're getting looked at. They're getting catcalled. Men are nervous around them. They're weird. Even people at work, their boss, their colleague, they're weird around them. They're like, hi, because they're just fucking too beautiful for us stupid men to handle. All you need to do there, be nice and normal. Don't even fucking treat them like they're hot. Just go, do you want some cake? Do you like cake? Yeah, see you later. That's it. Just be normal. And then they're like, oh, that's different. They aren't being weird and flustered and fucking, or just be gross.
And when I say that, this goes for the awkward dudes. Like they think they need to fill up the empty space with conversation.
No, you don't.
Shut the fuck up. Just
eat your food, drink your drink, eye contact, smile, nod.
Tell her she looks great in that dress. Tell her you're having a great time, and shut the fuck up. Keep your mouth
She's an interesting person, just absolutely, dude. And just put some more food in your mouth, take a sip of your beer. Be polite to the waitress.
Yeah.
Right.
And then some of the guys like, oh, she's a bitch. Blah blah blah. Like, oh, really? Did you bring up politics on your first date? Yeah, she didn't like Bush back in blah, blah, blah. She didn't like the global economic policy. I don't like you right now. I'm not even trying to get in your pants. Shut up. Who cares? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, trust and emotion from Kelly. Be nice also. Be a friend. Yeah. Well, to an extent, the friend zone's a myth. To an extent. But I believe it still does exist a little bit. But, well, yeah, I don't know. It's more complicated than just being friend zone, I think. But yeah, that's what I would say. I'm going to shut the fuck up on this date now.
I've been friend zoned before. I wanted to hook up with a couple ladies, and what you got to do with the friend zone is when that lady in the friend zone that has friend zoned you wants to come hang out with you, you've got to make damn sure they're in their place firmly. It's like, no, I'm going out tonight with this person, and make it explicit and just put them in their place. that ends the friend. It's going to end the friendship. Well, kind of, sort of, but you can still be friends. But yeah, that ends that friend zone bullshit. They don't just pop in wanting to hang out. Oh, I just need an adult to talk to. Go fuck yourself.
It's weird when there's a bit of flirting thrown in there as well, isn't it? And it's like they're waggling it around a little bit.
Hey, Travis Films, what's up, .com? Look at that dude.
Travis motherfucking Films. Married 3 times. Wow. 1 for love, 1 for money, 1 for sex.
I'm sure it was their problem.
Ladies have a roster. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's always they've always got 3 options, right, on the hip. Before Tinder, there's always 3 other options. So it's just like, wait your turn.
Dude, like, we have to work our asses off to get in a girl's pants. Girls just have to be present. And
like to be alive and then maybe look at you a bit.
2 tits, a hole, and a heartbeat. Got it.
Oh, to an extent. But I have occasionally, obviously I'm not great sometimes in relationships, but occasionally I've had fun. Like, you've had a real good opportunity and you just said no. Nope.
Dude, multiple times.
I was out with a friend. I was in a relationship. He wasn't. And we went out one night, right? And these 2 girls came up to us. And now, a few years prior, we would both have absolutely anything you say. They come up to us and they were being nice and everything. I was like, okay, this seems okay. I was in a relationship though. I was never going to do anything, but we were just hanging out, chatting. And then one went, "Oh, so tits out and everything. You going to buy us a drink then?" Like, openly. And apparently I don't remember this, but I looked at her dead in the eye and I said, "Buy your own fucking drinks." And then just almost a troll. And my friend who was with me was like, "You motherfucker!" Like, that was. I know that was bad, but I didn't want to play the game. I was like, no. 1, I'm in a relationship. 2.
So that's happened to you once. I've done that a million times.
No, that's one that really stands out in my mind because of the context. There was another. Yeah, there were plenty of other times where people have come up, and then you kind of get this weird thing in my head. Whereas sometimes I would have just simped out, right? Yeah, sure. What do you need?
You're going to kind of show me your cleavage for a $10 drink? Go fuck yourself. You've done that a million times. Go fuck off.
But then you sort of switch on now, and it's like, no. Even when I work behind the bar,
you're going to take the drink and take off. You're not going to do anything.
Yeah, when I worked the bar, I'd know who was in order, like 10 people, you, and a girl would come up, put these on the counter, and be like, "I'm gonna have you like a Red Bull," and I'm like, "Sure." In about 10 minutes, when I've served these other 9 people,
you're lady. If you're doing that, you're not special. You're not special at all.
But I have also used it in that I've been with a friend.
Eventually, you'll land somebody with that fish hook,
but I've been out with a lady friend, right? A friend,
bitch,
and she, we've struggled to get served. The waiters aren't coming. I've literally said to her, "Go up the bar and get those tits out. Go up and get those tits out," and she has, and she's come back with the drinks, right? So I've also, used it with a lady friend to go and get me beer sooner. By going, get those baps out, and we'll have some beers.
Then you go back to the high school shit. Treat them like shit, and they'll love you forever.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's weird. It is all weird. Human relationships are weird in general, and I'm still. I know we sound like we kind of figured some out, but no, I'm still figuring out.
Dude, if I had to enter a relationship with a lady right now, there'd be so many trust.
With a what, Brett? With a what?
So many trust issues. Like,
enter a relationship with a what?
With a lady. A lady.
There we go. Thank you.
But just like, oh, you don't talk about money. You don't talk about religion. Yeah, well, you've got to be non-religious. And we're immediately going to talk about money. Like, if you show up to my house, if you're in any kind of debt, that's on you. I'm not taking on that debt.
I will happily be generous with people, right? But well within reason. Well within reason. If it looks like the hands out immediately, this isn't going to work out. I'll buy you a beer. We'll go out for dinner, but I can, yeah. Whereas again, in my early 20s, I probably would have given everything. Do you know what I mean? Everything.
And
For a
and
sniff.
I'm cool with certain beliefs, but you got to be kind of sort of level-headed. And like, if your family's nuts and you want me to constantly go to your family's bullshit, nah, I'm not doing that shit. I don't care. I don't want. I like some of my family, but no. Why would I like your family? I don't like most of my family. What?
Yeah, my default is I feel very awkward if there's too much pressure to meet friends or family. It's like I don't want to be friends with your friends.
No.
And I mean, maybe you end up being friends with them because they're cool and you meet natural or whatever. But to be paraded out, meet too early as well, like very early on. Oh, I want you to come and hang out with my friends. Not really.
And the older I get, like, here's a red flag to me. Closing in on 50 years old. And so if I meet a lady, that kind of thing, and let's say I go to I fly to a town somewhere, whatever, and they're like, oh, no, you can stay at my family's house. I'm like, no, I'm getting a hotel close to your family's house. And whatever it was.
I'll come over for lunch.
And then they get offended. They're like, well, why doesn't he want to stay at our house? What? That's the first red flag right there. It's like, yeah, I don't want to hang out with your family. What are you this ain't a sleepover.
More than anything else.
I'm in a hotel by myself.
Yeah, more than anything else. Sometimes I like to get up and have a big fucking shit in the morning. I don't want to do it with your grandmother listening in the next room.
Your little brother. What are you talking about? And this goes back to childhood. It's like when I was a kid, I never understood when I'd go to people's houses and they'd have a nurturing, like loving relationship. It's like, what the fuck are you doing being friends with your parents? Your number one goal should be getting the fuck away from your parents and getting the hell out of this redneck town. That should be your number one priority as a 17-year-old. Because that's when I left. Like, fuck this place. This is stupid.
There's also a lot of smoke and mirrors and self-delusion as well, because I've spoken to people who are like they come across as very like too family oriented and too like, oh yeah, but no, this wouldn't be approved. No, and then a couple of days later, the texts are like they're starting the shit, like the filthy messages, like, oh okay, so you don't really live in that world. It's like an appearance. And also show me your dicks. Right, who have we got here? And if you want to fuck, I've never had BFs over at my parents' house. Yeah, I was weird about girlfriends around my parents' house.
Getting a bladder of wine.
Woo! Just because I was quite shy and I didn't really want to mix the two. But yeah, at some point I did. And I'm not sure I'll do it again, to be honest, because one, they're getting older, and two, I think my dad really liked the ex I was with for a long time. And I think he was a little bit sad when we split up as well, because he liked talking to her. Didn't stop them after we broke up, and I was very emotionally damaged, to invite her around for dinner on the Christmas period. And I turn up and my mum goes, by the way, beep. It's like the bride from Kill Bill. I'll say the word, but by the way, beep, is coming around for dinner. And I'm like, what? You mean last Christmas I was so upset I didn't even come home, and then this Christmas I'm finally coming home and you've invited her for dinner? That was odd. It might have even been the same year, but it's not Christmas Day. Yeah. So like a teenager, I ate my dinner in my room, my old room, and the ex-girlfriend ate dinner with my parents. But I let her drive me home for 2 hours because it wasn't really about her. It was just about, oh, now we're hanging around like we're a family when I fucking wanted to kill myself several times. So that was anyway. Beep. If you're watching, no hard feelings. All good. Cheers to you. Yeah, it's a very odd thing my mother did that year. I don't know what she was thinking. Maybe trying to get us back together, but yeah, very, very weird times. Oh, that bladder is still looking like your actual bladder.
Oh, sweet bladder, bam,
Oh, the
blam.
blood.
Oh, sweet bladder, bam, blam, blade, bladder. Getting in there, blam, blam, blam.
Fancy AF. Actually, Brett,
AF.
here we go. When we do the next long boy, I'll get a box wine, and I'm taking the bladder immediately out of the box, and we could only. The bladder looks better than the box to me. It's just this bag of booze.
It's, to be honest, I'm going to check once I get caught up on editing and all that shit. I'm going to edit that because I'm going to edit out. I'm going to do something different because they should have given me a fucking sponsorship by now. That's so much promotion.
Just overlay it. Show the box, but overlay it with your own brand that you draw. Just draw your own box of wine and name it like Red Apple Cigarettes, right? And then just stick that over the video, so you never show their name.
Well, I don't know.
Adult Capri Sun, says Kelly. Yes, absolutely. I love the way this is pouring the drink as well, just squeezing the bladder out.
Oh yeah. Milk, just you gotta milk it, baby. Gotta milk it. Gotta get that vino out. That's how you do the grapes. Just milk those grapes. All right, that's it. So again, I began a bladder of wine yesterday. It's fucking gone now. It's fucking gone.
I was trying to be the last base. Is that it?
That's it. That's it.
Brett, you put a fucking dent in that bad boy yesterday. I just didn't. I wish I'd known how deep you were going because I would have personally gone a little bit earlier as well because I just
like Ken Harris, the author of the Pine Barren Stratagem and See You Next Tuesday. He texted me this morning. He goes, "Thank you for complimenting my wife's hair. You said she had great hair." And when I was reading his text, I was like, "Oh God, what did I say?" Because you don't talk about a man's family. You don't talk about a man's wife. You don't talk it. You do not talk about that kind of stuff. And as I read that sentence, he's like, you complimented her on her fantastic hair, and it made her day.
compliments, girl, on your hair.
And when I read that sentence, I was like, oh, God damn.
Could have been a pussy, dude. 39 glasses of wine.
Like, I don't remember saying any of that at all.
Yeah. Do you know what I love? Do you know why this warms my heart? Because I'm not the only fucking one that does this stupid shit. I just love that there are other men out there and people that I know that just fucking sometimes just say silly shit. But then almost all the time, when I'm really worried about something that I've sent and I get a reply that I don't want to read because I know I've texted this person that I knew 9 years ago, when I open it, I'm actually pretty impressed with my drunk self. I was like, actually, that's a pretty well-written message. It's weird to get back in contact, but it's not that bad. It could have been way worse.
In my head, I've got so much internal rage going on and anger and everything going on. And the booze that comes out is like, holy shit, how the fuck did I hold it? How everybody thinks I'm affable and, easy to get along with. It's like,
Yeah, but
how does the mean drunk not slip in? And if I do this Twitch stream long enough, it's going to come out.
Oh yeah.
There's going to be the real meanness comes out. So.
If I did regular, like, and I do them semi-regularly, but if I did like 3 times a week streams like that, it already would have happened to me. I've done it on here. I already would have gone over the fucking line. It's either upsetting people or crying or just so drunk. I already sent a dick video to Andy Baker. You know?
Well, like, I opened up I told you all about the holding the guy's guts in earlier.
Yeah.
Shit, I want to talk about that. Talked about PTSD and that kind of bullshit. Eventually it's going to come out. I'm going to get strong.
Now that'll do for YouTube to send me a fucking copyright now. Let's go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's always funny on Twitch when I do a watch party, and it's when I get the nasty gram, that kind of thing.
I probably Cat. I believe Brett deletes his streams that he might think that something may or may not have happened. By the way, yeah, I take a couple of things off air too. You know, it is natural. Those are your glasses, yeah. First time I've had them on. I couldn't see when I had them on earlier, but it is nighttime now. This is my final beer that I have. That's it. That's all I have. But I've been sipping.
Oh, I've got the rest of this wine and 8 beers.
What are you saying to me, Brett? Listen, if you don't want to end this. By the way, I've been sipping these. In 5 hours, I've had 6 beers. That's pretty fucking good. I normally would have gone fast, but I've been sipping and I've been leveling this buzz.
Do you want me to put sunglasses on?
Well, I don't know, but if after I finish this beer, if you want to keep going, I can go get beers, but you'll have to hold the fort for a minute like you did before.
Well, but I want to keep going. I'm not getting paid for this shit. It's your stream.
Well, I don't know. I might pay you. I can't pay you much. In fact, you're already in a deficit because you paid postage to the UK for my picture.
Dude, like, I don't mind paying for that. What I mind paying for was all the goddamn ink that was mailed to the Shire. Like, what the fuck?
That address, dude, I'm telling you, I'm not going to give out Jamie's address, but let's say the name of the road is something like Finny Book, and it's one word and a Y, and then a town.
Like me, the lady at the post office, she and I were like, "Is this exactly it?" I was like, "I don't fucking know. I'm just doing exactly what the dude told me to do it. I don't know."
But I said this to you on DM, I lived in Wales, right? I took the train 30 minutes to Jamie's town, the nearest town, Caerphilly, right? I get off, he sends me the address, I get in a cab, and then I look at his address and I can't read it. I'm like, I had to phone Jamie and go, how the fuck do you pronounce this? And he's like, it's easy, it's pretty bad. And the letters are like this fucking long.
I told the post office lady, it's like, I know there's a lot of consonants in here and not a lot of vowels.
A lot of L's.
And it's going to a shire. And that's it. That's all I've got. I don't know what the fuck it means at all. Like, I know it's going to Wales and Cardiff, and I could deliver it there. But now my next thing is just to go into the county square and just go, Jerry! Jerry! Come get your shit!
Wild. It's a wild place. I lived there for 7 years. I still can't get my fucking head around the names.
No idea. Like, there's like 3 different lines for the address, and like, the fuck does this even mean? What the fuck does this mean?
Yeah, it's a weird. The overall is like Cardiff, then it's Caerphilly, and then I won't go into any more details. There's a hometown of like, and then the road name. It's too much, and the county's probably weird. It's wild times, but at least will finally arrive, and I'll pick them up from Jamie next month.
And I forgot to tell Minddog when he was on here. I want to get his.
Oh, you've got his too, right?
Yeah, but I'll have to I'm going to forget to DM him today.
I'll try and remember to remind you at some point, because I remember you saying this the other day. He'll love it. He'll love the little gift as well. When I come out there, I'm gonna get I'm using my Minddog as my postal base. I haven't told him yet. I'm just gonna order shit from different places, get it sent to Minddog's house, and then when I get there, I can get it picked up. You know, bit of merch, a couple of cool bits, green chili from Craig.
I gotta get these dogs back in and refill. But of course, now we're switching to beer.
Alrighty.
So this bladder, this is what my nutsack looks like in a shower.
Rest in peace, bladder. You've provided Brett.
Just completely emptied.
Oh yeah, it's not good after you've come down the plug hole. I know, I get it. There we go. We'll get Bretty boy. Let's solo myself out here. You're gonna pay somehow. Yeah, I'll pay. I'm going to Nashville next year. Don't worry about that. And guess what? I'll stay in a hotel a few miles from Brett. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna stay with you and the dog. No, and you're right, Kelly. It sounds like we might be able to keep going, but this is taking me about an hour. If it does happen, I'll run to the market, which is literally next door. Supermercado. Quero cerveja. Onde é essa cerveja, amigo? Ah, sim. Obrigado. Caixa eletrônica, né? Cartões. Hoje vai ser cartões. I think something happened. There's some cursing going on in the background. Look at this angle. I've crossed my legs. I'm hiding my belly. No, I'm not. There it is. And the legs are out. Nice. Yeah, I haven't showered. Right. I got the same. Oh, my dirty feet, dude. And I'm not even Margot Robbie and fucking Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And I've just got these filthy fucking feet, these hooves. It's gonna, yeah. I've not got my Havaianas on.
For all you drinkers, you want to know how dumb I am?
Oh, let's bring Brocky. Boosh. How dumb are you?
Do you want to know how dumb I am?
We want to know.
I thought I was an experienced drinker. So, this big ass wine glass can hold 16 ounces of beer because that's a 12-ounce beer.
Ah, okay. You spooched.
Look at that. A 12-ounce beer easily fits it. It can a big fat wine glass can hold 16 ounces of beer. And I was putting a lot of wine in there last night.
Oh, shit. I've cleared up. I spooched my beer on the floor before you joined, and I casually wiped my feet in it, enjoying the cooling sensation, and now it's completely dried up. But I did show when you were off, I put my feet up to the camera for some weird reason, and I've got filthy ass feet, but I'm not Margot Robbie and I'm not Sharon Tate in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. You know, I can't pull it off. I can't pull it off. I've just got filthy hoofs.
Why did you do that?
Well, I tried to demonstrate that I had the same shorts on as when I watched the Brock stream, and then my legs came out, and then my feet fell down, and they are dirty. I've been walking around on floors in Brazil. But I will clean my feet. Don't worry about that. Immediately after this, whenever that is. And I'll have the cleanest hooves in town. Talenta Starbucks cup holds a whole bottle of wine. Yeah. Soda's like an Evian bottle. We get these 750ml, 70 centiliters, I guess, water bottles, but they look smaller, right? Because they're kind of fatter. But when I was doing some comedy nights, when I was having a bit of a problem, I used to decant. So I'd buy a bottle of water, tip it away, buy a bottle of wine, decant that into the Evian bottle, and just say like white wine. And that's how I'd get hammered at a comedy night instead of spending the money. I'd have a couple of beers, but now I'd drink this thing and get fucked up. And if anyone asks, I'd say it's water with vitamins in. It's green. That's what's green. So yeah, exactly as well. You could pour this thing in, it'll be up to the top. Screw that cap back on, and then you drink wine out of a water bottle. And I was known for that for about a year, and now I've stopped. Oh, was that not again for the feet? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had dirty feet. Brett, I hope you're not busy losing an art contract during this.
I'm not. I'm just trying to catch up to like
You
all
do your thing, dude.
a lot of people like will DM me and they're worthless. It's worthless.
Well, popular guy. People feel the need to reach out, right?
No, it's people with agendas, and I'm not following them. They just DM me, and it's they want something personal. They want something for themselves.
Yeah.
And they're trying to undercut my price. They're under everything about it. It's just like it's when I do my Twitch stream, I do feel guilty sometimes when people subscribe to me because they're giving me money. I shouldn't, but they're giving me money, and I have no agenda. I just want to hang out. I want to do little art and hang out with people.
It shouldn't be any guilt because people want to do it, and you're not out there begging all the time for it. And it's what it is anyway, right? We all need to be supported.
I'm going to do it. I'm going and then these people hit me up with my DMs, and now I got to slap them down. Like, go fuck yourself. I don't want to collaborate with you. Like, I like the people in my chat. I like what I've built. This sounds douchebag.
No, I know what you mean. You built like a community, and that's it. And if people come from outside with other agendas, it kind of ruins it a bit. Yeah, I mean, I was a bit worried after because it was after the of Dykes Mann Andris thing, and I was a bit worried when I eventually found out what it was that we had all got fucked up, and then you had gone and said something you wouldn't have said when you wouldn't have fucked up, and I was kind of worried. I was more worried about the podcast.
Whoa, back up! What did you just say? Say that again.
It was just a tiny bit of anxiety after the Dykes Mann Andris thing was when you had business discussions. And there was a part of me that felt guilty. I was like, "Oh, we had this fucking 7-hour drinking session. Got Brock on, and I was, but that's you anyway. You would have done that anyway. It's not. But there was a part of me that's gone. Oh, we got fucked up on this, and then you went on and had an argument, like a business argument, you know. So there was a part of me that was like, "Fuck."
Wait, Carl. Break down everything you just said.
Make any sense?
Where did I have where did I break down an argument? What?
I thought it was after the Andris birthday thing that you had a business conversation with a certain potential customer that went awry. Maybe not.
If it's about Bert Kreischer?
Yeah.
So that happened like 2 days ago. 2 or 3 days ago.
Was it only then? Sorry, I thought it was after that Thursday. No, it was last week, wasn't it? Friday. Thursday, Friday.
I'll pull up. Yeah, I'll pull up the emails.
I thought it was like after our podcast. So there was a part of me that was like, "Fuck, man, we all got fucked."
My career has absolutely nothing to do with you.
I know, and that's what I was fucking saying. But you still get that tiny bit of like, oh, it was after we were hanging out, so it's kind of we all got drunk, you know. But I know that. I know it doesn't mean anything. I shouldn't have said anything. It was one of those stupid brain splooges, you know.
That's on you.
Yes, my mentally ill thought, my bad cognition is on me. I'm aware. We had the same thing when I was like, "Have you and Baker got beef, man?" It was like, no.
What I said to an entire corporation and the Gophers in said corporation, as I replied all, that's on me. That's not you. That's on me.
So I kind of know, but
I will not be working for that company ever again.
When I found out the whole, when you explained more on your streams, I was like, okay, I can kind of fucking see that. But it is funny though, and it is kind of cool as well to get fucked up and then go, guess what, bitch? Not today. No, it sounds like a matter of principle, and I fucking on board.
Well, at some point, you have to decide what you want to do.
Yeah.
Like I was giving up paying comedy gigs to do posters for comics.
Yeah.
Because I knew it paid. And so I was giving up my time. It's like, here's what I want to do, but I'm giving that up for money. And it slowly became where I was that's all I was doing. I was just doing comedy show posters. And then once it got in the corporate gig, like if I'm working one-on-one with the comic, great. But once they start passing me off to corporate gigs, I've been through that many times.
Yeah, because then you're dealing with people that aren't really into it, really. They're just fucking being a job's worth, you know?
Well, what they have is they have the clout to blame everything on me. Like, a superior doesn't have to pass on the previous emails to a gopher.
Yeah.
And then the gopher then goes, well, he hasn't done anything. And then I get blamed for it.
Yeah.
And then they try to undercut my pay, that kind of, it's like, fuck you, man. I'm done with that corporate bullshit. And the LA, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Like I'm just trying to draw and have a good time and no agenda.
It's good. It's good to have principles about it. And then you get to a certain fucking time in life and you just start thinking, yeah, I'm going to sacrifice this, but for this. And this thing, like my principles or how I feel about what I'm doing, is more important than any fucking jumping through a hoop.
I don't care about a corporation at all, ever. I don't care. I don't care.
And there's a lot of those kind of corporations. I don't know what it was exactly, but there's a lot of those kind of corporations that don't need to exist. They kind of exist.
And then they try to negotiate price. I'll throw this out. Like they wanted me to blindly sign a contract to draw 11 comics for the side of a bus for $100.
Even not being an artist, Breck, you go fuck yourself with that kind of offer, especially where it's coming from and especially for what it is. No. Because no.
Like, and once I read through all that fine print and everything, I'm like, look, man, I can tell you right now, it's a minimum of $100 per person.
For like a shitty poster that doesn't mean anything without a following for an open mic or a local comedy show, I'd pay like a graphic design, not even an artist like you, not to fucking sit and draw shit, like a graphic designer, put together a poster from pictures and text and all that, right? I'd pay him like, 25, 30, just for making one of those. It'll take them 10 minutes, by the way. You just fucking throw in this shit on layers and
I know.
That's it. For nothingness. For a known comic, for a fucking, this isn't a slate on anyone, but for a known comic, for this group of people, for a large group of people, that's, by the way, this work is going to be, it's quite prominent. It's going to, it's an important piece of art, I guess, for your business. $100? No, come on. That's an expensive. Well, it's a bottle of wine for some of these people, isn't it? It's like
$100 at this point. I'm not going to turn my computer on for that. It's like, because
you're a legit. I don't know anything about what you charge, but you're a legitimate fucking artist, and it's offensive to ask for something like that for $100.
Yeah, it's time, tools, talent times 3. That's it. Time, tools, talent times 3. Get ready to cough it up.
And they, you will find artists that will do it because they want to be part of something, but it's because they're at the stage where they're just going yes, 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 yes,
well,
yes, right?
Well, let's throw this out. Let's say an open micer says, "Hey man, I love what you did with Doug Stanhope. I want to do a poster just like that."
Yeah.
So now, do you think I'm going to put an open micer on the same level as Doug fucking Stanhope? No. I'm not going to equate you with Doug, a 40-year comedian that's worked his ass off. And I do championship artwork. I work with world champions. That's it.
Yeah.
And no.
Because you're good and you've already got that portfolio anyway. So why would you now just start taking an undercut price? I've got $50, man. Could you do me a poster? No.
Oh, give me a solid. Hey, man, I know you. I've known you back in open mic days.
Yeah, but it's your work. It's your fucking work. Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't do their job for, 20% of what they think they should be paid.
Yeah, and then what the DMs I get is like, well, you work with Bert, and Bert's not that great, and blah blah blah, and they try to start, you work with Triple E, and he's as good as yours, but you work with Doug, and blah 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 blah.
Let's not worry about great. They're all bigger names than the person asking. And by the way, whether you like him or not, Christ is one of the biggest selling comics, and he tours all the fucking time. He sells tickets.
Let's get back to the real point is when you DM me or anybody DMs me with that bullshit, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about your product. I don't care what you're trying to do. I don't care. I'm only doing work for me now. Like Henry Phillips did not ask me to do the Highwayman. Brendan Walsh did not ask me to do all those characters and that kind of. It's just fun to me. I'm having fun.
That's what makes it good.
Let me have fun.
You do what you want to do, and even like if I said something to you like, "Hey Brock, I like those asterisk stuff. You should do more." Ain't a fucking. It's on you. I like those. You're good at it. If you do one in 7 years' time, I'll fucking love that, is what I mean. If you draw Get-A-Fix in 2029, I'll fucking love it. That's it. For people to come in and go, "Oh, yeah, I think you should be doing this kind of stuff," or, I like that you do what you want to do. You just go, right, I've been thinking about Clint Eastwood a lot recently, or I watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I'm going to do 4 Clint Eastwood pictures. Or I've thought about Kinnison. I haven't really spent time on him. Let's do 4 Kinnisons. That's it. Your shit.
Somebody threw a comment out. I can't remember. I don't know, 2 or 3 Blazing Saddles, and somebody threw a comment out. I was like, "Oh, Blazing Saddles again," and I almost went back at him and went, "Oh, is it hurting your feelings?" Like,
why would anyone get offended about that? Go look at your Instagram. There's 300 or however many thousand pictures you've done. Tonight I'm doing a Blazing Saddles on a Wednesday.
You're a fucking adult. You can block, mute, unfollow, whatever. Make an adult decision. What? Who cares? Who cares? I'm doing what I want to do. It's amazing to me that people still non-contributing zeros that non-contributing zeros want to dictate what you do. It's amazing to me.
I'm on unemployment. I've been on my computer all day on various Twitch streams, and now I'm onto yours. Can you please direct it towards my likes, please? No. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Principles. That's what it's about. Fucking principles. Fuck everything else. Do what you need to do. As far as I know, you bought your fucking house. You're retired early as fuck. You know, you've got your life. Why do you need to scrimp and scrape around for a little bit of cash off some weirdo when you do a real work?
Medical history tells me I'm going to die within 12 years. So why? Why work your ass off for a company? Why work your ass off for somebody else? And again, like everything I put on Twitter is bullshit, except the art. The art's the only thing I take seriously. Everything else is bullshit. Have fun, have a good time. My Twitch stream, I'm just trying to have a good time with everybody. You know, and then people, it's amazing. There's so many people out there that do their best to just try to ruin shit for everybody else. And there's no point.
Like you said, non-contributing zeros. They're not only they're not contributing anything, they haven't got anything in their lives, and what they've got is 27 Twitch streamers they want to demand shit from, you know. But you know, you don't have to be creative or anything, but just stop making demands of people that are actually out there trying to work or try to do shit and live their best life, you know. Reality's going to hit me in the ass next month. I've got to go back. I've got to sort out finances and shit and bullshit. But I'm going to be doing something I want to do. I'm going to be working towards doing something I want to do.
And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm a non-smoker. You know, the males in my family were smokers. And so I may have fucked up the algorithm by doing that. But I'm making it up for it by drinking. But
no, don't worry about that shit, man. People also, regardless of genetics, when people die and stuff, society, whether you're drinking or not, has improved. Health has improved, right? Even from 40 years ago, 30 years ago, you probably got a better innings than whatever you will be in 12 years, 60 or whatnot.
I think once you take control of your life, though, and you go, no, I'm going to do this, your life gets exponentially better.
Yeah, and what I'm doing with this trip is a small part of that. It's a small part of me going, fuck whatever normal people are doing, and fuck what I should be doing. I'm going to do this. But I know I still have to deal with some bullshit, but I'm going to hopefully cycle round and round where at some point I don't have to deal with, like each year, just deal with a little bit less bullshit or expectations.
Carl, are you running for something?
No. Well, that's a life thing, isn't it? Am I running from or towards something? No, this is I've got the opportunity to do it right now. I don't have many bills in the UK, so it's easier financially. I moved out of a place I hated for years. And then I'm just resetting myself mentally and hopefully a little bit physically, you know, for coming back. But I also do love Brazil. So this is my 5th time here. Now I know that I can kind of do this. I will do something similar again, but it'll be a little bit harder in the future. But
what do you mean something again?
I mean, I'm going to have to come back to the UK in July, and I don't want to, but I've got to because, I've got to prioritize what I want. I will next time I come out here. Now I know I don't have to do it for a 2-week vacation. I can make it a month or 2 months is what I mean. Like I can just go, I'm going to go out. See when it's feasible for me to stay and when I need to come back. You know, that, or not here, or anywhere, fuck Finland, the US, whatever it is. Just like, oh, I don't need to be in one spot. Traveling for me is great for my mental health. It's it's just good for me, just to, you know, be somewhere else. So maybe it is running for something in my personality, but it's good because when I come back, I've got a shitload of motivation. I've had time to think. I've got plans, and I can go and deal them out when I get back to the UK.
So when you go to the UK,
yeah,
do you have a house?
Dude, I am homeless.
Do you have a woman?
Mm,
Do you have kids?
no kids, no real ties. If I wanted, I could stay here, basically, if I really, really wanted. But I have other desires that I want to do, which would benefit me being in the UK, at least for a while. But it doesn't mean I can't. It doesn't mean I can't do this more regularly. It's been 3 years since I've been out here because of the pandemic. It doesn't mean that in December I can't come out for 2 months. And then maybe do so. I've got at least an annual thing where I can go out for a few months, or longer term. I want to buy a place in Brazil. I'm not going to hide it. I've been looking. I'm thinking about it. It's cheap for me, but it doesn't mean I want to be here all the time. I just want this as a haven, work, you know, elsewhere, but bring it elsewhere, not work. My money coming from elsewhere means more here with conversion and shit is what I mean. So I can live better and have a house and have a lifestyle I want for a few months a year, and the rest of the year I'll go and grind in the fucking UK.
So you haven't went to Thailand and looked at tax havens there? You did the same thing?
Not really a tax haven. Well, Brazil's important to me. It's like I've got really, really, really good friends here that I didn't see enough at the beginning of this trip. I wish maybe I can go back and see them, but I don't know. But they're like family. I'm a goddaughter to one of their kids, and I love the lifestyle here. I can't explain it. I just fucking love it. I like a lot of things about it, you know. So Brazil to me is where I see me spending a lot of time. But I also love travel. So yeah, I do want to go to that part of Asia. I do want to go to Thailand. I do want to go to Vietnam.
South America is kind of a big continent. It's
fucking huge, dude. All I know is Peru and
Brazil is huge.
Brazil's almost as big as the US. Turned on its fucking side. It's wild.
Fucking huge.
Yep. Because I've got people that I could fly 5 hours north and go to another city, but it's like time and money. I don't know. Peru and here, when I was in both, I've been in Peru just for 2 weeks, but Peru and here, I feel good there. I feel like it's a bit wild, but also a level of relaxation that I don't get.
I've always liked Santiago, like Chile. I've always liked Santiago.
That's Chile, Bolivia. I want to go to those places.
I always liked it.
So that's, yeah, I like traveling in general. I went to Finland in October when I could. I've got a good friend there, and you know, did the sauna and all that shit. So yeah, Mexico, Chile, Thailand, Vietnam. I want to go to, and I just like different places. I like different food. I like different people. The drudgery that I had in my hometown when I lived in that place where I started this podcast, when I left that place, I was fucking, you know, we had nice parks and a nice coast, but my daily life, I lived on a shit street full of fucking spice heads and weirdos, guy with one arm, going to the same store every day. Yeah, I don't want to live that life. I don't want to.
I'll be honest with you. It's refreshing to hear someone else say that they don't care about their family.
It's not don't care about my family. It's just that I'm gonna not be around them as much as other people would like, and I do care. I want to be close to them. But... What do you mean, my mum and dad? No, they're getting older, and I do want to spend more time around them, and I want to live close.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
So, yeah, but I don't care.
Still alive?
They're still going, dude. They're in their 70s now.
Oh, I got you.
74, 71 or something.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Get rid of those people.
Well, my dad's still fucking working. He's
They're like,
my dad at 74 is still doing a physical job that I wouldn't do now. Go fuck yourself. So
again, life's all about choices.
yeah, and he
They
needs
chose
that.
to do that.
I know he needs that until he can't move anymore. And he's on his way. I need to travel. That's my big thing. And I like doing comedy and this shit. So this is what I will put my efforts into. And anything else I do will be because I have to. But yeah, the train's coming down the track. My head is on the fucking railway line. You know, the train's going to hit me at some point. It might be tomorrow. So there is a part of me that's like, I'll just stay in Brazil a little while. Ladies. This is the part of the date where Brett stops talking. Oh, Nappo's in the chat. I didn't see this. I'm a country. No, you're not. You look like a zero because you're fucking bald. You're not. You're in a band. You do a good podcast. You're a great mentor and friend. My medical history. Yeah, you were supposed to die at 54, right, doggy? I'm a goddaughter to one of their kids. That's exactly what I am. And then the question mark because he's the Riddler. Rhymes with Diddler. We've been going 5 hours 45, doggy, and this is nothing, dude. We don't get tired. I don't get tired.
So, Carl, if you meet a nice lady in Brazil,
yeah.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I mean,
you're gonna dump her and go back to the UK?
Well, that's a complicated question that I don't necessarily want to answer on YouTube. I like everything about Brazil. I'll put it that way, and I do like certain aspects of Brazil, and I may or may not, have people that I know here. So we'll see. But no, longer term, I want to spend more time here. Is what I'd say. Whether it's 2 months, 3 months, or 6 months a year, I want to half live here, and then do my other shit the rest of the year. But I'll have to work twice as hard the rest of the year. But it's worth it, I think. Staying here is problematic because I'd have to still earn money from another country because it just goes so much further. If I earn money from Brazil, I could earn good money for here, but if I earn money from home, it goes so much further here. I'm richer here, and I'd rather have that than be struggling to pay the bills,
So, during the past 30 days, can you point on a calendar when you stopped doing comedy?
Yeah, because I've been in Brazil for more than 30 days. So, yeah. It was just before I left. So I'm very close to when I left. I did a gig in London. That was it. I guess that was the day. Or do you mean that I've quit mentally while I'm out here and I'm never going back?
You're never going back?
Well, if I stay here, I'll tell you this. I'll start an English scene out here. That's what I'll do. I'll find some fucking weirdos and we'll start a little thing somewhere.
Okay.
Well, that's part. The whole point of this was to get one Brazilian gig, right? And I will, even if it's in a car park. But longer term, I would like to do, when I'm here, to be able to do something here that's unique for here, because comedy here it's behind. They haven't got a lot of English speaking stuff. I'm sure there's a demand for it. It won't be as big, but
dude, there's a reason why comedy works in industrial areas. Life is shit in industrial areas. You're on the beach. You've got Brazilian chicks walking around with dental floss in their ass cheeks. Everywhere you look is fucking gorgeous. It's paradise. There's nothing. What are you going to make jokes about? There's no reason to be upset.
Yeah, but that's the top level. There are several levels of Brazil, and there are big cities, and there's poverty and fucking stress and all the rest of it. a crazy president. Not that I want to do political shit, but
Yeah. Can they afford to come see your show? Those poverty people.
if they, well, yeah, they still no, fuck them. If, but they still like in this big cities like Sao Paulo or Rio, there are a lot of people that would go and see it. There are a lot of really good English speaking people, and there are people that would understand. It's kind of general. You don't have to write about Brazil, right? You just it's life shit. What I do now wouldn't directly translate here, but it would to people who speak good English.
When your verbal pause is right, it lets me know you're trying to work it out in your head.
Yeah, because I haven't been asked the question. I'm thinking about it, but I've thought about it whilst walking along the beach. I haven't had a discussion with a human. I've run it by myself. I've run it by the board on the beach the other day. I'm like, but this is something that over the last 3 or 4 days, I've been like, I think there's a way.
When people say right, that verbal pause, that verbal tick, that's it disgusts me. But it lets me know you are just now working this out in your head.
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. I was on Coffee with a Dog the other morning, and it came up on there. It's like, why don't you do a gig in Brazil? And I was like, I have been thinking about that, So since like Friday, I've been like whirring around, like it's new. It's the new idea, but I'll do it. I'll do a fucking gig here before I go home, even if I get shot. I'll do it.
So, to get any pussy?
What? I can't answer that on YouTube, Brett. I have the last 2.5 weeks when I was at the kind of home, I was just concentrating on chilling and being out of the way. I've been in Brazil a month. I've been in other places, and it's been very nice at times. Now I've moved to the center today or yesterday. I don't even know what fucking day is what. Yesterday I moved here to the center. It's a great area. There are many nice restaurants and bars and high class people walking around, and I'm exotic, so yeah, and they call cum molo, which means sauce. But actually not earlier on there, and then from now as well there will be things happening in the next few weeks.
Well, I hope you met a nice lady.
It's all in the black box, man. Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm going to be fine.
I'm getting a beer and peeing. Wait. Okay. You lost up. Are you going? You go pee, man.
No, I don't need to pee. No, I don't need to pee. I was just saying go. I got my beer. I'm good.
Right. Pee and beer. Beer.
Woo! Right, we are 5 hours 51 in. Now, I've got that much beer left. That much beer. Sounds like we might want to keep going a while. And if he does, and he doesn't want to check in the post, I'll run next door and get some beer. And then I'll drink. Brett's glasses kit at some point. Peeing while commenting. I peed on air earlier. It may be, we're not on the Mind Dogs Network, but it was the first pee on air, I think, on this podcast. I might have done it before. I peed on air, and I did a sit-down pee, which is for real men, we discussed. Real men sit down. Men that want to stink a piss, stand up. I can't remember what that at all now. I'm doing a Nappo. I'm just going backwards in the chat. Well, there we go. I'm training to be the new Mind Dog, but I'll call myself Dick Dog. Let's leave the mind and get into the dick. Dick Dog. Dick Dog TV. Welcome to Dick Dog TV. Please open your mind, open your Jap's eye, little Jap's eye, and do Dick Dog TV. That's what I'm going to be in 20 years. It's my goal. I do see someone in the background, and that is interesting, which is actually quite helpful because I might need a break in a couple of minutes. Also, it's quite. I'm in a kind of a hotel situation. It's very echoey, so I think that everyone else has heard the last 5 hours, and I've got to walk downstairs. Okay, well, he's in the background. Please, I'll wait till he looks ready. Please open your ears, open your mind, and welcome. Sponsored by Koa Coffee. It is now this next guest is a podcaster, author, musician from Long Island, New York, and we're here today to talk about pedophilia. Please open your joke. Please open your mind, open your ears, open your mind, and please welcome Mr. Kelp Nate.
Charles Manson. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome Ted Bundy.
I'm here. My purpose of coming back here is to keep Brett busy while you go to get beer, because that's how conscious I can be.
That is amazing. Really? I'll put my flip flops on right now.
Yeah, well, you could do that. I mean, that's why I came back. I heard you say you might want to get some beer, and I didn't want to leave Brock here alone. God knows what he would do with no supervision.
Look, if you put me here, clearly I'm going to be promoting everybody on this stream. I don't know why that's a hard problem.
I think you spelled fucking wrong. Promoting fucking. I think you'll be fucking everyone in the ass. Even me.
I think kind of sensually as well. I tell you, my house.
What happened to his glasses? I was so turned on by his glasses, but
school time's over, baby. This is extracurricular activities.
So, Carl, while I was taking a piss.
Yeah. Oh shit.
You looked at it and you got a call.
You are missing out. Why are you not? Here's why you're not getting pussy. You're not balls deep in any badge at all. I know.
Send you a picture.
Because you're missing out on stuff. Because you've been hanging out with me for 6 hours.
Well, by the way,
you should be doing a podcast because you're exotic. You should be at a bar doing bars, Brazil, and boobies. You should be doing a podcast.
After this podcast and showered, I'm going out to a bar and I'll watch some music, and then I'll be good. And tomorrow night, by the way, I'm going out for Mexican food with a real person. And then don't worry about me, Brett. Don't worry about me. I'm doing just fine. In fact, I'm doing real good. So we don't have to go into too many details on YouTube. I'm doing fine. I'm very relaxed. Look at the smile.
You're a young man. Shave that shit off.
Hollywood 21, baby.
Dude, shave that shit off. Shower up. Go out. You're in Brazil, baby. Have fun. Jesus.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Yelled at.
I am getting yelled at by Dad. I'm going to go and get a beer for a second. Why don't you talk to Minddog for a minute, and then I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I love Minddog. I think he's interesting as hell.
Go and ask him about the mob. I'll see you soon.
Don't ask him about the mob. There's nothing left about the mob.
All right, I'll see you guys in a minute.
Get me a beer while you're there.
All right.
All right. I got coffee. How are you, Brett?
Sir,
good.
It's great to see you. Eric, all is well on this end. I hope all is well on your end, sir. It's
now I'm stoned. One hit.
That's fine. Good.
I'm stoned out of my mind.
So, going back from what I remember a couple of nights ago, I did say that I think that your story should be told in a book, right. And I think I did follow it up and say that.
Right.
I understand there's trauma and PTSD that goes along with it, but there's interesting people like you that are older than me and that are dying off. That's it. I got to get to my words. That are dying off, and we're losing those stories. And unless you've got to leave something behind, to me, your story is just interesting. Again, horrific, PTSD, traumatic. I know.
No, Kat's asking if the bowl is made of tinfoil. I'm just showing her that.
Oh, I got you.
No, one by one, our old friends are dying off by natural causes or not. Hyman Roth is the only one still around because he always makes money for his partners. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know, I have a distant cousin, second cousin, who got in touch with me and wanted to know about our family tree. And I was trying to tell her all I could without bringing any of that stuff up. And I don't know anything besides that about my father's side of the family. All I know is his criminal life, really. I don't know anything about, I don't know his father's name. I don't know my grandfather's name on my father's side.
So I'll throw this out. I'll throw this out. Here's how violent my dad was. I had a collie, and the dog catcher came onto our property while I was in school, and my dad was at work, my mom was at work, and my grandma was there. She was old, late 80s, and she ratted. She's oh, here's what happened. This dog catcher came. I couldn't do anything. My dad heard that. He took his pistol and he took all the dog's vaccination records, leashes, license, because the dog catcher came onto our property, dragged the dog off, took the pound. My dog went to the mayor's office. He laid the pistol on one side of his desk and laid all the documentation and the leashes and everything else. He goes, my dog gets on my property in 30 minutes, or you're going to need a new dog catcher.
I guess you got the dog back.
Clearly, we got the dog back very quickly. And then he followed it up. And he goes, if I see that dog catcher on my street again, you're also going to need a new dog catcher.
Wow.
And this ain't gangster shit. This is 100% Korean War veteran, Vietnam War veteran. Absolutely. Go fuck yourself. I've done enough. I'm tired of it. Is
that why you joined the service? Because he was a vet?
Every male on his side of the family joined the military. I was a pussy if I had not joined the military.
Yeah, I get that. I opted for the pussy. I'm the only male in my family who never served.
And good on you. Good on you. Good on you.
Yeah. Well, also, you know, there was not as much pressure on me because I left home at 14, so I wasn't around to. By the time the age came, nobody was telling me I had to. It was kind of, I was on my own.
You left at 4. I left at 17. I've always been amazed, like when I was around kids my age, when I would go to their houses and their parents are like affectionate and hugging them, and like, I want to hear your opinion. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're not friends with your parents. Your parents are your enemies. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I got the hell away from as soon as I could. And you left at 14, so you had bigger balls than I did, sir.
I ran away. I instead of going to school, I used to ride the bus to school every day. And instead of getting on the school bus, I had a friend who had a car take me to LaGuardia Airport. I got on a one-way I got a one-way ticket, bought a one-way ticket on Eastern Airlines to Orlando, Florida, and didn't say a word to anybody and just took off. In those days, a 14-year-old kid could walk in without any ID and buy a one-way ticket to Orlando, no question asked.
And
And so that's what I did. I made a new life for myself.
And like at 14 years old, I'm just gonna make an assumption. Like I'm looking at your fist right now. You're probably a ham-fisted big kid.
Yeah.
So, like, you could probably make a way for yourself.
I did. I absolutely did. Well, the plan was to work in Disney World, which had just opened up. I was going to work on, and I did for a week or so till the FBI raided the place and found out they were harboring a runaway. But I worked there on Main Street, USA, in the magic shop selling magic tricks. And then when the FBI busted the place and they said, get this kid off the property, I basically went to pick oranges. And I'm going to high school at the time, at night school, picking oranges, getting up at 4:00 in the morning to pick oranges with the migrant workers until like noon or so. And then I would go right directly to school covered in pesticides and shit every single day. And I was living in a, not a mobile home, but a RV, a trailer, a one of these driving campers, very small, 1-bedroom thing, and it was on a campground parking lot, campground lot, and I paid $25 a week for a room and board in there. And now that's I put myself through high school at night in a black rural part of Florida where I was the only white kid in the high school.
One of the hardest jobs I've ever worked in my life was a summer job in college. And it was in a nursery. And when you're slinging trees around every single day for hours, and God forbid it rained, and all that rain soaked in those potato sacks, those roots, and now you've got to pick up what was a 70-pound tree. Now it's about a 150-pound tree. And you've got to do that for hours.
Wow.
So it's backbreaking, but it was tax-free. And everything I did, during those jobs was tax-free. And so what you just said about those orange fields and everything, I didn't work like you did. Certainly not at your age. At that point, I was 18, 19 years old. But strong back, I was strong, but it's fine. Summer heat didn't bother me, that kind of thing. But you absolutely work your ass off. If you're in I don't care what kind of field you're in.
Yeah.
Because as a kid, people shaking my hand, I'm like, God damn, I hate shaking your hand because you break my hand. It's like, well, I hauled hay and cut tobacco as a kid, as a young kid. So yeah, it's
yeah.
All these old men taught me, when you go in, you just try to grip. You let a man know that you work tough. And now it's gotten soft. I'm soft. I'm bubble gum. But so it's yeah. You
know what? The hard work, the migrant worker work, it definitely colors my perception of people they call illegal immigrants. They're migrant workers. They are people who coming here to pick fruit in order to keep American prices low. People have to understand that they're not all rapists and murderers. A lot of them are orange pickers and strawberry pickers. And I'm telling you, if I worked 60 hours a week doing that, I was taking home $100 or less, $100 or less for it. It's backbreaking work for no money and stuff that most Americans wouldn't do. I cut those people some slack. I say they're trying to, like they're me at 14. They might be older, but they still have that same mindset. I'm just trying to escape hell, and I'm willing to go through this hell to get away from that hell.
like I'd haul hay and cut tobacco for no money. Well, it's because it's my uncle. It's like free labor.
Yeah.
And then as you get older, again, as a C-130 loadmaster, we'd go out to the Yuma testing grounds in Yuma, Arizona. I did not know that Yuma, Arizona produced 80% of the country's lettuce.
Yeah.
And it was all these Mexican laborers that were out there working their asses off in those. And the more I got around the country and the more I got around, I'm like, Jesus Christ, we need to ramp back on this rhetoric. Like, oh, nobody wants to work anymore. Yeah, nobody wants to work for bullshit. Fuck, nobody's going to work for free, motherfucker. And then you got these, and then we got this rhetoric that goes, oh, these fucking immigrants. The immigrants are what's making immigrants and truck drivers keep this country going.
Yeah.
If they stop, it's over.
Yeah. I stayed in Yuma for about 2 months once. Very, very weird kind of a place there.
I'm so glad you said it was weird, because there was from where our hotel was, from the Yuma testing grounds, there was a lot of snowbirds that would show up.
Yeah.
And there was a VFW, and I mean, the campground would be packed with RVs. And so we'd stop with our flight suits on. We'd never pay for a drink. And all these old dudes, specifically their old wives, would want to fuck us.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, what, nah. They pay for all our drinks. I'm like, this is gross.
Yep.
No. Something weird is happening down there in Yuma.
Yeah. It definitely is, and I had the same kind of experience down there. It's either Marine Corps guys or snowbirds that come down there, and they are I don't know, predatory. They're opened up. They opened up when they get there.
Yeah.
What'd you just have in your mouth, dude?
My key for the room.
Oh.
I got some beer. I'll never go thirsty again. Every day I'm just going to stock up and make sure this never happens again. I'm never low.
Let me ask you a question. You said that tomorrow night you're going for Mexican food. Is there any place that features American food, and what the hell would that be?
Well, you get burgers. I guess that's American food.
But do they call it American food?
Not that I've seen, but almost every restaurant also sells burgers. But I'm telling you, these are good fucking burgers. There's a good mix. Beautiful, different meat as well. Yeah.
Is there Canadian food? You never see a Canadian restaurant.
No, no one eats Canadian. You eat maple syrup once a year.
I challenged people that on social media a couple of years ago. You can come up with, Chinese food, Italian food. Find me a Canadian restaurant, a Canadian food restaurant. They don't have.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, what is it in the north? Maybe some seal meat and then maple syrup. I'm running out of ideas. They probably do good sausage.
All they would do is back bacon. That's it.
Oh, bacon, of course. Bacon, yeah.
Yeah, French fries with gravy on it.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, weirdly, in Wales, in KFC, you get gravy for the fries, and you don't in the rest of the UK. But it took me 3 years to try it, and actually, it's kind of nice. It's kind of spicy.
Right. It's the same gravy they have for the mashed potatoes, and they just figure potatoes are potatoes.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
That's it.
But it's, I'd say, Canada, yeah, of course, bacon. I don't know. I'm sure, do they do moose burgers up there? I don't know, but it doesn't really export well.
So Brett Brock was telling me some great stories while you were gone.
Yeah.
He was abducted by aliens when he was a kid. They dropped him off in Antarctica. He had to swim back with one arm tied behind his back.
It was amazing. The Air Force just went, Jesus Christ.
And he never complained about the water being cold. Not once.
You wouldn't, would
you? Well, because, my dick's so big, it was so deep. Like,
I love the nonchalant delivery of the line. My dick was so big. I don't know.
I use it as a rudder. That's the only way I survived. And the Air Force was like, well, shit. You don't even have to go through survival training now.
What are those?
Cheese and ham, or cheese and ham.
Oh,
Simple shit. I haven't even eaten breakfast today, and it's 8 something p.m. because we've been doing this all fucking day. So yeah, when we finish this, I get to eat cheese and ham and go out.
wow.
What do you mean when we finish this? We'll be going to 6 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah.
So that you're drinking, that's not beer. That's like an ale or something, or
This
what?
is a Pilsen. It's Eisenbahn, right? I think is it German initially? Doesn't it? Sounds German.
And
I'm
then
Yeah.
pretty full.
you buy it in separate cans, or you buy a 6-pack?
Yeah, no. Here they're mostly separate. You can get a box. Some places you can buy 12 or whatever, but in a lot of the supermarkets they're separate. Actually, you can buy packs, but they're warm, right? These are in the fridge, so bang them in. Also, they're cheap. They're cheap, so it's cheap to buy singles here.
Wow.
They love it. They love it. But yeah, there's some good beers here. Actually, I'm enjoying these ones that I'm placing on the windowsill.
I'll tell you how old I am. I was in the store last night after my work was done, late at night, and I thought I should get a 6-pack of beer. And then the thought hit me: you have 2 beers at home. You could wait another day before you get a 6-pack of beer. I don't know why that, but I feels old thinking that, because there was a day when a case wasn't enough to get me through a day. And now, you got 2. That'll last you through the whole weekend. 2 beers.
Dougie, tonight, the first 5 hours, I drank 6 of these. They're quite small beers as well. They're tall but thin, right? So they're quite small. Whereas on a normal pod, I would have smashed twice that amount. But I'm like in the buzz, I just got a bit of extra now. The last hour, I'll probably smash a couple. But day to day, I don't drink. I drink basically once a week, and at the moment it's on a podcast. Now, I'm lying because also in Brazil, and I do drink. But for the most part, yeah, I drink way less. I don't even think about drinking 18 heavy beers, which is what I would do when I was 17 or 25. I would go out and drink.
All the weed I have left.
Oh, well, you like me. You like me half an hour ago with a beer and Brock with his wine.
Well, I can't just run to the dispensary is 35 miles away. So I'm going to have to go tomorrow. I have to order it in advance, and then they prepare it overnight. They send me an email, your thing is ready, and then I have to drive 35 miles there to get ripped off. I could go to a dealer on the South Shore and pay less and get better weed, but it's 75 miles. So
that's the greatest thing about Tennessee. Illegal weed is the best weed.
Yeah, here it is too, without doubt. It's so much better than the legal stuff, and I'm surprised by that because I thought the quality would be better, even though they tax the fuck out of us.
They didn't they regulate the legal stuff after a couple of years? Because I remember in LA, they were getting real good stuff in the dispensaries, but I think they came in with a regulation about strength after a couple of years, and so they said you can't sell really good stuff.
Yeah, Billy Wayne is I don't want to ruin his stuff.
We talked about it on the podathon, but it was 3 a.m. for me. So
yeah, and he talked about it in a set a couple of weeks ago where he said, "You all got some really strange weed laws here. Oh, it's legal. Oh, really? Where can I buy it? You can't, because you can't. There are no It's legal recreational to smoke it here, but you can't buy it. They don't sell it anywhere unless you have a medical card. You have to go to a medical dispensary if you have the card, which you have to pay extra for on like a yearly thing.
I remember LA before it became recreational, right? On that election night, it was recreationally, because I remember when I visited LA, I didn't do it, but you were on the beach and men in green suits, weed-colored suits, would come up to you and go, "You want some weed?" And they would take you to a place to get signed off by a doctor on the beach, basically. A doctor would be in there and go, "You got headaches, man?"
Yeah, basically that's what it is here. You meet somebody on a Zoom call, you tell them what's wrong with you, and they send you your medical card overnight.
You probably need weed for whatever's wrong with you.
But it is an extra almost $200 for the card. Like, so I'm already getting ripped off at the dispensary. You're gonna play this game with me? Fuck you. It's all a money grab.
Of course, and when what we said with Billy Wayne, when Coca-Cola moves into the fucking when British alcohol and tobacco, whatever it is, move into the weed market, it'll be worse because they'll dilute the shit. It'll be more expensive.
Well,
They'll put
Coca-Cola will put something in the weed to make your penis smaller. And if your daddy's Johnson is 12 inches long and your Johnson's going to be 6 inches long, your son will be 3 inches long, and then you won't have no penis at all. And that's why Coca-Cola had a weed business.
Mr. Jones doth exaggerate. He's not wrong on the principle, but he's wrong on the intention and the fact that it's not hard.
And he's wrong on almost all the details. I mean, first of all, I don't know that John's dicks are getting smaller. If you've seen any porn over the last 40 years, there's no evidence to back that up. But if there was a conspiracy like that, it wouldn't be Coca-Cola. What do they have to gain out of it? It would be some other entity that would be behind Coca-Cola.
No intention. They're just they're coating their cans with whatever.
Oh well, that's where he's got it wrong. He's saying it's a Coke driven conspiracy part of the world order that Coke is intentionally doing.
We drink out of plastic water bottles, right? And when they get warm, the plastic leak into the water. It's that kind of shit. So there's no intention, but there's a byproduct of living like this.
Well, Carl, is your Johnson half the size of your daddy's Johnson? Call your daddy up right now. Get him on a Zoom call. Tell him take your Johnson out. Let's see. You take your Johnson out. Let's see.
Mine's I'm a grower, not a shower, right? It can hang around like this, and then it's pretty good. My dad's, I remember being in the bath with my dad, and it was pretty fucking thick, just flopping around. So
yeah, well, I have a big fat dick. I have a big fat dick. It's not super long. It might be about 7-8 inches somewhere in there, but it's fat as hell. But my father was a shorter man than me, and I did, I seen him pee. He wasn't as long as I am, and he wasn't as thick as I am.
He might have been a grower,
I'm not a big guy at all, and I think I remember my dad being in the bathtub, exposing himself, and like, Jesus, that's a massive cock, Jesus, and I think that's where a dude draws the line. Is like, you'll never be bigger than me ever, because he exposes you to that.
Yeah, like you're 7 and he drops his 37-year-old dick in front of you.
Yeah, it's like I can't beat this man. I can't beat him in a fist fight, and now he just lets me see his ding dong, and like, fuck, I gotta do for the rest of my life. I'm gonna beat this man. But not at that moment. Not at that moment. It's like, that dude is fucking your mom with a penis way bigger than yours.
That's the biggest point, right? And then he can, if you do ever level up to your dad, he can go, I'm fucking your mum, dude. And he's got there's no, yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I just figured it out. The executive at Coca-Cola have small Johnsons, and so they want everybody to have smaller Johnsons than them because they're insecure about it. That's what it's all about. It's the big guy who runs Coca-Cola. And I'm not talking about the CEO. I'm talking about Rothschild and what's his name over there, Soros.
The Koch brothers.
And they got small penises, and they look around and say, how can we're not going to make ours any bigger, are we? No. Well, what can we do? We'll make everybody else's smaller. Put some shit in the cans.
Listen.
So buy a T-shirt, ladies and gentlemen. Infowars.com. Buy a T-shirt today. Keep us on the air. Keep us the fight.
I love.
If you buy Infowars shirts, that's the only thing that's going to stop it.
I love this entire world. And I don't really mind about Alex Jones, but it's just like, you just have to go, he's a character. This is an art piece that he's been doing for a while.
Have you ever sat through a long form? Because I see him in bits, but it wasn't until 2 days ago where I actually sat. So let me go to Infowars.com and watch a live stream.
Not recently, no. Recently.
I'm actually going to get mean for a minute, if that's all right with you guys.
Yeah.
As I've told conspiracy theorists, at some point, class action lawsuits is going to be laid on your doorstep. If you keep spouting those bullshit, undue stress, and undue pain,
and it has been with him,
you're laying on those families of dead people when you go, well, that didn't really happen. It's a false flag. Okay. Well, fine. Yep. Your First Amendment right. You can say whatever you want to. Fine, but you're not exempt from civil lawsuit. The families can come at you and just like fucking fat fuck
That
loud
was
mouth.
that whole deal. That whole deal with him was the big mistake. If he hadn't gone down that path, it would have all been more or less fine. It's just okay.
But he's getting his crowd to pay for it anyway. He's getting the people who support him to pay for it.
He'll go bankrupt on a company or whatever, and then he'll still raise whatever he's doing on his private stuff, of course. But that was the mistake. And listen, years ago, I used to love a bit of Alex Jones in the late 2000s, and I mean a long time ago.
I liked Art Bell. Sweet old Art Bell wasn't promoting tyranny. He was a sweet man.
It got very weird with Jones. I like two of the things that he did.
Art Bell wasn't weaponizing people.
That is true, and he's always been great. He's always been sponsoring like these fucking crazy survivalists out there, right? We're building a nuclear shelter, man, and getting our 50 guns. He's always been getting those guys to spend money. Hey, buy your tinned fucking rice and beans for the shelter. Always, right? There's always that grift. But it was much more fun in the late 2000s, I think. It was much more just to and they had him in GTA on one of the radio stations, right, in the game. You could tune into
Here's
radio.
how some of those people are. I know retired military people that are like, fuck this government. Let's shut it down. I'm like, you know that your military retirement check stops. You know that, right? And they're like, no. I put my time in. It's coming in. No, it's not. They have not thought any of this through.
It's an interesting area.
The thing with Alex Jones is he will get a piece of news that a legitimate journalist has worked hard on, like Julia Brown from Miami Herald uncovered the Epstein Island stuff. And Alex Jones read that and he said, well, I got this, I got a scoop for you, one of my contacts. And then he adds all these details that are not part of it, all corporations that were backing it. And connections to things that he's just throwing spaghetti at the wall.
True. As a tiny devil's advocate, and I know this is an annoying argument. When he was talking about Epstein in 2013 and 12 or 11, he was called crazy just for saying there was an island where politicians go and fuck kids, and it wasn't. That was happening. It was politicians went there to fuck kids.
But he's taking credit for it when it was Julia Brown who published that stuff. He read it.
what I've grown to forget all the real crazy shit that he's talking about. But what I've grown to not appreciate, but to understand, it's a character piece. He's grifting. He's selling survival equipment, right, or whatever it is. He's grifting, and he's hyperbole in everything, and putting his own shit on. But it does get dangerous when he gets around the crisis actor stuff, right? Of course. It's fucking wild.
I definitely want to throw this out. When I see people on Twitter going, oh, the pandemic, and they're releasing this COVID thing.
Well, the monkeypox is because they put in the vaccine, they put chimp genome in the vaccine to make
when they say it's specifically to reduce population. They're trying to reduce population. So let me get this right.
It barely kills anyone, by the way. There's a better way of reducing population. It kills old people and fat people.
Government is ineffective. Government is awful. Government is also greedy. So you're telling me that they want to reduce their tax base, which is their only form of income? That's what you're telling me? You're telling me they want to eliminate their tax base? That's your stance?
The tiny argument against that, COVID only really killed old people and fat people. So it's old people are pretty useless, and fat people, what are they going to do? Waddle around as a parking attendant for 5 years? Just get the productive ones alive. But yeah, you're right. You would have a better disease than COVID that would actually
You
wipe
just
out
crop dust. You fly over the flyover states. You crop dust all the flyover states between New York and LA, and do away with the half the population right there. You don't need to go. Oh wait, let's put something out there that I could possibly catch.
Of course, that's wrong. Because why
I mean,
would
Reagan
you
tried
do it on the flyover states? There's nobody there.
Yeah.
You should just
Reagan,
fly over New York City or LA or San Francisco.
well, Reagan and
where people
Fauci tried to reduce the population with AIDS in the 80s, to get rid of the black people and gays. But it didn't work. Why try COVID again?
A couple weeks ago, that's when Philadelphia Police Department firebombed 2 city blocks in Philadelphia and killed people with the movement. So just making sure.
Oh, well, what about the monkeypox?
And that was. I'll throw this out. That was back in 1985. I was 12 years old when that happened.
Wow.
And no one could answer. All I had, I was like, why did cops firebomb? And every single answer was, well, them black people should know better.
That's a great one-liner, Kat. Hyperbole is the best thing ever. There's
everything I heard about that was based in racism. I'm like, those people were feeding their people, and you firebombed them. And
wild.
At 12 years old, I couldn't understand it.
Wild decisions are made. There's a karaoke session out there. I know it's lightly in the mood. I did film a bit of it. They were literally just singing in Brazilian accent, all by myself. They're doing some sort of weird musician karaoke. I love it. Love to hear it. It's some wild shit. Certainly, everywhere in the world, but America, obviously, we mentioned it with Andres the other week, and I've forgotten half the details, but stuff like Waco, where the FBI just set fire to kids, and when they did it, they went mad. They did. It's beautiful.
I'm still not sure about that whole story. I mean, I definitely the United States government was completely intending on destroying that compound.
It's not removing guilt from a cult leader. It's like they also did bad shit, but I think there were bad decisions made by law enforcement.
Right, but I'm on if I have to, and I'm not. The difference between me and Alex Jones is Alex Jones would give you details about what he knows happened. I'm just saying what I don't know happened, but I do think there's plenty of room to think conspiracy theory, something bigger than just cults and guns. And saying no, it's not about tax dollars either. There's something bigger than that said these people need to be eliminated. And
didn't Koresh
I've said this on my Twitch stream, I think, about Warren Jeffs from Western Texas. I said that it's the FBI knew children were being married and raped. Well, however you want to discuss it, but married off. 12-year-old, 13-year-old girls were being married off. But the FBI knew that, and they didn't do anything until the money started rolling in.
Right.
And then the FBI figured out, we're losing out on a lot of tax dollars. And I can bring that up if you need me to.
Well,
it was the tax dollars that's what caused the FBI to move in. Even
if something as obvious as a conspiracy as the Epstein thing, we know that the government weren't interested in prosecuting Epstein. It was passed up to them, and they were going, "Nah, don't worry about it, dude. He's cool. He's a cool guy." And the Miami-Dade police wanted to prosecute, and they were passing it up, I think, to the FBI and through whatever fucking government system goes up, and they were just saying, "Don't worry about it. We got it under control." And then eventually they finally got him, and then they gave him the sweetheart deal, right? Which is basically you sleep in prison, you go and be a billionaire and fuck kids in the day. That was in 2009 or something, right?
Right.
So it's like there is always, why aren't you going after this criminal? Because if that was a greengrocer or a butcher that was fucking kids, and inviting his friends around to fuck kids, you would put him in prison.
Right.
But he's got a lot of money. There's something happening.
There's a big difference between what the three of us are doing right now, though, and that Alex Jones thing. And I keep coming back to that my whole life long. Is you're just saying it smells corrupt, it looks corrupt, it definitely is corrupt, but you're not saying this is the guy who was running the whole thing, and here was his partner here, and this is the way it was going, and the money was channeled to this guy. That's where Alex Jones.
Because it's his business, and it's all. And this again, it's not. It's his business. So he's grifting it up. He's making everything seem that this is the fact. We've got to look at this. Oh, whatever it. In the
end, we'll never trust the final conclusion of any court or anything about this thing, because all the evidence covers up. It looks like from the outside of all these things, whether it's Epstein or Waco, it looks like too big a conspiracy for the main guys to ever get pinned down in it, because it's like the mob. There's layers of other people who take the fall.
Ruby Ridge, this dude was just trying to live his life with his family. He wasn't going to do anything, but then they fucked with him. And then they got fucked with back. And three of his wife and his daughter and son got killed.
Well, on a lower level, when I told you about the Aaron Swartz kid, the internet's own boy, he was 13, invented RSS feeds, which we all use, Reddit. He was a co-creator. He was 13, 14 years old. He killed himself because the FBI harassed him because he released scientific journals to the public for free that were being behind a paywall. He hacked the MIT stuff. He pumped it out, and they'd drive around his bedroom window and fucking fuck with him in his family home. There's a really good documentary on Netflix about it, and it was a 15. I don't know. I'm not sure.
What's the name of the documentary? Do you know?
It was Aaron Swartz, the internet's own boy. That's what it was called on Netflix a few years ago. But the kid's name was Aaron.
I'll find it. Wow, that's cool. And, I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah, he was cool. I mean, he invented half the internet that we use as a teenager. And then, he released scientific information to the public by going behind a paywall and pumping it onto a torrent. And he was harassed by the police and FBI for months. And he topped himself. He was young. He was a young kid, and he never cared about money. He got a big business job because he was so good with IT. He got big salaries, and I think he stepped down. He was like, "No, I don't want to do that. I want to do things for the people, like where I started." And they just hounded him.
Wow.
I'm not saying that was their intention, but obviously, they go after people where we need to protect this money, this big money pit of academic.
You know what? That's pretty liberating about me. 3 or 4 times a week. I can't speak for you fellas, but like when I do my Twitch stream and just draw for free, I don't care. You want to hang out? Fine. Like I have no agenda at all.
Brock, it's one of the best things.
I can't tell you how liberating it is. It's like I don't have any merch. Like, you want to hang out? It's just a bar hang.
And you fucking should do it. But you could. You so could because you should, but you don't, and that's what makes it great. You could easily go, by the way, this design I'm going to print.
It's dumb. It's dumb.
I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying if you weren't in your situation as like retired with a pension or whatever, with your house paid off, if you're 21,
there's no pension. I don't get shit till I'm 56.
Okay, that's me poking my nose in whatever, right? You've got your shit together a little bit, but if you were 21 you're struggling to buy pasta, you should put those Kinnison shirts out and sell them for $50 a pop or 40. But now you don't need to, and it's nice to see you just doing stuff. You're just doing it.
If I could just say, I feel pretty liberated in what I do. I mean, nothing stops me from saying anything what I want to do in my podcasting and streaming and stuff. But I do appreciate Koa Coffee. It's the best coffee in the United States of America, and one of the top 10 coffees in the world based on.
Now it's one of the top 10. Is that? I thought it was.
And you can get it at minddogtv.com/coffee.
Plus, you have a great voice for doing it.
Yeah, but I don't do it for money though. I hear your point. If you're not doing it for the money, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. And I do it if money comes. Believe me, money's not coming from all the advertisements and sponsorships I do. But if anything ever did happen, I'll take it. I'll go buy weed with it. But
yeah, I'll take money, but I still want enough freedom to at some point.
Nothing's going to stop me from saying what I want.
At some point, 6 hours in to go, well, those crisis actors waited years for the sequel to Sandy Hook. Like, didn't they get any SAG money in the meantime? You know, just say stupid shit. I don't fucking mean it. Yeah. But it's fun to say. And I don't
I actually get hate mail, and I get lots of listeners.
You get hate mail?
Yeah,
wild. It's wild.
Out of stuff I said that I don't even remember saying. Like people write to me, and I gotta think, what even episode were you talking about? It was a lot of religious stuff, especially since Kiara's been on the show, because she's a Bible thumper, and I argue with her a little bit, and I come back at her.
I actually really like Kiara, and that it's a weird thing, right? Because like you said, she's a flat earther and a Bible thumper, but it's just like
and hanging with me.
You kind of, I don't know if you've seen her, Brock, but on Coffee on the Dog, Dog has.
Hey man, I read Where the Wild Things Are, so I'm just gonna believe that now.
So yeah, he has Kiara on for a happy minute every morning. She comes on twice to give us some happy news, but then she's also a flat earther and Bible thumper.
Who is this lady? Who is this lady?
Musician friends. Yeah, they sing together.
She's a singer in my band.
Oh,
and so she's
very nice. She's very nice, but
she's a singer in the band. But she left corporate world because she didn't want to get the vaccine. She was working in a nursing home in a corporate nursing home, and they forced her to get the vaccine, and she said, "No, I don't want to do that. I'm going to go and be unemployed." And she's homeschooling her kids. She's very Christian. She was brought up. Her mother is a nut job Christian. Now, instead never cared for her own family, but went over to Africa to volunteer for a mission where she has 27 foster children that she cares for.
And yet none of those people, they keep wanting to live in our society.
Right.
They never walk into the woods.
Right. Well, I think we've had some good discussion, Kiara and I, about because she says she agrees with me that modern day Christians, almost 100% of them, are the least Christ-like people you will ever meet. In other words, the essence of being a Christian is, whether you believe he was divine or not, you don't even, or even existed, the idea, the concept of the figure Jesus Christ.
He was a freedom-loving anarchist.
Be like, right.
Christ was a freedom-loving anarchist, and he would have burnt the church down.
Right. Yeah.
Let me tell you, the new Kenobi series drops tomorrow.
Oh,
and I will fist fight anybody that gets in my way. But so I get it, where their religion comes from.
Right.
But I'm paying for it.
Right. No,
so,
that part of the whole church
$10 a month, baby, for Disney.
And I don't think a single person who preaches Christianity even read the Bible or understand whatever. And I think the Bible is a fairy tale book, but if you're going to base your life on it, you should at least know what it says.
And for any religion, you should be a fundamentalist. You should be. If someone wears cotton and nylon, you should kill them in the face. That's the religion.
Hey man,
that's what the Bible says.
In the Southeast, we've tried to boil it down to the basic thing. Separation of church and state. They can't even do that.
Right. The weird thing, like
they can't. We got 7 miles from my house. It's nothing but Six Flags over Jesus churches.
Yeah.
This is the weird thing, Brock, right?
And
because
it's tons of money, and it's pathetic. So
if you look at the UK and the US, right? I'm not defending the UK; it's a shithole. But what I'm saying, the UK was supposed to be a joining of church and state, right? That's how we were formed. Yet we are very secular. The US was supposed to be a separation of church and state, yet you're not. It hasn't happened. So it's weird that you had these intentions, and we had our intentions, and they flipped. We are very secular, but we did initially have this very godlike. A lot of our laws have history into religion, but they're not really effective in that way anymore, apart from like murder and whatnot. And we all want that illegal, right?
You don't have anybody standing up there saying England must be a Christian nation.
No, where I saw it the most, you remember obviously the Iraq invasion. George Bush
at one point, but
George Bush mentioned God in his "We're doing this for God," and it's like, dude, no, stop. And Tony Blair, who was the Labour Party, the working class politician here, also was very religious, and he mentioned God once. It was like, what the fuck is this, dude? We don't do this here. And even when interviewed about it 10 years later, go, do you think you made a mistake? And he's like, God showed me the way. It's like, what? You can't.
When Tony Blair got on board with George Bush's rhetoric, that was it. I was done with it.
That's it. You're right.
Well, so I'm not political, and I don't care about politics. I don't really vote, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't vote in terms of I'm going to choose one of these two. I don't see the fucking difference. Because when we had the Conservative government my whole life, and I grew up under it, and I saw the riots, and they closed the industries. It made a lot of people poor, fatter, and all that shit, right? We come into the 90s. We get Tony Blair, this young, it's a new party. And they have the theme tune, things can only get better. When he comes out of speeches, I'm 18 or whatever it is. I think, do you know what? I'm inspired. That whole Britpop, a lot of musicians were like, vote for this. Let's get this government out. You know, this is our time, yeah? And then within 4 or 5 years, they do that shit. After 9/11, right? They invent an axis of evil, and they go, it's this, but it's these 8 countries. All right, dude. Then all the other shit, and then we had a load of corruption and bribery off the working class party. It was like, oh, it happens here too when you've been in power for 5 years. I'm fucking out. I'm out of it. And what I've seen since is just the same. And it's so cute to me when you see a 24-year-old that believes in democracy, and they're going to vote. They're going to vote, and they're going to vote for freedom and truth, and their vote matters, and the party that gets in, and it's going to be so much better. And it's the same corrupt fucking bullshit from whoever's in charge.
You're talking about the Tories and the labor class.
Yeah.
Well, man, the Democrats own the executive branch and the legislative branch here. They're not doing shit at all. They don't give a fuck about us. Citizens United was a dog shit piece of legislation that was passed here, where we can no longer find out who bought our politicians. It was passed off, and so.
Do you remember when Obama and Hillary ran against each other?
Corporations own this country, and your vote no longer matters. And I can't say on this podcast what I want to say, because the ETF will show up the door.
Which president was it? It was on the Louis C.K. thing. Which president was it that came out and said the military-industrial complex and the business?
Eisenhower.
Eisenhower. And it's like, and to be fair.
Smedley Butler, a Marine after World War I, and then Eisenhower.
And let's bring a hateful figure into. Even Trump went up at one point and went, "These people, they love war. They want more money. They love war." And it was like when he said that everyone got outraged. It's because it was kind of true. It's like when you think about it, it's like. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to say that, and the whole White House is going, fucking don't go out and tell them. We do this for democracy, dude.
Trump was a borderline retard.
What do you mean borderline? Take borderline out of that.
He was a borderline retard that would just go up there and say anything that he wanted to say, and they couldn't control him, and it fucked everything up.
That's
I
why the
disagree
entire
completely.
media
I
went against
disagree
him.
100%. He's not a
Complete
borderline
idiot.
retard.
He
He's a
would go
retard.
up there and the fucking stock market would drop 400 points from like, well, clearly this is what's going on. He was an idiot, a fucking idiot,
There you
and
go.
they couldn't control him.
No borderline about it. He's a fucking idiot. He's not a borderline fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot.
Shane Gillis was right though. He was funny. He was funny, and he had great timing. But it was all ridiculous and stupid. But if you didn't watch the clip, if you watch a 45-minute speech, he's actually quite fucking funny. I would play golf with the guy. I'd go for a beer with him and never trust him. You know what I mean? But
Bam! He would do a 30-minute speech and then go play golf for 9 hours.
But on the other side, no president's really in charge. I mean,
that's exactly what he would do.
How old were you when you figured out that you were never going to be part of the power elite in the world?
20.
When you realized that your voice actually means nothing on this.
2021 for me. I was like, I'm done. 21.
So for me, it was 2015, literally 2015.
That late.
Wow.
And like, I was a part of the military industrial complex.
The Blue Angels just flew over my house. No kidding.
Yeah, but in all reality, Brock, you were in the military. The military industrial complex are shitheads that get ridiculous contracts.
Hey, let me tell you, the money was flowing. The 1st and 15th of the month, the money was there. It was good. And then I figured out, I could probably go back to 2014 and was like, you know what? This is bullshit. Everything is bullshit. This is absolutely.
If you had a tax breakdown of where your tax goes, right? The same here. And then you look like, oh, if I earn 3,000 in a month, right? 500 of that's going to the fucking DARPA. Like 50 quid going for the roads. Like,
it was not worth. Like there was several years where I was making $100K, but it was not worth doing what I was doing. Sure, there was a lot of that was tax free, and I was chopping out the legs of my mortgage on the house. I paid the house.
Did you get like tax free booze at the bases and stuff? You buy booze for like $1 or $1.50 and that kind of thing. Of
course, you go there. Yeah, of course.
So here we had the NAFI. So I when I was very young, I spent some time on some military bases, just like being around. But yeah, we had like £1 because I didn't understand what it's cheap, and then they said, "Oh yeah, we don't pay tax." Like the great unwashed pay tax when you're in the military and you're in a bar. It's tax-free booze, dude. It's £1. Get drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I look back, I'm not happy about what I did.
But you did it, and it's your life. And I know people in the military. My family were my best friends.
Oh yeah. Financially, bam! I did exactly what I need to do.
I don't ever talk about
financially. House is paid off. Everything's bam. Got it.
I don't talk about what I used to do. I don't know fucking money doing it because I was exploited. But I used to work in a contract situation with our equivalent of your DARPA about 10 years ago, and I had no money from it. I was a fucking student, but we worked with them. And when I got that offer to do it, just to do it, right? I had a big moral thing because I had the whole thing the last 8 years. When the Iraq War was happening, I was a fan. I was loving it. But then when I understood it, I was like, fuck, dude. I had a big moral thing about getting involved in it. But I just did it anyway because I thought it would be kind of cool. And it kind of was cool for a couple of years. But then now I'm like, oh, fuck, man. But for that reason, I never, ever judge anyone that was a part of it for work or for, you go and do your thing. You just fall into it. Those adverts work. Join the army, be the best, get insurance, learn to drive a fucking car and then a tank. They work. And you need an army, you need a military. But politically, how they were used over the last 20 years, I kind of don't like. I don't like that, but that's the decision maker level.
Like I don't run my mouth to little people anymore. And I learned that in 2004 when we were pulling SEAL Team 10 out of Central and South America. Those guys never rang that bell. And the tallest one is 5'8". They were all smaller than me. And, they all spoke multiple languages.
Doesn't make
But it
doesn't make them not.
They were all around Central and South America. And of course, I worked with a huge Navy SEAL in Central America. And so once I started seeing these SEALs show up who were shorter than me, I stopped running my mouth.
Yeah, it's exactly.
I don't know who you're talking to, because again, that motherfucker could probably rip your throat out.
Your mental model of like a special forces guy is a massive guy, but even in like the British SAS and stuff, they are big guys. They also have real skinny nothing guys that weigh fucking 100 pounds, because a part of their job is to go somewhere and be unnoticed. It might be to go in, you're walking around an airport. They want little guys, but they're all tough, and you wouldn't in Brazil. Right?
And to be honest, like what I was doing, it was amazing to me looking back. Like these no shit shooters, real fucking shooters, were trusting me to figure out how to do stuff and how to figure out how to drop their shit.
Department. It's your expertise, right? They've got
why are you trusting my dumb ass?
So forgive me. C-130 is obviously like a carrier thing. So you'll have maybe vehicles or like pallets of equipment and that kind of shit. So they'd need dropped into a drop zone.
A C-130 Hercules, your primary duty is to haul packs and trash. Yeah. It's to haul people and their shit. That's your number in austere environments, in short, unimproved runways. Airdrop, whether it's paratroopers or CDS bundles or heavy or air medical evacuation, we can also do that. But
you basically deliver to land, basically, right?
Yeah, that's your. But
did
it all. We did everything I just said. We did it all.
That's right, because there are a lot of, obviously with the Ukraine stuff, there are a lot of C-130s landing in Poland, right, on the border, bringing down pallets of shit. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
So it's amazing that, like, I look back now and it's like, what the fuck did they let my dumb ass work with these badasses? And
because everyone has their place, and you were the expert. Those badasses couldn't do what you did. They could just fucking go down and steal an election in Ecuador, and shoot a president in the fucking head or whatever they were doing. And your job was just to put their shit in place.
We made it happen.
Yeah. But the whole thing is logistics, right? It's all logistics. It's where are people going to be, when, and how do we get them there?
I mean, there's a reason you're being shot at. It's not because people like you.
There was the Louis C.K. Oh my God, which when he first took his break, I think, 2013. I think he's in like a round. It's the audience all around him, and it was like the whole chunk was like, this was bad, but maybe. So it was like slavery was bad, but we got the pyramids, whatever. It was kind of like general,
sure, yeah. It
also,
works.
The bit was, I think, yeah, when a soldier gets his legs blown off, it's really sad, but maybe if you go to another country with a gun, it's kind of your fault. Like, it was kind of just like playing around with the ideas. Like, yeah, how would you feel if, Canada came to New York with guns and went, fucking get inside. Were you under an 8 o'clock curfew? That kind of stuff. It's like, that's what we, all of us have done to the brown countries for a while. So you can kind of understand why they then fly a plane into your fucking building. Right?
Again, I'm not protesting. I'm thirsty.
Go get him,
bitch.
Oh my god, hour 7. It's 9. It's 9 for me. I haven't showered. I haven't eaten. I've drank. I intended this podcast to be 40 minutes of me.
I thought it was 8 p.m.
It's 9 now because another hour's gone by.
Oh yeah, how are you later than me? You're east of
I
me.
think we're an hour. We're an hour
Oh,
after.
because you don't have daylight savings time. That's why.
Well, also, if you look at the map, Brazil actually juts out into the Atlantic a lot more than New York does. You never think it, but it fucking. I'm in Rio State, which is in the middle, and it juts out like a big tip.
Wow, I just learned something.
Yeah.
Look at that. I can learn things, Ma.
So I'm pretty sure it's got 1 time zone Brazil. I'm not sure, maybe 2. But I've never been inland. I might have to go inland later in June, but I'm not sure. It will be expensive.
Inland. That's where
I've
Craig
always
Johnson is. He's inland.
Craig Johnson is inland, and that's why those firemen are too fucking lazy to come and save New Mexico, because he's inland and they've got to get away from the water. From the
Big sky country. That's what they call it.
I do want to visit New Mexico though, because as Brock was saying about watching the sunrise and the sunset, I never saw a sunrise in Arizona, but I did see some sunsets over the hills. And yeah, I would like to go to New Mexico to do that.
An Arizona sunrise is equally as beautiful.
Well, I've not seen a sunrise here yet this time, but I think one day I'm going to get out and go to the beach and watch. Sunsets are so beautiful. It's wild. I've seen some good sunsets, but you go to it's beautiful, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, I need to go and work out which beach. I think the beach this way faces sunrise direction east, and I think that might be the one. Go down with a beer in the morning, and at 5 in the morning, and just wait an hour. I did it in Copacabana in 2014. We went down with beers at 4 a.m. and just waited for an hour on the beach and waiting for that sun to come up. It's just, yeah, that's what I like. I like sunrises, sunsets, and the stars. And it seems weird to some people. I'm kind of, I like a bit of partying as well, a bit of boozing, but
you like long walks on the beach and holding hands. You like to cuddle.
It's on a Tinder profile. Long walks on the beach and a good sense of humor.
Have you seen my Tinder profile? Oh, that's right. You wrote it.
Yeah, we wrote it. It was bold, bitter, twisted, hateful. We should all. This is what we should do for a project. We should all write each other's. Get Jamie as well. All write each other a Tinder profile. Or maybe even just put it out.
If I had any balls, I'd put one out and see and do it like on a podcast and see what I could get. See what kind of fish I put with the ridiculous bait that I have.
You would get some scammers, but I'm telling you, 1 in 100, Dougie, you would get a 20-year-old retarded girl who only likes pillow fight and had a bad relationship with her father. 1 in 100, you'd hit the jackpot.
It would be interesting just to see who.
Hey, Minddog, you mind if I just throw this pillow around?
I just don't have the balls to do it. I don't want that in my internet history at all and all that kind of stuff.
To me, it's interesting. The only thing interesting about Carl's paste he has is he's in Brazil, where you've got a guy like Minddog that is literally immersed in history, and he's an old guy. And he's got all this in his head, and we're not hearing anything from him, but yet we're listening to this drunk, pasty motherfucker in Brazil. That's the only interesting.
I know what this is.
That's all he has going on. Brock, that's all he's got.
Brock, I understand what you are now. Okay, I'm onto your game, and I love you, but now it's time for Brock Gets Mean. Minddog.
That's mean.
Tell us about the mob.
we know we're in trouble when Carl starts saying he loves you. The show's about to get really bad. This monkeypox is fucking me up. I'm losing my mind tonight over $50. I can't believe I've gotten to this point where I'm actually having a temper tantrum as we speak.
Hey, I'm rich. I'm rich in this country. How much you want? 50?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, here's the deal. A guy I know, I'm not going to call him a friend, but I know him since he was 15 years old.
You tweeted about this. Continue.
he's worth $300 million, a little more than $300 million.
Yeah.
He asked me to put together a video for his son's birthday.
Yeah.
And
he's obviously a fucking little cunt.
Right. And it took me 6 hours to create this video, custom music, custom intro, it's celebrity clips wishing his son a happy 21st birthday. And he said, "What do I owe you?" I said, "You know what? Venmo me $50. I'll be happy with that." Now his response was, again, he's worth over $300 million. Whoa. I said, whoa, I charge $150 an hour for that. It took me 6 hours. I mean, and so for 3 weeks now, I've been sending him invoices, sending him invitations on Venmo, PayPal, like $50, and like, oh my God, yeah, it's like I don't need the $50, but I fucking hate being taken for a fool and just saying like, you know what, I used you, fuck you.
Minddog, can you imagine not doing what you do, and then like you're preaching in the choir here? I've got 1,000 stories like this.
Yeah, but it also, I mean, the fact that the guy is, and you can't talk to anybody who in that circle who doesn't remind you, he's worth over $300 million. He got one deal that basically put him in that. I swear
to God, this guy would be walking down the street one day.
Send me 10 cases of toilet paper, you cunt.
Yeah, I'm coming with you, Brett. We'll go. Send it when this guy is going to his Bentley, into his nice. One day he's just going to pop into a bodega wherever he lives. He's going to pop into a store, and he's going to get dragged into the back of a fucking van. And then we want his fingerprint into his phone, and then we get into his bank. We're gonna have a conversation, bitch. This money's gonna be rooted around. Yeah, it's gonna be rooted around the Cayman Islands. I'm gonna have $1 million, but $300 million. Oh, you won't see your dog again. Your wife will never see.
People don't understand that I don't give a fuck about the project. It's boring. It's stupid. It's worthless. It's just dumb.
Right.
And I think every artist, what you just described, Minddog, all that time and talent went into that.
Right.
Fuck them. It's like they don't understand it. Fuck, that's my time. You're taking away my time. My time is way more important than your dumb project.
It's always principled, but like the problem you had and the problem Dog had in the last couple of weeks, they're both with people with a shitload of fucking resources that piss away $500 in 2 seconds getting a steak or whatever it is. To fuck someone over when they need to. They've lost touch of reality. They've lost touch of real people that would like and kind of need some money, please. Or at least principal. Pay the $50, you tight.
And that, you know what? Again, that's like below minimum wage. It's such a ridiculous. That's what I would get for a 15-minute job. $50.
Give me his email address. I'll email him. I'll email him with a video. The tight fuck.
Minddog. I think I told Carl. I can't remember if you were in here, but this current project, I burnt every single bridge I've ever had ever. With one certain company in LA. They wanted me to draw 11 comedians on the side of a bus. And they wanted to pay me $100.
Oh my God.
And I had to dig down deep in that contract for that.
Right.
And of course I flew back at them and go, no. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wild.
It's gonna be a minimum of $100 per person for this, and they thought they were gonna slip away with $100.
Seems like the more money you have, the cheaper you become, and more stingy.
I think it's a corporation in this case. But if you imagine what that represents, Brock, if you get paid even $700, right? If you get paid the minimum $700, that bus goes around the country. They sell, that particular comic sells hundreds of thousands of tickets every few months. $100? Are you sure? Like, how is that?
Yeah.
It's not. At least 700 or 1,000.
Let me tell you how much I appreciate me. I'd rather say no to everyone and just have fun.
There's so much respect.
Because that's exactly what I have. No agenda. I'm just having fun. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to.
And then what the corporation is, again, I don't know, but also the source is also, no beef at all, but also it is also business, as much money as possible, money. And at some point, where does art tip over into money? It should be a business, and artists should be paid. But when does it become you forget about someone that's helping you, someone that you're contracting to do art, for instance? When does it become that isn't important now? That should be someone that's taken care of, because that's a big part of your fucking brand. Huge part, actually.
My favorite thing is when I dog cussed everyone in the corporation. And then the principal comes back and goes,
Doggy, Brett
I want to know who pissed you off. I'm like, well, what the fuck are you going to do? You going to go back and make them give me more money, a better contract? Go fuck yourself.
My problem with that kind of stuff is a lot of friends want me to do projects for them, and I am happy to do it because my payment, believe it or not, I didn't say $50. He when he asked me what do I owe you, I said send me $50, but I was going to do it for free. What I was doing it for was for the pat on the back. Wow, that's great work. The music and original music and animation, 3D animation that I created for it. I wanted people to say, wow, thanks a lot. That's amazing. Thank you so much. And when he said, oh, thanks a lot. What do I owe you? All right. It's about money.
The fee's nominal, isn't it? And it's advertising your work.
Right.
On the other side, though, do you think that this guy, if he's worth 300 million, he sees a $50 invoice and it's not radaring? Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh. But if you've asked him,
because originally he said, "What do I owe you?" I said, "Send me $50." He said, "Whoa!" I was like, "Whoa!" Yeah. You're the guy everybody's bragging about is worth $300 million, and whoa for $50. Come on, you should be pissing $50. Every time you take your dick out, $50 should fall out of your penis.
Yeah, it should come out of the end of your cock in a rolled up tiny note that's too small to snort coke out and just filter out of his dick. $50.
Yeah,
$50.
And with New York state taxes, a case of beer, that should have been $50, 4 cases of beer. That's what that should have been.
Wow, I did not know that.
And he couldn't unask 4 cases of beer.
Right. So the reason I'm pissed about it tonight is because I just saw him texting stuff about concerts he's covering right now, and I was like, it's my fault for doing the second project for him, because I did the first project for him, which was his Rock and Roll Hall of Fame exhibit. I did that for him, and he paid me in a photo of David Bowie. And I told my friend Ralph that, and he said, "You're not even a Bowie guy. You're not even a Bowie guy.
Your wife, you cheap fuck."
Nope. Hey, fellas, let me ask you guys. Like, it's all I can do to not be mean. It's very, very easy for me
that's what I like about you,
to be mean to people.
I like that you come across as a real nice guy, but there's this darkness in the middle, and I know it wants to get out.
What about you fellas? Like, it seems like I know at some point I'm going to snap and I'm going to pop off wrong. I'm going to lose it at some point. But what about you fellas? What's your breaking point?
Well, for me,
everybody has one.
For me, when I was younger, when I was 24, obviously full of fucking piss and cum and all the rest of it, I was driven by anger, I would say. I was angry in my relationship. I was angry in life. If I could have a family trauma, right? And I did, or someone could die, and I would kind of go a bit weird. But if I got my shoelaces in a knot, I'd punch a fucking hole through the wall. If something little happened in my life, I would smash something. wild shit, just not okay now when I look back. So now I'm pretty chill. Now the only things that will make me wild is if someone really steals from me, and I'm not talking a couple of fucking dollars in Brazil, dude. You do your grift. Okay, I feel like shit. If you really steal from me and I care about you, or you kind of try and fuck with me in some way, like with comedy or something, and I trusted you, because I understand most people try and do that anyway, or you hurt my family or my friends in a real bad way, that's the one. Those are the things that will make me really snap. Day to day, I get fucking angry in
Somebody
here.
hurts your family is complete. Like somebody hurts my family, I'm gonna kill you, and like it will never make the news.
If
You're
angry,
going.
angry day to day could be if you're fat and you're in a supermarket and you're in my fucking way and you don't realize that you're too fucking big for this space and I can't eat cheese. That's what makes me fucking angry day to day. I'll fucking kill your kid. Your kid's over there playing, you're not looking. I'll hold his fucking head in the ice bucket until the bubbles stop. But yeah, apart from that, the real stuff is family and friends and love and all that. Day to day, in my head, I'm killing people all the time. I keep a chill. I'm just going, all right, dude.
I don't think I will again, but I would never know what would set me off. You'd never know until it happens. It could be anything.
Right. Emotion, right?
Yeah, or nothing. And so I think I'm past that. I think I've passed the testosterone threshold.
You're not past that, my dog. Come on.
Huh?
Yeah, I know. You'd go get a shotgun and a revolver and a fucking semi-automatic, and you'd strap it all up, and you'd pop down there one day.
My dog, you know when you get fucked or like
you look like the white shark. Put that on
my dog, you do 2 podcasts per day minimum. Every single day. You work your ass off. Right. And so now somebody comes up and goes, I want you to do work for free.
It's happened. And basically I'm getting the good fella's attitude. For $50, he's out of your life. He can never ask me for a favor again. But I don't like. I want the urges for me to embarrass him again because he's a kid from the neighborhood that did lucky, to be honest with you. But I'm not resentful of that. But everybody is always bragging about him and his money. And he's done this in a way I want to publicly embarrass him and go, but that would make me look petty if I went on like Facebook with all his friends and say, Kevin Mays at a $300 million man.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want to do that to someone with $300 million.
What are you, like 78 years old?
Huh?
What are you, like 78 years old?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Only in come years.
There's going to be a point. I know it's coming soon. Because, again, I've got about 12 years, historically, 12 years left. There's going to be a point where I don't give a fuck, and I'm going to blast everybody. And so, what's your nut? What's your nut?
But just hold on a second. On that 12-year thing, be careful with that because I was and my brother were absolutely sure that we were dead at 54. That's our family history. Every male, my father was the youngest of 17 children. All the males died at 54. We were certain 54 was our number. And I lived like 54. I lived like I was going to die at 54. I was certain of it. I planned on it, and then it didn't happen.
This is Brock at 51.
Yeah.
I ate clean billets for breakfast.
And I was talking to my brother this morning, and this is why I think I will never have that moment again, because my brother was describing how somebody else told him about a time where I really did some terrible damage to this guy and like was beating him to a bloody pulp in the middle of a street. And he said, what was that over? And I said, I think he said something. I think he said something the wrong way. I don't remember. So there were days when things like that, just saying the wrong thing would end up in that. And now you can rob me and take money. And I've had people rob me. People who've lived in the house, homeless people we've taken in who robbed money and robbed stuff, and I didn't kill him. There was one guy in court where I threatened in the courtroom where I threatened to kill him, but that was about 15 years ago. I think that's the last time.
I threatened to kill someone at work once, and it didn't. It got him fired, but I got a warning. But I did threaten to kill one person at work.
I put this on Twitter a while back. I think it was back on Facebook. But when some dude walks into a bar, puts his wallet, his cell phone, and orders a bar or orders a beer at the bar, and then he just walks away to go take a piss.
Leaves everything there.
That person has never been robbed in his life. He is living in a fantasy land. I could take his car keys, his fucking ID, everything, and be gone. I could take his car. I could take this motherfucker, this entitled twat.
Or he's thinking, if anyone steals my shit, I'll kill them all, and they've got no idea.
No, it's never a badass. It's always an entitled white boy that's never been robbed ever. It's always that.
I'll leave a drink on the table and go for a piss. But what I'll do, I did it here the other week. What I'll do is say to the waitress, like, in somehow communicate, keep an eye on this. I'm going to the toilet. Don't let anyone fucking drug or fuck with this. I'm sitting here. I will never leave a wallet on the table, like that kind of shit. Keys. I'll leave a beer and come back and drink it and roll the dice.
I mean, you can always order another beer. What?
Yeah.
Everything stays in my person. My cell phone, my wallet, everything.
Yeah, a value, it's on me. It's when I travel, I have a massive backpack here and I have a smaller one. All my real shit's in the small one. My laptop, my passport is all in the small shit, and my wallet is on me. My phone's on me. I'm not losing it. You're going to have to rob me for real or kill me to take the real shit. The rest of it, you can, if you want to take my fucking shitty underwear and sweaty, take it, dude. But the stuff is on me. That is important. I can get out of country and have money, basically.
Carl, you and I are pretty boring. So, Minddog.
Yes.
If I was to put on some boiling water, like
pasta. Let's make pasta. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You got to slice the garlic real thin with a
boil
razor.
some water and put some kosher salt in there and get some Alfredo in there, maybe get some fettuccine going, that kind of thing. Maybe get some in another skillet, a bunch of butter, some seafood medley, some. Would it made you? Would combined them together? Would it make you think of Mulberry Street?
No, because Mulberry Street now is very Chinese. There's no Italians left there. Yeah. Well, that was Japanese.
No, but it was turning Japanese.
Yeah, turning Japanese. But no, Mulberry Street is like Chinatown now. It's no longer Little Italy.
I mean, like all those old school stories about. You didn't go to Mulberry Street unless you were going to get made or whacked.
Well, a lot of that was happening more so in Brooklyn and Queens, or getting made or getting whacked. It was, Mulberry Street's too crowded, and all Lower Manhattan is, not that there were never murders there. There definitely were murders. Big Paulie was murdered there, but for the most part. Most of the murders happen in Staten Island, Queens, or Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Long Island too. I mean, out in the sticks is the best place to kill people. Not that I don't know anything about this. I'm just speculating what might have happened in a situation like this.
That's why Adriana got whacked.
You certainly have the greatest voice of anybody that could ever talk about it.
I don't. I disagree. There's people with lots of crazy stories. Crazy story about when we were talking before, and I said I spent 2 months in Yuma, Arizona. That and the statute of limitations is well, because we're talking almost 50 years ago now, 45 years ago. Statute of limitations is up on this. I was hiding out in Arizona. I was on the run from California because I was holding a guy upside down from a balcony by his fucking feet, and I dropped him. I didn't mean to drop him.
Well, depending on what year it was, there was only 2 places you could have done it from. There's not a lot of high rises in Yuma, Arizona.
No, it wasn't in Yuma. I was on the run from. It happened in California, and so I had to leave the state, and I was like, I'm not going back to New York. What do I do? I can't. So I hung out in Yuma till I figured out a plan for it. But I was scared shit. It was an accident, but it was an extortion thing over somebody who was mobbed up, somebody who had been robbed, and I was big at the time. I was, weightlifter and very, very big. And they said, I need a favor. Okay. So I need you to help me get my money back at this dude. He robbed me. And so we threatened him all night. I mean, I held him there. I've beaten him up all night. And he's just like not being cooperative at all. And finally she said, push him over the balcony. And I did. And I had him by his feet, and then we were asking because she needed some, I forget what it was, some information about credit card charges that he had recently made, and he wasn't giving up any. He was denying everything, and she was yelling at him. And I remember looking over at her, and I just felt the grip, like, oh shit, I slipped, and he fell, and he crashed, and he was in bad shape. And I said, oh fuck, I am definitely going to prison over this. I'm leaving.
So, 2 things I've said in the past.
Huh?
You have to get your story on paper because it's awesome. And just like I said earlier,
Brock,
every man, when you go in to shake that hand, you make sure you cripple that man's hand. Always.
Well,
just to see where he stands.
Unmade. I'm unmade. I'm a guy who needs a maid. We don't discuss business at the table. Hey.
And Doggy, we did get you on here to talk about an overview, but as I said, Brock, so we got Doug on, or I did talk about an overview, and then what I want to do is get him on every couple of months to talk about a decade of his life or 5 years, and we'll go through, because he's had 500 careers, this guy. He's cut up babies. He's been I found out a new one today. There's been like an engineer, an executive, a mob guy.
Minddog could easily write a novel.
So,
easily.
Doggy, you're writing 2 books. You finished one, which is kind of a motivational thing, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Hopefully,
is the other one a biography?
The other one is about my son's life. Because I started writing that the day after his funeral. And I get stuck on it because it's a really emotional thing. Yeah. And I passed like stuff off to my ex-wife for fact checking, and she says, no, that's pretty much it, but it's not exactly the way I remember it. And then I'm like doubting myself on some of the stuff. It's memory can be a difficult thing because I'm certain it happened the way I remember it. She's certain the way it happened the way she remembers it. It's like, I don't want to lie. So how do we resolve this?
You're not lying because it is your memory. And if you're doing something, so think about what Stanhope does with those Audible books, right? He writes a book and then he has someone on for the Audible and then goes, you're a fucking idiot. You were drunk. You remember it wrong. This is what happened. Right. And that's a great thing because you get this perspective. And yeah, but whatever you say in a book is true. And if you get someone else, like your ex, to go, your dick wasn't that big, dude. Just, without being crass, our son died, but you still had a small dick. And then you go, our son died, had a massive dick. I'm being stupid about it, and I'm obviously respectful. I'm being an idiot. That's important. What you say, you do have a big dick. But if you do take her account and go, listen, I thought I had a big dick, she said I had a small one, but these are the other facts. It's good to have that fact check, and that's enough. That's enough to have one other person, but you don't need any others. So it is true that all of that stuff is true.
Well,
And
I just want to
what
say
we think
before we lose that thought, the story I told on of Dykes and Mann about the guy with the 4-foot dick, that's absolutely accurate memory.
Right, the Superman. Now I remember about the Superman after many hours in Wild. And we've gone longer than that tonight, and this is fucking stupid. 4-foot fucking dick.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't even a hard dick. It was like a big fucking noodle, a big chocolate noodle hanging from his...
Fucking hell. So the next thing for you then, if you've done the motivation, you've done the about your son.
I don't think I'm ever going to get through that book with my son. I really don't. I feel like I'm stuck.
Maybe it's just you. Just keep going, whatever. But what you should do is a biography, and you might think no one's going to read it. Who cares? Who cares? Like the Brock says, he just puts his stuff out. The reason I got into comedy is because, well, one of many reasons. I asked mushrooms for one. I went away with my work, and I used to tell stories about stuff that happened in my past. And I remember one girl saying to me, "You should write a book. I'd read it. It's funny." Like these stories that I'd forget. So I started writing stuff down before I'd forget them. I thought I need to write this and this because I might forget them. And
I get that.
After months and months of writing, I'd be like, you know what? I kind of like saying stuff to people in bars. You know, I like using my words. I find I'm funnier. It's better. And then I'm listening to podcast and all that shit in the background. And then I finally put it all together and it's like, well, I could say this kinda, but in person, like it would be better if I spoke it. And then I was like, I should do comedy. You know, it was that slower, dumb process for me.
Like Minddog, if you drop dead tonight, we will lose all your stories.
So you might as well start.
Yeah.
If you finish one, you've got the one about your son. Start your biography and tweak the one about your son. And then
here's the problem with the biography idea. Now, and I thought about it, but like the story that Brett thinks is a great story, that's a very short story. That's not even a full chat. I mean, if I wrote it all out, it's like, it's a small essay. It's not even a chapter in a book. All my stories are that.
I can illustrate that. Like, yes.
This is an offer, and he turns down.
While you're waiting in the back seat, I can illustrate that in 2 pages of a comic book story.
But if you try
that's not it. The build up is where you came from and what happened after that.
Right.
That's what's interesting. That's what's interesting.
Well, before and after, I think. Before what you were and then what you became and what happened. I think it's all interesting, which is why it's like nice.
Like my dad.
I am definitely a story of a guy who's been up and down so many times, and every time I got successful in life, I fucked it up on purpose. Every time, every break I ever had, I did not want it. I did not want success. Here's my psychotherapy on the podcast here. I definitely walked away from big time success so many times. At the moment of, well, make or break, I chose start over. Do something else every single time in my life. And that it's compelling to me on that note. Is like, why don't I want to be successful? Why don't I want to be, not that I'm not unsuccessful. I just never wanted that, or never really wanted that big break. I shied away from it and ran away from it every single time it presented itself.
But that's self-sabotage, right? And that's
yeah.
I never did that necessarily, but I fucked relationships up, I think, in that way. When I look back now,
I bought a house. I bought a house that it was worth $1.2 million. I was making $204,000 a year, and I walked away. And this is in 1997. I walked away from a job instead of even taking severance or getting fired or getting anything where I could get. Walked away from $204,000 down to zero income with a mortgage that was insanely high. And like, why? Because I was asked to take on a promotion, and I did not want the promotion. It's like, no way. I've already got too much pressure on. This is not for me. Corporate world is not for me. I'm stepping out. And I stepped out and started with zero. I mean, literally zero. And that's happened many times, like more than half a dozen times, where I gave myself all this expense, bought stuff, and walked away.
Are you still with the same woman?
Huh? No.
Are you still with the same woman? Oh.
No. Actually, 3. One, I got married young and then divorced when I was 30. And then I lived with a woman for 15 years and left her for a young girl who came up to the band, who was a fan of my music and would stand in front of me and sing my songs to me every night. Look me in the eye. And she was in her 20s and I was in my early 40s. And I said, I'm leaving you for this girl. And I went and I lived with her for 6 months, and that was the worst hell of my life. And then I left her and went and lived in a cabin in the woods by myself. And that's when I met my wife. My current wife was basically enjoying that period when I was living in the woods. I was a hermit. I had just said, I'm going to go live off the grid. I'm just going to mess.
The only reason I'm laughing as a dude because I understand the emotion. It's like, fuck yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Every single time. Oh, this is the one.
There is nothing more seductive.
Yeah.
If you're a musician, and a songwriter, there's nothing more seductive than a woman looking you in the eyes and singing songs that you wrote to you while you're performing. I mean, like, groupie love is a very seductive thing, and I'm sure she would reject the idea that if I said she was a groupie. But the fact that every single gig she came to, she stood right in front of me, looked me in the eyes the whole night, and sang songs that I wrote to me. I wrote right back to me. Man, that's the most seductive and manipulating thing a woman has ever done to me. Yeah, it's like, wow, man, this is and so I left, and it was a Johnny Depp thing too. I was middle aged and I was going for a very young girl.
That's the big danger, isn't it? If you have that temptation, it's like, do you remember when Tiger Woods was cheating and a lot of people were like, how dare he cheat on his lady?
You're right.
Go pee. It's like, yeah, you haven't had a job where there are busfuls of Swedish girls getting their tits out and going, Tiger, Tiger, as you walk past them going to your work. Imagine that.
Right.
The temptation, it's just like, fuck all of us, please. And then at some point you go, do you know, I've had a bad morning. I'm going to go in the bus and fuck these people.
Yeah.
We haven't had that temptation, so you can't really judge it. It's like, fame's weird.
Yeah.
And not just fame, but even with you experience it a little bit with that person looking at you, and you do with comedy or music. A girl can look at a guy playing guitar and her legs over, it's not a judgmental thing on them, but it's just like they kind of like, they're into it. It's there. Why don't you just go in there for a while?
Yeah.
3 to 27 minutes, for example.
So yeah, I don't know. Definitely worth thinking about. But writing these stories, that's the thing that really frustrates me. Is like, if I write one of those stories down, that's a page and a half, and then I think, well, that's not a book. There's not a book here. There's a bunch of short stories that don't really add up to a biography. It just sounds like, what could this possibly happen to one person?
Yeah, I mean, every time you mention I can't remember what it was today when you had that Casey
But
on.
marketing and
Yeah, and I was
advertising.
like, I've never heard of this one. I was like, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, that was the most recent job in the corporate world I had was as a marketing director. Well, and for 2 different companies, I left one, actually 3, but one was a company that was a predatory credit situation where they would sell through your paycheck a catalog of drop shipped goods that were too expensive at high credit in order to get you to rebuild your credit because we're going to take it directly out of your paycheck and that kind of thing. And then I went from there to a company that did video surveillance systems, and they did the system that was in Epstein's jail. And I had the guy on. We talked about his system and how those cameras could not have gone down, all that stuff. And then my next part of marketing director job directly after that was for the robotics industry, industry that just builds robots and builds and designs robots. And so that's an interesting thing to try to market. But marketing director for all those 3 companies, and then that's when I walked away from the corporate world and said I can't do this anymore. It's time for me to stop.
I didn't know about that one. I kind of had some stuff. By the way, on air, I made myself a sandwich, and this is why I hadn't eaten all fucking day. I've just been drinking, so I made this.
Nourishment is important.
It is. So with the obviously, I didn't realize you knew. Yeah, I've heard you mention this about the guy with the Epstein thing. Let's not get into that. At some point, we should have a conspiracy special episode. But
yeah, and we could get Tom on to talk about that camera situation because he knows that very well. And what he designed was, and it caught the Boston Marathon bomber. His system. It's a system that whenever a camera goes down, you get an alert immediately on your phone. So to say that camera's down, so they couldn't have been down for more. Cameras don't stay down without somebody in charge knowing about it.
There was hilarity when he got put in prison. They thought Hillary's going to do him, and then the New York blackout happened. Right, the whole city went out, and the joke was on Twitter tonight's the night Epstein's getting done. That there's a power outage. It turns out that's the night he first tried to commit suicide.
Right.
When his lawyer said he was fine. When he was put in a cell with you see the guy who's put in a cell with that
big monkey man,
and he was found with bruises and all that stuff. It's like, all right, dude, and then that goes away, and then it happens obviously. But it was like guards fell asleep, the cameras went off, blah blah. There was I think there were 18 events or something for this system to fail. People didn't sign for something, and it's like, all right, dude. And there was a lesser known one. One of his friends hung himself about maybe about 4 or 5 months ago. One of his real good friends somewhere in Europe just hung himself. It's like, all right, dude, this is all happening. So yeah, interesting thing. I think overall, I was obsessed with it for a while. Obviously, my last podcast was called "Refreshingly Non-Epstein" because I just talk about Epstein all the time. And my first episode was with George Willoughby, and I said, "What do you think I should call this podcast?" And he said, "Well, it has been refreshingly non-Epstein." So that's why I named it, and that's why I wanted to keep the name. But it just thought with the YouTube algorithms, it's gonna fuck me having a major conspiracy for a name of a podcast.
That's what I say about that. What are you getting us? Oh, what's out there? You're looking out the window like a coke addict.
No, I'm just eating.
Oh, I thought you were peeking out the window. You are peeking out the window like a coke addict. What's going on? Oh, that's the window there.
That is what I've drunk this evening. I went out to get more beers, and I don't know now. I'm pulling levers to find out which one has beer.
I like that rack. It's a cool looking rack you got going on there.
Brock accused me of being a student for doing this, but now where else am I going to put? I'm sat on a table. This is on the table on my bed. That's my bed, and it's covered in bags of bread.
You look like a college douche.
What am I going to do? I didn't even. I didn't even shower or wake up. I went to the supermarket, came home, and started this podcast. That was my entire day. There's my beer. Cheers to you.
Huh.
So that's why I look college. Do you
So-
think
I started a lot earlier than you, but I did take a break for several hours while you guys kept going. But I started at 8:30 this morning broadcasting.
So you start a little earlier because of Govs now, is that right?
Yeah. It's kind of weird. I hate cutting up because generally every time I cut them off, it's right in the middle of a very
sentence,
cool
right? What I was thinking today when you cut them off, it's like, say goodbye, and then you're having a conversation.
Right.
I don't know whether it's possible, but try and 5 minutes out, to try and wrap up for them, maybe to try and go blah, you're speaking to Kiara about the flat Earth or a fucking dumb whatever.
Yeah.
But you can at least go get something to sign off for
I have
them.
my alarm set for 5 minutes before I have to tell them goodbye, and that's the plan. But it's always like the guest is in the middle of telling me something really interesting.
And I think the best things that happen, and probably on this as well, the best things that happen on that podcast is things you don't expect. So you can have someone on that's going to talk about this, that, and the other, but it's normally just Kiara or one of the guests just saying something you don't expect. And they're like, what the fuck? And then you go down this little rabbit hole for a couple of minutes, and then you go, oh, we've got to say goodbye to Govs.
Yeah.
But it is wild to use the flat Earth, though, dude, without Kiara bashing,
I'm not getting the benefit out of being associated with the comedy club that I want to get, and which is get those, and because they haven't had the biggest guests available yet. But
isn't that like more of a grower? If you stick around there for a year, like your name will be seen. Not a show, baby. Your name will get seen around it again. It'll be normalized, and then it'll be like, oh, now I can talk to fucking.
They're promoting me up pretty big. They're like, and our new morning guy. And they're all over social media with that, and I'm getting a warm reception from the comedians who also have shows on Gov's podcast, Gov's Radio.
Do you get numbers through that stream? Is it doing okay? Do you get?
They're on so many different platforms. It's hard to keep up with their numbers. But
Did the video get pumped anyway?
Yeah. Their YouTube channel, their Twitch, their Facebook, and they have many Facebooks.
So maybe I'll take a look through their video channel at some point.
The problem is their chats don't make it in. So I'm only seeing the chats that are coming in from Minddog TV.
You're broadcasting, so they come to you from there, and their chat will go to them, right?
Right, and so I don't see those numbers live, so I don't never know how many people are
unless you get like a correspondent. I mean, I can do it, and I'm not doing anything, but you get someone to be on their channel, and then they can send it to you or share it to you or something I don't know.
Hey, fellas. We're at 7 hours and 45 minutes.
I like that. Well, not me. I was gone for 3 hours.
I'm gonna go do something else.
Go ahead,
Brock. It's your fault we even did this long, you piece of shit.
I appreciate it. Thanks for inviting me.
I love you.
I don't know why you guys have me on at all. I
love you, man.
You got to be on Minddog TV sometime. But I know more. I haven't approached you about the mornings, and lately I've been trying to avoid the night.
Minddog, your interviews are too reputable.
Brock, he's had me on.
But that was an afternoon show. I'm not doing the afternoon show anymore.
Yeah, Minddog had you on because he was out of contestants.
Of course, I know that.
Actually, when I first had Carl on, I thought he was a UFO guy, and I was really interested. I'm always
never
been
really
interested.
talked about it.
Right.
Well, all right. I'm going to peel off. See you, fellas. Y'all are fantastic.
So much.
Be careful. Be safe. We'll
talk to you. I love you. Take care, man.
Yep.
All right, man. Y'all be careful. I love you both.
I'm not gonna be good. I promise. Yeah. Well, Kelly's leaving now because she's got to go wherever Brett goes.
I don't know how to edit. What the fuck?
You just get your back button on the browser.
And
There should be a leave studio or just cancel out the tab. You'll disappear, dude. I can take you out. You can do what you like. Just kill
you know
someone.
what?
You just hear-
You know what? I'm just gonna hard out on this computer. See, fellas.
Hear that? Oh,
You restarted his Mac.
he harded out.
All right, doggy. I'll finish this and we'll wrap this up. If that's
Yeah.
all right. We've got another few minutes in you.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
the thing, though. The good thing would be to bail out before 8 hours because I think 8 hours might be the limit for audio and stuff. So, actually, fuck yeah. But anyway, I've been on here since 2 o'clock. It's now 10 to 10.
10 to 9. Wow. Wow.
So I'm an hour ahead of you, right?
Yes.
Right. That makes sense. And then Brock is an hour behind you.
Is he? I thought Tennessee was was Eastern time.
No, I think he's
I don't-
on Central. I think he's on one of the Central. Do I have to? Because it confuses me on the when I have to work out his, yours, mine, UK, Brazilian. It fucks me up.
This is why, and I know you've argued with me about this, and everybody
Oh,
does. We
okay.
should have one time, just one time, and it's so what? It's dark out. It's 8 a.m. Everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world, it's 8 a.m. at the same time. Doesn't matter if it's really morning.
Sun rises at 4 p.m. for you, sets at 1 p.m.
whatever.
for me. Yeah.
Let's all get one time zone so we can just say 3 o'clock. Call me at 3 o'clock. There you go.
Oh, Kat's still in the house. She's been and gone 5 times. Finally, that's something going on. Yeah, that fucking hillbilly.
Yeah.
Right?
This freaking accent. How the hell do you even understand what he's saying?
Well, I know, but it makes me want to flip into the accent as well. After this at 10 p.m., I've got to have a shower and then go outside because I will walk around these streets and then forget about my entire responsibilities in life for an hour. But I bet I collapse. I bet within 1 hour tonight of leaving here, I come right back and go to sleep. That's what I bet.
I have to work on a marketing piece for that video guy, the closed circuit the video surveillance guy.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
What did he say? My cameras are so good they get fucking Epstein killed. I'm the reason Clinton's getting off.
That would be a good. No, he uses the Boston Marathon thing in all his marketing, though, and that's because it was their system that got the Boston Marathon guy.
Yeah, but isn't there some suspect shit around the Boston Marathon as well? About one of the guys was an informant to the FBI, and
yeah.
It's an odd little duck, that one.
Yeah.
Interesting times. My Brazilian friend Max, he is I'm gutted I only spend 4 days down there. I might try and go back, but it's expensive to get back down there. He's a musician. He's very good. He's in multiple bands. He is going to make a theme tune for Last Rites. So I've commissioned him. I've told him what I want. I want a 30-second thing. Go and do what you want. Probably like a little bit of guitar or something. And then we might evolve it, and he might do little inserts and all that kind of stuff. But he's a very good rock singer and guitarist. But it might be something different as well, like something. So I was going to ask you, but I thought you did that effort for Dykes Mann for nothing.
I'm happy to do that stuff, but I'm also excited to hear what this and rock singers. Hook me up. I need rock singers.
I will because he's a good guy. And by the way, US dollars and UK dollars to Brazilians mean a lot, so it means a lot to him, and it'll be cheap for you and I. Wow. So I said to him I'm going to pay him straight up just because. But he's got a family. He's got 2 young kids. He's in Brazil. Yeah, I'll pay him. Even if I pay him 50, to make a little tune, it will go a long way for him. So, he's going to work on that, and we'll see what happens. I'll have a call with him soon. But he's a great guy and a very talented musician. He can play anything. Like, if you take he's more heavy, a little heavier. But if you say like this Slash solo, he'll just play it. Like, fucking, it's this. It's easy. And sometimes he'll sing while doing it. But at his wedding in 2015, we played together, and we played Patience by Guns N' Roses, and I played acoustic guitar, and he sang.
Did he whistle?
He fucking did whistle, man. And at the end, we got the crowd going, a little patience.
Oh, yeah. People
we got
love
the
that.
Crowd. In Brazilian, it was beautiful. I was drunk out of my fucking mind.
And did he sing the high part? I've been walking the
streets.
Oh yeah, he can hit that rock like he can hit. He's like a classic rock vocalist, but he's been in like 4 bands here. He does covers, he does originals, and then when I was camping in the fields down with him, his friend was on the fucking drum thing, and he was playing guitar. So it's just beautiful. But yeah, I'll hook you guys up. I'm sure he'll. If you want to work with him, he's a great guy to speak.
Just a little patience.
Yeah, it was on YouTube somewhere, but I took it down because I hit a couple of bum notes at the beginning. Because what was happening was his friends were just giving me beer after beer after beer, and after about 9 beers, they were like, "You're going to play guitar now in front of everybody." I was like, "Fuck, dude."
What's a guitar?
And I tried the little, the little picking out a little bit, and I just fit some bum notes. But his singing was great. Maybe for their 10-year anniversary, we should regroup, and I'll learn the electric solo or something. But Max is a great guy. He's one of my best friends. He lives here, and very very talented. And he's very intelligent. Has a great normal career, and has, like I said, 3 or 4 different bands going on.
Is Shakira Brazilian? Shakira's Brazilian, right? Oh no, she's
Colombian.
That's a shame.
But she's very big here, though.
Oh, I love her.
But her breasts aren't they small and humble? Like
Who cares? Who cares? She's just she's magical. She's like a magical beast.
That's what she's probably one of the first times that I went, "Oh, South American women, like what's this? This is something different."
Yeah, her hips don't lie, by the way. They don't lie.
And obviously, like Sofia Vergara and stuff, is like, fucking hell, man. They're built different. There's something in the water down here, man.
Oh my god! I should have been born in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like I should be living here and like spending a lot of time here, specifically. Yeah, it's a great.
Shakira is Colombian and knows like 5 languages and plays 5 instruments.
Not only are the women in South America beautiful, but if you go to Brazil, for instance, they all know Portuguese, obviously. They all know Spanish pretty much fluent. If they know English, that's at least their 3rd language.
Right.
For some of them, it's their 4th or 5th because they know French or German first. It's insane.
Wow.
And the level of, intelligent. There's obviously poverty here and all that shit, but there are really intelligent, modern, amazing women that are super. I can't, sell it enough. Come to Brazil.
Yeah. So now I'm plugging my own interest here on your podcast. Everybody knows about it. Everybody who listens to this already knows. I really, really, I'm trying to do something special with this nighttime thing. I don't know if I'm gonna how long it's gonna take me, but before I die, I want to get this thing happening because I think it could be.
I didn't know until we chatted the other day that you were going to try and do it live.
Well, in front of live audience. But I just thought about the challenge with that midnight to 1 a.m. Getting people out on.
Get people out and get a venue. The only thing I thought about that as well the other day was if you're going to do it multiple days a week, it seems like the kind of thing that if you're going to get a venue that would do that, it might be difficult to get people multiple days a week, like to come out or to perform or whatever. But
right, I think over time I could build it, but in the beginning it would just be drunks that were in a bar.
It would seem a bit more special if you did it at the minimum like once a week live, or 2 weeks or whatever it is. Even if you can do it once a week, and I don't know whether you wanted to do a digital thing before that, but you said you wanted to escape that and make it something different.
Or I could do one night a week of taping 4 shows in that one night, and then
put the material out at 12.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be taped. I want it to be live. I definitely want it because that working without a net and anything can go wrong here. And the idea that for college kids, if I get top name celebrities on, which I think, you know what, if I invest right,
I think it could be a good night. I think you could, but the problem is multiple times. What are you thinking? 3 nights a week or 4 nights?
whatever I can make work. That wouldn't be a deal killer if that's all I could do. That definitely wouldn't be a deal
If you
killer.
think about a comedy club like the Comedy Store, for instance, it has a late show 7 days a week, right?
Right.
But then they have maniacs in there, even some that you don't know that are doing weird shit like Don Barris, Holtzman, and stuff. A few nights a week, I think. I don't know what the situation. I would think it would be difficult to start with 4 nights a week live because it's always there, and at some point people might go, "Oh, that's on," but if it's there 1 night a week, it might be like, "Oh, Thursday or Wednesday is the night that night is on," and it's fucking cool. They get great comics or guests, or
Maybe I could do it.
Or Sunday and Wednesday. Or...
Maybe I could do that, and there's also the possibility that I could do it one night like that, and one night and the 3 nights from this kind of setup. But I don't really want to do this. Just sitting at the desk talking to people.
Yeah, I get it because you wanted something different, right?
Yeah.
Unless you do get footage from it, and some of it gets pumped out on a pre-record, but then you always have a live hour, maybe a live hour, and then the second hour, and you go late for 2 hours or something, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things that will be a tester. Like see how you feel, see what you can get, see what you can. It might work out, and it might build. It probably would.
Well, I'm thinking of it as a legitimate, and I've written up a proposal for angel investors and looking to get some money behind it to make it a real thing, so I could hire publicists, a marketing department, all sorts of real promotional stuff to get the word out, which would definitely make a huge difference, and production values and all that kind of stuff, and be able to pay some writers for it. So I'm trying to get angel investors at least on board to put up some money to start it, so I can have some quality comedy writers and people who were interested in showing what they can do for basic scale, whatever scale is for writers these days, to say, here's what I can do that's exceptional work that's different. So it's a stepping stone for them.
If you are going to pay people, whether it's for writing or performing, I think it will make a big difference because the word will get out. And I think that not only are legitimately people working on it, but also I think it will make it better. I think it will make it
without
better.
a budget, I wouldn't. I'm not going to do it without some kind of money behind it, because I can do that. And I'm podcasting now without money behind it. I'm doing it on my own. I can do that. In order for it to be special, if I'm honest with myself, it needs seed money. It needs an angel investor to back it. It needs to be able to get quality writers and performers.
Then once you are, even if the live stuff, if you outlay something, then you've got a legitimate reason to charge ticket money, even if it's $5 to start with, or 10, or whatever it is, whatever a decent amount is that people would just pay to go and see something, and then they buy and drink. The bar are going to like it. You can pay for half the artist with the ticket money, and then get an investment to pay for maybe something better. I don't know. I'm shit at business, but I'm going to try and also run a show when I get back, and it won't be like that, but it'll be, it'll be better than a lot of shows that are around. That's what I'm going to make sure of. That's one of my priorities. I'm going to pay real money for a real comic to come and at least headline, and then we'll build up something locally.
Wow.
I'd rather go into debt once a month than run a really good show, and then you get people asking for spots, and then you get people coming to you going, "Oh, can I do this?" Sure. Let's figure something. And then you're meeting people who are going to get you things. Like build a little network.
Yeah. Part of it is definitely identifying the target audience and really understanding who the target audience is. That's the best way to get money behind it. To sell it to investors, they have to know, well, where's our opportunity to make money back? Who we looking at? Which is why even though I'm an old man, the idea is to draw a young demographic, people who are attracted to the radical change that David Letterman presented to the late night format. Now, in hindsight, it doesn't look radical, but the idea of a guy chopping up watermelons with or dropping watermelons out of a window or chopping stuff up with a chainsaw, that was appealing to college freshmen and people in dormitories at that time. That's what I want to do. So I want to look for anything that can be exciting to people in their young 20s and up to 30, I guess, to make them say, this is not Stephen Colbert or whatever else is on at night, Jimmy Fallon and the other Jimmy. It's crazy TV. It's something that worth taking an hour of my time before bedtime to say, wow, I'm part of something that's really ridiculous, really dangerous, really, you never know what's going to happen.
Especially like a live show, if you're streaming it onto YouTube or whatnot, it could be something really fun. Like you said, it can be. You can make it a lot of fun.
I think
and just
so.
if you get good people up performing or chatting, it will grow. I don't know. It seems like a great idea because when you first said it, I just thought you were coming back to the kitchen or wherever you are at midnight, 9 in the morning, 2 p.m., sometimes 8, and then midnight. So okay, it can be something different, but that's what I thought it would be. I had no idea you were thinking about a live thing. But
yeah, and
obviously, when I'm in this hemisphere, I can at least watch. When I'm in the UK, it'll be difficult. It'll be 5 a.m.
Yeah.
If I'm in fucking, if I'm in New York, I'll come and sit down and talk some shit, talk some sense into these idiots that think 9/11's real.
And flat Earth is
exactly. Get Kiara on for the happy minute.
Why does that bother me so much that flat people believe in flat Earth? It's just it drives me nuts.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit wild, and believe me, I looked at it all about 5 years ago. I was like, maybe, dude, and then after like 10 minutes, I said, no. But it's hilarious to me that I like her, but it's hilarious to me that Miss K believes it. I was like, what? Are you this serious?
Yeah. I'm, you know what? I deal with so many people who have different beliefs than me. I can like anybody as long as they're a likable person.
Yeah, I'm cool, and that's where the world should be, right? That's where when we get divided over abortion or this or that, believe what you want to believe, man. Do you know what? Go and support the KKK if you want. Get your robes out, but be cool down the bar. Don't be a dick.
Yeah.
Don't come down here spouting your bullshit.
Well, she is definitely the reason for a lot of the hate, and a lot of people who were followers I've lost because, but I'm sure I'm gained different followers because she's there. But a lot of people I know who were, on the show a lot and following it and writing to me supportive stuff, all of a sudden left or decided to write me some really nasty stuff. Got to get rid of that.
But you do argue. It's not as like you're just going this and that. You argue, and you literally call her a retard.
Didn't I?
I made a joke yesterday that went under. I just said, Kiara retard. I thought that was a funny kid. Put her name up as that. That would be a funny thing to say. But it's just, but it's good. It's a good representation of like, it doesn't matter if you think the Earth's flat or the back of this and that, vaccines or COVID. Who fucking cares, dude? Let's have a beer or a coffee. And as long as it's not overwhelming, it should be okay.
Yeah. You see Kat's comment down there is believing in Jesus different than believing in the earth is flat or that birds are robots.
Yeah. But if she's a born again, I believe she is. That is, I've met many born agains over the years, and they do have a rather unique view of the world, including one that I went to college with. She was a born again Christian, former stripper, and she goes, oh yeah, I can pray for a parking space and get a parking space from God. And I said, well, you used to rub your fanny up against a pole for heroin. What did God think about that? I was in class, like to the two. I was like, what do you think about that then? And she's like, well, I still pray for God and get a parking space. And even, the Miss K-Lord this morning was like, I'll pray for you to get a good, if you think God's listened to your individual prayers, then he's either incompetent or evil. Because what about the babies with cancer?
Right.
Like, what about the mothers who spit out a baby with AIDS? It's like, I prayed that
Right.
this wouldn't have AIDS, and it has. What have I done?
The way I phrased it to a guy, Craig Nappo, who's no relation to me, he wrote on my Facebook wall about the solution to the gun problem in America is God. We have to get back to loving God. And I said, and my comment to him is like, you believe in an invisible man in the sky who micromanages a single planet in a multitude of universes.
I mean,
like
I am
micromanaging every single.
I feel real bad because, again, my ex, one of the many reasons we probably split up, or I had my breakdown eventually. Her granddad was a super intelligent guy, and I believe was involved in the invention of the spreadsheet, not Excel, the spreadsheet in like 1950 something. He worked in the building that is now MI5, but I think it was RAF. I think it was some intelligence thing in the 50s. Very clever guy, and he was 90 something when I was banging his granddaughter. I shouldn't have bought her. I was at a dinner table with him, right, and he was an old fucking. I mean, he was in his 90s, dude, and I'm sat there young as well, young and a cunt. Like I hate religion, and he was always a scientist, and he was into chaos theory and science. The last couple of years, 94, 95, he started talking about God. Right, because obviously it's immortality is creeping into his mind.
Yeah, of course.
Naturally, right, and it's mine. But I was a fucking dick to him. Over dinner one day or lunch, I said to him, "Hey, what is your God? Then, if you're going to talk about God, is he one that's constantly involved in everyone's lives? In which case, he's fucking evil, or is he not involved? He just created humanity and went go." In which case is like massively incompetent. Like, which one is he, incompetent or just fucking dumb? Which God do you believe in?
Right.
And he honestly, I felt really bad because he did look at his potatoes for a while on his plate, and he looked really sad, and he's dying, and he's like, "It's a good question." And he's like, "I believe I have faith," but he'd never talked about faith before. But that is one of the other things that I feel a little bit bad about. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that up to a fucking 95-year-old who's dying.
I think I said to Kiara this morning, if it gives you peace, because I asked, how you because with kids, how you deal with this news that's been going on in America, and she said, I pray, and I said, does it work? And she said, it brings me peace.
That's where I am now.
It brings you peace.
That's where I am now. I'm like, dude, because Jamie said at the point, even when he was going on about, Zen and all that stuff, you can see in his face, he gets very angry about religion. He's like, you can see him seething about religion. Fucking. Right. But now I'm like, you know what? If you need that, if you're my friend and you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, if you need that to get through your fucking day, smoke it all day.
Right. Just don't come knock on my door and tell me I'm going to hell.
Maybe having some drugs. Yeah, exactly. Don't look at my fucking door. I'll kill you. But it's just, let's all have our own thing. Let's chill out. Just don't try and fucking aggressively recruit people. My sister's very religious. She's very religious. All her children turned against it. By the time they were 10, they were like, no, mom, no fucking way, dude. And she still, she still is. They still believe. They don't bang on about it as much. But I respect it now. When I was young, I said some stupid shit to people, but including maybe killed an old man. But now I'm like, what? If you get through the day, like Kiara and stuff, right? Great. You believe in God. You believe in the Bible word for word. That's awesome.
Oh, that's crazy.
Have happiness. Have happiness. Well, yes, because they kill people who wear mixed fabrics.
Yeah. Well,
and I think
to Kat's point, the believing in the book word for word, like literal word, is pretty much the same as
there's believing in a historical person, which I've got a friend who's a PhD in history. She believes he existed as a person and he was an orator. He toured, did all this shit. I don't think it was parting seas or fucking turning whiskey into wine or whatever, fucking shoving fingers up asses and they became vaginas, whatever it says in the book. But it does say gay isn't cool and don't mix fabrics or you should be stoned to death in the head. So if you're going to believe that, believe it all or nothing. You can't tweak religion over 2,000 years. You can't. You can't have a pope saying now it's okay to wear condoms. No, it has to be fundamentalism. Otherwise, it's fake. You're admitting it's fake by changing it.
Yeah, I call myself a Christian, but I call myself a Christian. I think I'm a more real Christian than the people who believe that Jesus was a real divine character from history. I believe in the concept of Jesus, the idea of Jesus, the message that I think the Bible is ancient man's best way of trying to define what they believed was a path to a good life.
And don't get into my fucking half of my idea is like, maybe it's a fucking aliens dude and they wrote books about it.
right,
Maybe they came down and went, this is cool, do this, don't
right.
fuck up.
But they get hung up in this idea, and Carl Sagan, I think, said it best. We can't really talk about God because nobody can really define God. The word God can mean something to you. It can mean something completely different to somebody else.
People taking wild psychedelics and stuff and saying they heard the voice of God and it was like mathematics. And it's like,
Right.
what if fucking that? Do you know what I mean? Even all that stuff interests me. It's like, what if there is a God, but it's not an old man in a cloud telling you what you shouldn't fucking do?
What if it's just
like
a big ball of energy with some kind of intelligence that said, start?
I remember Zim saying this to you, and you say, go fuck yourself then. But that's where I am in mind. It's like when we take, what if it all does come from a source of like a fucking,
yeah,
and then we're all just alive, the bugs, the amoebas to us, to monkeys, and then we all fucking die. I don't know. So
all our thoughts compressing into one continued collective consciousness, becoming so dense and then exploding out and becoming starting over again.
I'm an agnostic because I don't believe, but I don't know it's not real. I don't know there's not something else. We're on a bit of dust floating around in a fucking bedroom.
Yeah,
that's I'm a piece of bacteria on your ball sack. That's my universe. I don't know what yours. That's why I'm an agnostic. I will not say. I used to be very aggressive against religious people and be an atheist, but I can't. I'm an agnostic, I guess, because I can't know. I don't know. And there are times in my head where I've gone, help me, God, because I thought I was dying. It's like, fuck, man. Oh, I'm drowning in this sea. Can you help me, like somebody? And the lifeguard helped me, not God.
Yeah, this morning with Kiera, because she doesn't like Daniel Tosh because he said because of his bit about Beckham and Jesus fucking and having a baby.
yeah, she says that comics shouldn't be attacked.
But I was like, you know what? If Jesus did, is what you say, he would laugh his balls off at that.
Jesus, like, as I said this morning, Jesus was an anarchist. He was a disruptor.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have liked the church because he didn't like he said dogma or the word or whatever, but it was like, you guys do what you want with that. Don't build a fucking stone temple and make a gold seat and fuck kids.
Right.
Like, for God. Like, that's what he would have believed. And he would have been an anarchist and he would have, smashing up Roman markets and all the rest of it.
He hung out with prostitutes and thieves and,
Jesus would have been Jesus would have been a stand-up comic.
I had a Republican, very conservative Bible teacher on and a Bible analyst or Bible scholar, or what he calls himself. And he said to me, even though he's a Republican and conservative, he said, if Jesus were alive today, he'd be a socialist. And like, okay, but you hate socialism. How are you a Christian in any way if you hate socialism but say out loud that Jesus would have been a socialist?
It's wild to me that anyone could hate not pure socialism, because pure socialism can be dangerous, but an element of socialism, like give people healthcare, give people an education for free. That should be like, we have this money, let's spread it around. That
blessed are the meek.
At the minimum, right?
Yes.
At the minimum, that's what society should be. If you were a society of 8 people that were on a desert island, and you had 3 coconuts, hopefully you're chopping those coconuts up and dividing them, and that should be fine.
Right. Like, and if somebody got hurt, you take care of them. You wouldn't just let them fall.
Yeah. I'm into capitalism. Guess what? If after 5 years you figure out a way to make a coconut cocktail and you're selling it for 2 fucking seashells, good, great, cool. but society as a whole is still sharing a little bit. We'll still have the coconut.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild that socialism is showed as, and people go, oh, you know, the UK are kind of, yeah, they're free healthcare, but oh, it's shit, you know, fuck them, they're socialists. Yeah, it's not always the best and fastest, but the people in it care. And my dad wouldn't be alive without it. It's like, yeah, they still will give you free healthcare for 12 weeks and give you an operation and look after you for nothing, zero. You, Andres, he gets cancer, his insurance covers a bit if he has any, and then they want to charge him another 30 grand.
Yeah.
Fuck off, man. And that's hundreds of thousands of people a year with that problem.
Yeah.
Wild.
And you know the story about Stanhope when he went for his hernia operation and had the cash to pay, and they wouldn't treat him because they don't make enough money on cash.
How much? It has to go through the credit system, right? And the insurance system.
Yeah, the insurance system. Yeah.
Everyone's making interest.
Yep. And kickbacks and all that kind of stuff.
And then if you get, I did read that like Obamacare and stuff. My friend in Tucson, actually, when I visited her, she was a single mother with 2 kids, and she said, well, $600 a month goes into healthcare on the off chance we might get sick. And for us, nothing. We pay national insurance, which is maybe $100 a month. That goes into a lot of things. If we get sick, it's then free.
Right.
It's just free. Or maybe you pay if you need antibiotics, you might pay $15. You know.
Yeah, I was paying $1,200 in the most recent job. That's what they took out of my paycheck.
So it's wild. Like that should be tax based. Pour some tax money into that system, and you can do it. You've got 360 million, but maybe 250 million adults. The tax money should be siphoned into that system, at least to take the burden off. I don't think America will go fee free in the next 10 years, but you could take 30% off it.
You think?
At least have a start. Like do this, and that's why if Bernie runs again, he'll get caught on Epstein's Island because it's like, well, somewhere you get rid of billionaires. Somewhere get rid of billionaires. Yeah, that's why if you run for president again, you're gonna get shot in the fucking head.
Those poor teenage girls to have to fuck Bernie. That would suck.
Exactly, because his head's in the middle of his chest, isn't it? So, what these people? Why do billionaires have? They give you 3 of them. I'll give you 5 for nothing. I had my fucking nut, dude. But, he's right. He was kind of right about some stuff, but that's why they won't let you be president because Hillary will fucking kill your kids for a start.
Yeah.
Obama wasn't really black. Let's be honest. He was mixed race. Why are they talking about the black half? He was half white. That's why they let him in. And then Wall Street gave him some cash.
Wow. Keep changing the forecast on me. I'm trying to see if I'm going to get rained out. And I keep looking back because they keep changing it.
You're in Shoreham, is that right?
Yeah, but Long Island, pretty much the weather is pretty consistent on the whole island. I mean, there are sometimes like snowstorms and stuff will be different accumulations. But if it's going to rain, it's going to rain on the whole island. It's not going to rain just on part of it. And so
yeah, it's only 90 miles long.
This time of year, the best gigs happen. Those outdoor gigs, like tomorrow night is supposed to be a place called Catch It, Venetian Shores. It's an amphitheater on a beach with a built-in crowd of thousands of people. Great night out and good money and all that stuff. And then it gets rained out. So you plan and you promote the thing and you look forward to it for months, and then rain puts an end to it.
It's wild. I can't even think about it. Yeah, I'd love to. Because back in the day, I wanted to be a musician and stuff, but I never really did it. But thinking about that outdoor gigs, yeah, you didn't think about it. I'm sure you'll have a.
That's what I live for. I mean, for the last 20 years of summertime, between May and September, it's been almost every single night. Back, especially before COVID, we were doing 5 to 6, 7 nights a week. Outdoor gigs under the moonlight in the summertime, warm weather, people dancing, people having fun. It's just, there's nothing better than that for me. It's like underneath the stars and the moon.
I can hear karaoke from here. If I walk 100 yards down the road, it's getting a bit late. But if I'll find 4 or 5 places that have little bands on, or maybe a duet, acoustic and a female singer. I love any live music, anything, even if it's kind of shit. I'll sit there and drink a beer and watch. I love bands. That's why when I come out to the US, I hope I can see you do a gig. I'll sit at the back and harass 41-year-olds on antidepressants. You know, just chill out.
Well, if there's a garden grill there, it's always lovely women at that place. Lovely women.
I'll have to come up and introduce you guys for special guest from the UK with my charming accent. Okay, they call themselves the Rockin' 45s, but they should be called the Rockin' 65s. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, I'm the oldest guy in the band. Everybody's younger than me. Not by a lot, by 2 or 3 years.
So how many there's 5? Is it a 5-piece or 4?
It's a 4-piece band, but then we added Kiera. It was always no chicks in the band, and then Mikey added this girl Janet, who was with us.
Yeah, so I watched some of your old videos. So that was Janet then. So I found some videos from like years ago, 8 years ago. I found some little audio was fucking awful. Whatever show it was taping, it was blowing in me. But yeah, I did a little bit of like, okay, cool. And then they've got you all lined up on the couch and stuff. I watched a couple of those. So that was the previous female singer.
Yeah. And she was somebody we knew from high school and stuff. So but we hadn't seen her in 30 years. And then once I was invited on their television show, Mikey came with me, and then all of a sudden it came to, why don't you come down to the gig and sit in, until eventually she was part of the band. And then Mikey fired her because she was putting her other bands before ours on her gig schedule.
Creative differences, man.
No, she was taking the tribute gigs. She was singing backup in a Neil Diamond tribute, and she was taking those gigs instead of ours. And Mikey didn't like that, even though it paid better money for her. We got a gig that night. You should be there with us, and so that led him to fire her. And then Kiera was just in the crowd one night, and this girl girl came up to sing with us. She was singing on Four Non Blondes, "What's Up," and she had a wireless mic, and she was going around to girls in the audience, and she handed it to Kiera, and Kiera started singing the second verse, and Mike like lit up like, wow, she's really good.
So, what's going on? There's a flat earth. That's what's going on. I nearly punched through the fucking windows there, and there's a flat earth. That is what's going on. That's what's up. Great tune though, that Four Non Blondes song. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I remember, my brother was really into Guns N' Roses back in the day, and I was a little kid, and I was not into them. We used to fight. He used to beat the shit out of me. But yeah, that song crops up in 94. It's a nice little tune. They got some. Actually, the singer, I can't remember her name. She wrote most of Pink's songs, and she wrote most of Lady Gaga, I think. The singer from that song.
Yeah, she did. She produced that best album, that not Jagged Little Pill, whatever Pink's best album was.
Yeah, it was a 99 or the.
I'm coming up, that album.
Yeah, because Pink was an R&B girl, right? And then she went into kind of a rock pop thing, and she wrote Linda Perry. That's it.
Right. Yeah.
She
wrote and produced that album.
Yeah, I watched some documentary about it, and I was like, "Fucking hell, she's talented." Not only was that kind of a cool song, but also she wrote that entire album and made Pink's entire career. But I think it was Lady Gaga. It's one of them. She wrote Christina Aguilera, like Beautiful, all those big hits. She wrote all those female artists big hits, and just sat in the background and took the fucking publishing money in the 90s when it meant something.
Yeah,
she probably made 10 million off each of those singles. I like that kind of stuff. I like a good female rock vocalist.
Definitely.
It's wild. I didn't realize. So Kiara just got up and went, "The earth is flat," and what's going on?
Yeah, and I was always adamant, because when I was young, I wrote for a lot of female singers. And my original band, that was a traveling band, and we were going around opening up for major acts and got a record deal with, that was fronted by a female singer. And I just got so, I didn't want that to be, first of all, I didn't want to write for a female singer. and I didn't want that. I wanted to be a balls testosterone. I wanted to be the boys are back in town, Thin Lizzy. That's the image I wanted out there. So I didn't want any chicks in the band ever. But we broke that rule a couple of times now, and
it seems to have worked out, right?
Huh?
Seems to have worked out okay though.
It's okay, but it's I still, our best days and the most fun I ever had when it was the four guys, guitar, bass, drums, and Mikey out front, and bars. I like playing in small bars with no stage, on the floor with the people.
Yeah, but by Christmas you'll have a tranny in the backing singer, man.
Yeah.
You'll have to keep going. You'll have a soul trio behind you.
Yeah.
But it's good. I would like to come and see you guys play and see Kiara sing and see you play. So hopefully it'll work out with timings. I don't know. I'm thinking of coming out. I'm still thinking about coming out in October. I never know, but that is my goal, and I'll try and make it happen.
I have gigs on the calendar already in October.
Let's see. Yeah, so we just see what's going on. I can be flexible. I don't give a shit.
Actually, no, I don't. I have November gigs, but nothing in October yet. That's weird.
It's probably because you booked it off to go to a location, right?
Yeah. Well, come October, that's when we start moving back indoors, and that's definitely be at the Garden Grill in October. And that's a really fun. It's an acoustic gig, but it's one of the most fun places I've ever played, and the crowd there is so supportive. It's this restaurant, a 5-star restaurant with a lounge area, but the people there love us, and they get up and dance to an acoustic guitar, no matter what we play, for hours. I mean, it's a very weird kind of.
People, move to sounds and lights. That's why they like fireworks, and people are stupid, man. Take advantage of it. It seems like a fun. From what I've seen, the video, they're old and stuff. What I've seen in your videos, they look pretty cool. They look pretty fun. Especially the kind of trash that I assume lives in Long Island. No offense, but it's they could go and have a party, have a few beers, listen to the fucking band, shut the fuck up, don't be weird.
Yeah,
I'm a drink a few whiskeys in the back kind of person. Yeah. What's that? Weed pen?
It's a vape pen. Yeah.
I got given one actually when I was in the south of Brazil. Actually, a friend of a friend gave me a vape, and I took a hit in the day. Didn't really feel anything, but then 4 hits consecutively about 1 a.m. and then it hit me quite considerably.
Somebody gave me a cartridge, and I had never done a vape pen before, and so I went to the store, the tobacco store, and I said, I need a vape pen for this. And the guy said, here you go, set it up. And I said, how does it work? He goes, you hold this button down and you draw on that. And I started doing it. He goes, careful. I was like, I'm not getting anything. He goes, careful. And I just kept hit. And then the next thing I knew, I was opening my eyes. I was laying on this floor, and he was above me, going, just brushing the air.
Yeah, I did it at a comedy night years ago. This guy that always used to come out and support, and he gave me it looked like an actual pen, like a like a biro, like a pen, and he gave it to me. Could suck the end of that, press that button. I was like, okay, I'm drinking. I'm not really a weed guy, okay, and I just kept taking. Can I have some more? Can I have some more? There's something about it. More. I had 6-7 hits. All of a sudden, it just fucking the whole bar was just like I was just fucking in a different planet. I was like, what is in that? And that's why I want to get into it as well, because it's just nothing. It's not. You're not killing your kidneys or liver. You're not downing 100 beers. You take a few hits of something, it can fuck you up. And I like that.
What is Joe Anderson? Oh, that's Joe Andrews, because I told him I wanted to sing Happy Birthday this morning. He's just saying that's the worst song ever after Baby I Love You Away by Peter Frampton. I guess. I don't think that's that bad a song, Baby I Love You Away. Not that
Baby,
bad.
I love you away. That was covered a lot, right? By Every Day. There was a band in the early 90s that covered that, I think, an R&B thing. I watched the Peter Frampton thing the other day, a guitar thing that was quite interesting. I can't remember anything, so there's no point in me bringing it up. It was one of those, I don't know if it was a roadie thing or guitar thing. But yeah, it popped up somewhere. And that was very interesting. I didn't realize, how interesting he was. Yeah, he was playing some of his hits, I think, and how he wrote them on an acoustic. One of those, behind the scenes roadie things.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's 8 p.m. So I can offer this guy June 7th. I met Peter Frampton in 2000. I think I'm going to say 2009. He was doing his 35th anniversary of Frampton Comes Alive tour. I met him at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas and got
Where that fake shooting happened. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. It was just cool because I grew up a super huge fan when that album came out, and then he kind of like went away. At least to my understanding, it went away. I guess he was still around, but I wasn't aware of him. I mean, it just he faded from the spotlight for 30 years or so.
I've always heard him being mentioned, but I never really got into it and stuff. But it's one of those things on Facebook videos, you scroll in or whatever, and something behind the scenes and come up, and I think it was quite recent, and he just had an acoustic guitar in his hands, and he was just playing riffs, and he was talking about how he wrote them, and I love all that stuff. And just like, I was just fucking around and wrote this, and then it became this. It's good stuff. And one of the best things I saw, we talked about it. I sent it to you, and you'd already seen it. Was the roadie for Slash?
Yeah,
I was like, he's been the same roadie since '87 or something. He's like the whole time for the whole career, Guns N' Roses, Slash in solo, and just wild stuff. And then they control. I saw another one on the Edge as well, and like you said, because Jamie will sit here, he's never played a note in his life, and he's like, the Edge is just effects. He's like, yeah, you try playing. He invented came up with some of the best melodies in the last 40 years, and also you try playing those notes and see how easy it is. Yes, he's got an effects board that's fucking like 6 feet wide, but
I know great players who can't play the opening riff to Sweet Child of Mine, can't play it.
But it's difficult, and if you look at the Edge, like he's got that massive pedal board, but he's technically controlling all that. And then his roadie was saying when Edge is away from the mic, the roadie's got a replica downstairs, and he's hitting the right pedals at the right time because he's listening. He knows what he's going to do. Even he's improvising a bit, he's hitting the right things. So Edge has got to listen to what the roadie's doing, what he's doing. Technically, it's phenomenal. I couldn't listen to 100 pedals.
Yeah, Edge is he's extremely creative with the instrument, and that to me is all that matters. It doesn't matter if your fingers can play like Joe Satriani or Steve Vai. It matters, can you make music and make compelling music with the instrument? And if you're a great guitar.
And I think the main critics will probably be people who've never tried to play guitar, because if you try and play a simple melody from a U2 song from 2001, sounds easy. Go and try and play it then. Go and try and make it sound the same. Yeah, it might not be the most difficult thing, but still very inventive with the way he plays stuff. Like
Andy Summers with the Police, or all those guys. They're underrated as far as their innovation. Like some of the things they played were not necessarily, finger gymnastics or any of that stuff, or took all that, dexterity. But the creativity, the musicality of it is there, and that's what makes you a musician. It's not like football or baseball, or who can run the fastest, who can throw the hardest, any of that stuff.
Even in football and baseball, some of the best players aren't the big star. Or they could be well known because they can throw really well, or they can catch really well. Edge, I'm not defending Edge here, but I heard that he's got a deformed fucking pinky finger, and that's half the reason why he can play some of these weird little melodies, because he can reach little weird stubby connections that most guitar players can't.
I have too. I got a deformed pinky because I broke it on a guy's head. I did, and I played a gig that night, and it was like a sauce. It was blown up. It was extremely fat, and so I couldn't play with the pinky.
Fingers can fuck you up. Yeah, I ran into someone in sports training one day, and one of my fingers bent backwards, and the whole thing fattened up like twice the size, and I had to have it splinted, Done it a couple of times. And then in some cases, it hurt for years. Like 3 years later, I'd hit it and go, oh, that finger still hurts from that incident when I was 14. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely am a different guitar player since that, and that happened. I was 27 when that happened, but I definitely have been since I was 27 have had different challenges with my left hand because of breaking my pinky. And
I really want to play again. I sold my guitars a few years ago. I played for a long time, and then I sold them financial reasons, and then I just didn't bother. And I played my housemate stuff, but when I cut my wrist open, my whole hand swelled up and went blue. And at the time, I remember going, "Oh, I for that stupid incident, I can never play guitar again. That I've done that to myself."
wow.
Obviously, it's got better, but yeah, I've let it go. I've let it go as a skill, and I love it. I love it as a therapy. Picking up an acoustic guitar and strumming some stupid chords.
That to me is the best time of it. It's not necessarily anything. Those times where my wife always says, "I wish I could see. I wish you would hold me once, like the way you hold that guitar." When I need peace, that's the time when it's just me in a quiet room with an acoustic
that's
guitar.
why I need to. It's one of those things that I use as like just to chill me out. It was like or the first time you learn to like play a song you really like. It's like, oh, I understand these chords. This is nice. I kind of understand this. And then that is mentally satisfying. Like just on your own on the fucking toilet or in the bedroom wherever you are.
Yeah.
So yeah, I need to start playing again. It's been a couple of years. And I've never that good. I never had the confidence to play live, but I did play in the studio with a couple of friends. But
confidence to play live. That's an interesting thing.
I just don't want people to fuck. It's the same thing as comedy, I guess, but I do that. But I played in my bedroom, and I didn't want. I always had visions of going and playing at an open mic with my guitar, but I never did it. And then I don't want 30 people to sit there and hit the wrong chord. So when I did play Patience with Max in Brazil, that was a big thing for me. I was like, fuck, it was fun. Everyone enjoyed it. I did fuck up some notes. But mainly because I was trying to be too clever. I could have played the rhythm. I was trying to pick out some of the fucking lead,
Yeah, that's when I've gotten myself into trouble too. When I was trying to do too much, trying to impress people. But I've never, because guitar was not my instrument, and it still isn't, and so I've never really felt comfortable with it, even though I've been doing it now as a lead guitarist in this band for 22 years. It's not my instrument. I kind of fell into it, and I always feel insecure about it. So I always feel like a phony. When I see Bill Kelso, Tom Kanapka's friend, playing those parts, I'm like, damn, this guy is so much better than I am. And he kind of he accepts my compliments like I'm like I know because he said this to me. Like he kind of takes more from a compliment from me, thinking that I'm a professional, and I'm not. He's so much better than me. It's ridiculous. He's not playing in a band. If he were in an audience while I was playing with the band, I would feel really self-conscious. I'd be like, he's spotting me as a phony. He's getting it now. He's figuring out that I'm just a faker up here.
I can try and share. This is me here.
Can you blow it up? Oh yeah.
Looking at the sky, sat on a stool in 2015 in Brazil, playing guitar. That's my friend Max at his wedding. This was, by the way, as well.
Oh, he was getting married that day?
He was getting married, dude, and he was singing to his wife.
I thought it was somebody else's wedding, and he was like in the wedding party or something. He's the groom. Wow.
He's the groom, and he sang in his band for a while, and it was just cool. He just let me go up there, and we had fun, and I explained how we met, and he translated it into Portuguese. It was funny. And then we played Patience, and they all did the fucking Brazilians were like, hey, Patience. It was awesome, man. One of my favorite.
He definitely. If I saw that guy on the street, I would not say, "Oh, Brazilian." I would say,
"No." He's very white. He's
from California, isn't he? His name is Todd, and he's from California, Beverly Hills.
When we came to Rio and we met him here the first time, he got called Gringo by other Brazilians. Hey, Gringo, and he's like, "I'm Brazilian, bitch." He's from the very south, so it's right near the border of Argentina. His family, I think his family is Italian. His Mrs. Joyce, her family is German. So they're third generation immigrants, very pale. They live in the south. They don't look Brazilian. Yeah,
Wow.
they're some of my best friends. I wish I'd spent longer down there. I think I might be able to. If I go back down there before I go home, it'll be expensive, but I kind of want to do it just to see him for a few more days because they're the reason I'm here. They're the reason I came here in the first place in the first years ago, and I saw him for 4 days this time. And I feel a bit stupid about that.
Man, I want to live your life. I want to do that. Too late. Too late.
Won't-
I'm too old.
Won't go on forever, doggy. I think we should probably wrap this up, and that's
We
me saying
should.
that.
We should. I have marketing.
Can I just say I have drank all these things during this podcast?
There's an alien outside your window.
Ah! 1, 2,
He
3,
just ran
4,
away.
5,
He ran away
7,
before you left.
9, 11 beers and 1 can of Coke. I might have 12 beers.
Can of Coke, you say?
Bitch, I woke up. I had that as hydration before I went on this podcast.
But-
I thought it would last 40 minutes. and
Check
I've
your
been on
penis. Check your penis right now. It might be half the size it was. Not you don't. Yeah. Is it half the size? Does it feel? Does it feel smaller?
No, it's a grow. Dude, it shrinks. It shrinks. But it does okay in other circumstances. I'm fine.
All
I
right.
am fine.
Well, cold coffee will make your penis grow. By the way, if cold coffee,
If your daddy's Johnson was 12 inches long, your Johnson's gonna be 24 inches long.
Can I just say to everyone that's in the chat, thank you very much for getting involved. I was only coming on for 45 minutes, and then I did an extra 8 hours. Thanks to Brock and Minddog. Subscribe, by the way, to this if you haven't already, and that'll do.
And buy a T-shirt so we can keep up the good fight. Buy a T-shirt today so we can keep this on the air, so we can keep bringing you the truth, because nobody else is telling you the truth. It's just Carl Mann and Jamie Dykes sometimes, and Brett Brock every once in a while.
I got the documents.
Right. On this pic, I have
Yeah.
micro data. Micro data proves that once for all, monkeypox is part of vaccine.
I agree, and I do have the documents, and 9/11 was fake, and the firemen are lazy. Come and see me, bitch. Thank you very much for everyone watching. I'm going to end this broadcast right now. There's no music to end it. I'm going to have to print this twice. It's 8 hours, 40 minutes in. I don't know if I can even go out. It's 10 to 11. I am fucked up. But I've held it together because guess what? I'm not drinking hard liquor on podcast right now. Just beer. Just beer.
Turn on your radio.
As long as the earth is flat, turn on your radio. That'll do for an end song, won't it? Why don't you all fuck off and I'll see you on Twitter in an hour. Bye.
all right. Go.